Good morning, beautiful humans, and welcome to Monday. What is today? December 29th, 2 days away from the new year. It's exciting. 2026 is upon us. It's coming. It's coming. I hope everybody had a nice little holiday period of time there, right? Because it wasn't really the weekend. Kind of fell in the, well, it was Christmas. What a blur. What a blur Christmas was. It was a lot of work. I was very, very tired. I was very tired after Christmas. A lot of running around, the cooking, the cleaning, all the things. But I am excited to be here this morning because this is the continuation of the Zach Adams post-conviction hearing, which is different than an appeal. I saw a couple of tweets over the weekend where people referred to it as an appeal. It's different. This is a post-conviction hearing, and we are deep into it. At this point, I believe that Zach is done, that the defense is done, and I believe now we are into the state's case wherein they will be putting witnesses on, and then that will be followed by closing arguments. So we're in it. We're in it. If you have not been keeping up with this, you really, really should. You should go back. You should watch everything that you can about Zach Adams. Start with the trial. Get into the first couple of days of the hearing, because this has been spread out over months and months and months. They've been doing it 2 days in a row, typically, and it is something. It is something. It's one of those cases where you've just got to look at the evidence or lack thereof and reach your own conclusions on whether or not they've convicted an innocent man here. I am firmly of the position that they have. Zach Adams has been in prison for a long time for something he didn't do. I think he was a patsy, convenient. It was a crazy trial, a trial in which no one should ever be convicted on those facts in this country. It's scary to think that it happens. It's scary to think that it happens, but it does. It does. That's why it's important for us to watch this stuff. I tweeted this morning, there is nothing in any courtroom anywhere in the country right now on today's date that's going on that's more interesting than this, that's more important than this case. Because the concept of getting it right after we've gotten it wrong is critical in terms of our criminal justice system. We can't just let mistakes lie where they lay. We've got to fix it. We've got to fix it. And it's really, really hard to do. It's really, really hard to do. And if you're just joining us, if this is your first glance at this case, you're going to be incredibly irritated by the state, by the prosecutor that's handling this. It's it's that thing that I'm always talking about. Like, where are these prosecutors that exist in this country that don't die on hills that are hills that shouldn't be died on? They just, I don't know where they are. I know that they have to exist. They have to. I just don't know where they are. So, all right, let me get this thing pulled up. It's supposed to kick off. Allie's going to be joining us. Don't worry. She'll be hanging. I woke her up late. I was letting her sleep. I think she had a tough night of sleep. The pain. All right, so I'm gonna watch Law and Crime Trials. I think that's the one. This thing. Oh boy. Well, I'm gonna have to ask you guys because I got this funny little gift from someone who's near and dear to me, who was a huge part of my life growing up, and then she wasn't, but she sent me this little gift kind of out of the blue, and it's hilarious. I mean, she must watch the channel. Because I've brought this up before. But then Allison said that she thinks that Emily uses this particular noise. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm not one to steal people's shit or borrow people's shit. I like to be an original. So I'm gonna you guys will have to tell me because I don't watch enough to know if that's a fact, but I'll let you know. I was talking about the screaming goat.
You should have been talking about how you woke me up literally as you clicked. The music was already playing.
Oh boy, you look like a little sleepyhead.
Not appreciative. I mean, I am appreciative because you're trying to let me sleep. Because yeah, I had a rough night. I was up at like from 3 to 5. I was up trying to deal with my arm. And I'm jetting out on you guys early, so I felt obligated to get here as soon as he clicked that sound. So this is what you get.
Well, it's perfection.
Yeah, sleepy face, sleepy hair,
inner jammies.
Right. So, but I am wearing my Christmas pajamas on purpose because it's still Christmas, and I had left a box on the stairs to come up to you, and I don't know if you have it up there, if it's been put away now somewhere else.
I'll find it. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. Keep the kids interested.
Oh, you had to make the noise, though.
What?
Didn't you just promise to make people a noise, or did you already do it?
Oh, it was this thing. Oh, yeah. See, so somebody actually sent me the goat.
And I told him, and he's like, oh, I'm going to use that online. I was like, that sounds familiar, like I've heard it before.
Yeah, like Emily. Some people are saying Ian may use it as well occasionally. I mean, they don't own the Screaming Goat, but it seems unoriginal, though. All right.
So you go grab the, yeah. Yes. So I am not just in my pajamas because these are not actually the ones I slept in. So I'm in them because we're continuing Christmas here until New Year. And we did get a Christmas gift from one of you out there. I know we talked about it. We said thank you briefly, but we didn't really talk about it. It's a great gift. So Bob's going to look for that. Yeah. So Bob and I do have plans we leave tomorrow. I don't know if he told you that. So we're going to be missing tomorrow because we travel while this is going on. and I've got to get a haircut because I haven't done anything in like 7 weeks. I don't know why that explains why I need a haircut, but still, I need a haircut, and I waited till the last damn minute to do it. So there you have it.
Sure you didn't bring it down there?
No, I had left it on the stairs to go up to you, and I think it got put away. I don't know. Somebody moved it. All right, now we're not going to be able to find the gift. Cleaning people moved it because I put it on the stairs to go up to Bob and left. I think I left it there. Damn it, man. Now it'll be in some random spot. If he can't find it, I'll go try to find it. I hope Bob's keeping an eye on the court stream. Well, obviously not from this second while he's looking for other things, but just that there was a screen up that he's got. So what about you guys? What's been going on with you guys? Are you guys still, is everybody back to work this morning? I guess so, because it's like officially Monday. Just seems crazy. You got to go back for like a day and a half, maybe 2 days and a half. But yeah, Bob was so excited. He got like randomly a very close friend of the family sent him the screaming goats, and I was like, oh, someone knows you love that, screaming goats thing. People used to watch that when it first was on the social media interwebs, like, oh my God, goats sound like people thing. So then, like I said, he did it, and he was like, oh, I'm going to use this on the tube. And I was like, I'm pretty sure heard that on Emily D. Baker. Pretty sure. Wow. So here we got somebody's cruise off till next Monday. What? All right. Paul C. Young answering calls, but I don't have to record it all. Yeah, I mean, that's the good thing about being a lawyer. Never schedule anything between Christmas and New Year's in a court of like that you can't avoid, so yeah, got to answer the phones and pay attention, but not do anything. So that's good. Curious off this week. Nice. Katie, it's a very senoritis type of road. Oh, senioritis. I thought it was going to be like senorita, so I got thrown off. Wow. Senioritis. It's been a long time since senioritis.
Yeah.
Wait, let me just go through a couple more of these. And Deja Vu's at work for 2.5 days. Yep. Claire, yep, back to work. Wow, Annie off this week. Nice. So is Spitfire, which is perfect timing for.
Yeah, so we received the sweetest little gift. Came in, it was in this little box, fragile. It's a major award. That's what I told Allison. I said, be careful. It must be Italian. So it's from Spitfire. So I
intentionally have not used it yet because we wanted to be able to like hold up the little packages and stuff.
Because we got it. And so on top, when I opened it, there was this little, I guess I call it a quasi riddle. And it said, the world needs more of it, underlined. It says, however, it, again, underlined, appears so infrequently. You must savor, keyword there, savor every instance. What is it? Underlined. See, she wrote this cute little note. And then she had these little question marks on there.
So cute.
It's cute.
So cute.
And then I open it up, and here's our answer.
Justice.
See, I have it. I should mirror it. It says justice for those of you who can't read backwards. So it's a seasoning, and it smells. We haven't used it yet. Delightful. It smells delightful.
Yeah.
It smells like just a huge mix of delicious herbs and spices. She also sent us this pico fruta, which is another lovely seasoning. And then she sent, and they all, here you got the Cedarburg seasoning, A New Hope.
New Hope.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I thought that one was tea.
No, these are all seasonings.
Oh.
And then we got some smoked Spanish style paprika.
I really thought that New Hope was tea. I was like, oh, I'm going to drink this as soon as we do the live.
I mean, it does look like a tea bag in your defense. And then she included the little card that says tasty tips for justice. And then it kind of gives you some.
Hey, the fruta thing is for people who like salting their melons, which Bob likes salting his watermelon.
I do. I think I've got the whole family on that one.
Yeah. I was like, no, don't put salt on my watermelon.
I mean, I salt fruit in general. I like salt on apples.
But what really kicked it back into high gear, I think, was that we used to go to this little taqueria place that put fruit in their guacamole.
Yeah.
And I was like, ew, fruit in my guacamole. But, I love guacamole, so I tasted it. And when it had watermelon in it, I was like, oh my gosh.
Next level.
Delicioso. So then when Bob.
Thank you, Spitfire. I'm sorry. Just wanted to. So thank you so much for that. It's such a thoughtful, wonderful little thing to open. You're always doing wonderful little things like that, and we're always appreciative.
Yes,
I wanted to make sure that we gave you the love. Actually, Allie reminded me, she's like, we have to do Spitfire's gift this morning. So thank you.
Hence, I would have already known that was not a tea packet.
Sorry. All right, so I heard you misinforming people a bit.
Oh.
We are traveling tomorrow. Our flight is at 2:30. I fully intend on getting up and streaming this probably for a few hours.
Till noon.
Yeah, till maybe a little bit before noon, depending on.
Before noon, okay. No later than noon. I was making sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what the travel day looks like on the day before New Year's. I don't feel like people are taking a plane anywhere.
I don't think it's huge. I don't think it's a huge travel day. I think most people are, especially because it's the 30th. So we'll see how this plays out today. As a matter of fact, let me pull it up. They have not started yet, in case you're wondering. All right. I'll pull it up. Oh, we need our banner.
Man, I am achy. This is not how I wanted to feel right before we went on a trip and we're like hanging out with friends and
that's why I didn't know if the trip was such a great idea.
Well, I was feeling fine but bad.
You were not feeling fine.
But not like this.
Yeah, I mean, since your surgery, you really haven't been feeling fine. You have days that are tolerable, but most of the time you do not feel fine. Let's be real. It's not a situation where I think your days are better than your nights,
We do use sea salt on fruit, and I hope I was about to highlight someone else's comment about aren't all the flights being canceled or something. Oh yeah.
What?
Let's hope that doesn't happen. I'll be very sad.
I'm actually kind of hoping it does happen, but
stop.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, traveling sounds like a lot to me, but whatever. I'm like, Allie, I think forgets how much running around I've been doing. It sounds like
no, I don't.
It sounds like a lot of work to me. It just does. I'm not gonna lie. I'd rather be here with y'all watching the Zach Adams hearing. I'm sure I'll have a good time once we get there.
We did so little traveling last year, so little hanging out with our friends, so little fun. I'm glad we're starting off.
The main thing that we missed was Jazz Fest. The rest,
we didn't do the equivalent to one big holiday. We didn't do so many things. I don't know what you're talking about. We didn't travel for any music.
I was not going to the panhandle of Florida.
We didn't make it out to Vegas for when I was supposed to do that with Melanie, or I didn't.
Let me see. Okay, I'm going to swap this out.
Yeah, why does the camera look like there's film over there. There's
like
something
it's
on there.
greasy.
Yeah.
That's
like I'm wiping mine now just because.
That's not us. That is definitely them.
If anyone still sees me sitting here at noon, yell at me at chat. I'm setting an alarm actually now.
So Matthew had asked, do you think the state will use both days to call all witnesses? I do, assuming the judge, he set aside 2 days, but he said, I mean, the judge is looking to get this shit done. The judge does not care that it's New Year's Eve in 2 days. And if need be, he said that closing arguments would be on New Year's Eve day.
Yeah, I mean,
which I'll be where I'm going to be. And I'm deeply invested. So like, I don't take it lightly that I think we're going to leave the stream going, and I'm going to have, I'll have and I think I can at least chat when we're on the plane. And then I'll have like Tracy or Mandy, one of the two of them, just end the stream when it comes on. I'm hoping today that I can get a special guest on here who one or two special guests that have been involved with this case intimately and who are really, really fighting for justice for Zach Adams. But I have to wait and see. I know some of them are in the courtroom. As a matter of fact, that might be one of them right there. Yeah, why does it look greasy? They got to get somebody who takes it looks hazy.
Yeah. It's foggy in that courtroom this morning.
It looks like it does. It does. It looks hazy.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody needs to tell him, hey, man, you need to wipe off the lens, bro. Looks greasy.
So in Nashville, what's the vibe then? What's the vibe? What do people think? You're in touch with the people?
Who? Me?
No. No, I Save the Turtle.
I'm in Nashville. I'm very familiar with this case. So yeah, I don't think it's like
a pulse.
I don't think it's like how far is this area from Nashville? It's a couple hours, right? She's enjoying a nice sip of iced coffee, just like I am. I could tell.
Speaking of which, I think this was the morning that you should allow me to have some of your delicious home brewed iced coffee.
Yeah, can't do it.
I should at least be able to put some on my eyes.
Can't do it. Actually, I just finished it.
Oh, so you really can't do it.
Working again last night, right?
You said you got, I remember you saying you got one.
It was exciting. Like our ice machine is being finicky is the best way to put it. Like we got a little, because our ice maker and our Samsung refrigerator is a nightmare. It's like that. It freezes over. It's like never buy a Samsung fridge. That's my advice to you.
Stick with the TVs.
Yeah, stick with the TVs. And we dipped off Samsung TVs because Allie and I got ourselves a shared holiday gift. That's what we like to do. We get ourselves something for the house. And we got a big old TV for the bedroom. Major upgrade on the TV in the bedroom. And I went like...
Well, let's just explain. We have a very big room. Like our bedroom's very rectangular shaped in one section. Like there's more to it, but in the section where the bed and the TV are, so it's really far from the bed, and we're really old. So like you're just seeing, it's not good. It was not good. And it was a fairly big television. It wasn't huge, but now it's 75 inches. Feet, 75 feet.
It's basically a movie screen. It feels like it. It's pretty fabulous though. We mounted it yesterday. It was pretty cool. Oh, so at any rate, I swayed. So I got it at Costco, and it's TCL, which is an up and comer. And people are like, "Oh, that like." So the guy who really had
We should be
no,
getting paid for this. Damn it, babe.
yeah, you know.
But go ahead.
But he'd spend a half an hour like telling me, look, everything with this TCL TV, which doesn't have the name that Samsung and LG has, is better than that they have. And they're charging 3 times as much for the TV.
Right. So he's once he told me how much he saved on the TV he was going to get. The TV guy was like, we might as well get another one for, other places in the house if they're that cheap. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, because we have Samsungs everywhere in the house. I've always bought Samsungs. They make really good TVs. I'm just telling you, firsthand experience. And this came with like Google TV, so we don't have to use, and the interface is really nice. So we either have an Apple TV or a Roku.
All right, is it muted?
Let me see. No.
Okay.
It's not.
But it's just the first time we bought a TV. What's happening? Are you sure?
It sounds very low.
Low. We hear nothing. He's even fixing his microphone.
All right, hold on. Let me pull it and
yeah. Oh boy, I'm big again.
Weird. I'm not hearing it at all.
Let me see. What are you on there?
I'm on Court TV.
Well, what's that? There's a if it's near Nashville, there's like the thing that.
All right, don't panic, y'all. We'll rewind it when we figure out the sound thing. What the heck's going on here? I don't understand. It's like I feel like it's a them thing. All right, let me go back to Law and Crime because
I'm checking Law and Crime right now.
It's Law and Crime Trials.
Oh,
there we go.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Could you state your name for the court?
Forrest Richardson.
And could you spell your last name for the court?
Is that?
I think they'll fix it. They'll pump it up. This is.
Could you tell the court what your occupation is?
I'm an investigator for the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury.
And how long have you been there?
4 years.
What type of educational background do you have and professional background?
I have my bachelor's and master's in accounting. I'm also a certified public accountant and a certified forensic interviewer. I began my career working in public accounting for 2 years, and now I've worked for the Comptroller's Office in investigations for 4 years.
When did you become licensed as a CPA?
2020.
And when did you get your license as a forensic interviewer?
2023.
All right, babe, you're gonna have to turn your mic volume down. I boosted on top of the other boost, so
it didn't help. Didn't change anything.
They're gonna figure it out and they'll up it. They always do, but right now it is what it is. So just lower your mic so we don't blow people's eardrums out. Okay. I'm going to go down into the 40. All right.
And you
it's
work at
unbearable.
the Comptroller's Office in the Division of Investigations.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the court what do you deal with on a daily basis?
So as an investigator, I investigate allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse of state funds and local government funds. Our office receives allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse from all over the state. We go out and perform an investigation, interview individuals for information, collect records, perform an investigation, and report our findings to the local district attorney, and they make all charging decisions from that point on.
As part of this matter, were you approached or your agency approached to perform any type of review of some records?
Yes, our office was approached by Ms. Jennifer Nichols about performing analysis of Ms. Thompson's ACAP billing records, just to present that information in a manner that would be more easy to understand generally how much time she spent working on this case and what areas she spent her time in.
So let's break that down for everyone. What is ACAP?
So ACAP is, I'll go a little.
How much can you hear it?
No, I mean, I don't know about them, but nothing, like a whisper.
God damn it! All right, let me pull it down again.
No, it's
Like
everywhere.
law and crime is
Everywhere.
like
People on Court
worst.
TV's live is, it's in their comments. So
They got to work on the. Come on, get their shit right. They should have been in there testing this stuff. All right, I'm pulling it one more time. Okay. Yeah.
Court TV's a little better.
That's what we were on.
Or maybe that guy's just speaking into us. You guys have to let us know if we need to turn down our mics even more. And I'm like specifically talking softly right now, or not like using my full throat. So Cat is streaming Court TV, and it sounds great. What the fuck? I don't get it.
Would you like a copy to look along with, or are you okay with the screen?
I'll take a copy.
I don't know who Cat is. Oh. Cat.
So, in reviewing these records, what was your aim?
So the purpose of our limited analysis of this was to not necessarily draw any conclusions
Cat, not Williams.
about the quality of Ms. Thompson's work or whether the amount of work she performed was sufficient. We just wanted to provide a summary of her billing data, which would make it more. easy
She's
to
absolutely
understand,
right.
for the court's purposes.
That's bizarre.
Generally,
Somebody needs to contact her and find out what
On
she's using.
the
'cause
sixth page.
I'm listening to it on Long Crime outside of Bob.
Provide you the
and it sounds the
initial,
same.
Documents received from the
I mean,
AFC.
Court
Did you
TV,
go
sorry.
back and receive a more complete record?
Yes. So the initial records that we received did not include any billing data for May 2017 or September 2017. September 2017 being the month of the trial. And so once we met with the folks at the AOC and looked through some of the data in their system, they discovered that they had not provided September 2017. And that was caused by an issue with September 2017. And that was caused by an issue with, so they have the AOC has an audit process for all of these claims that come through. And because Ms. Thompson.
Did that get any better for anybody? Let me hit play again.
Time in September 2017 had gone over certain thresholds where she was working more than 8 hours in court hours or more than 12 out of court hours on several given days. They have a process where they're required to then contact that attorney and say,
Yeah, I get they're using a volume booster, but which one?
Keeping records. Ms. Thompson did not follow up with those.
We are using a volume booster too,
so
you guys.
therefore, that claim was never actually paid for September 2017. But they were able to still pull the data that she had originally submitted.
Does someone have a way to find out what type of volume booster they're using? I don't even understand. This is ridiculous. What volume booster do we use? Well, I know how to use it. So I just changed it to my feed, and I thought it was a little bit louder. And it's not. And everyone says that Cat Not Williams is using a different sound booster. I can't figure out what is our sound booster called.
Well, we have two. We have the one that is like specific for YouTube that shows up down at the bottom, but I had 2 boosters on. I had that one.
That other one doesn't work. It makes it boosting your ears, but has never boosted in anyone else's ears.
I mean, I've got 3 boosters up in my like extensions up there.
Yeah, I've got 2.
Above
One
and
that,
beyond the one down at the bottom.
well, that is the one down at the bottom. That's how you activate the one that you put on.
They say we're still a little loud. Yeah, I mean, I've got it cranked, so
You know what I mean, babe?
because you guys, we cannot hear how loud we are for you at all. There's no way for us to know. And Allie's got like she's down in the podcast studio, so she's plugged in to like my entire system that I use for recording. So I just use a Shure mic, so it doesn't have an interface. So Allie's plugged into an interface, so she can. Bob, you static, but I can hear fine. What's that mean? I don't know. We're still loud, 50% louder in the feed. All right, fire it up. I mean, it is what it is.
Gotcha.
But there was
DB, ask
no,
Chat what extension
claim
she
that
uses.
submitted for the month of May 2017.
Okay.
Like, your shit's way lower than mine was.
Oh, wait. Are you guys hearing it still?
Your
if you could,
pause.
turn to the, I think it's the 7th page. It's the ACAP claim form.
Yes. So this is an example of what an ACAP claim form looks like, and this is one of Ms. Thompson's forms from June 2017. As you can see on the screen, these are listed by date, activity, in-court hours and out-of-court hours, or necessary expenses if necessary. The reason that hours are broken out by in-court or out-of-court is because those hours are paid at a different rate. In-court hours are paid at a higher rate. And you'll see in the activity column just some examples of what these descriptions look like. And they are fairly detailed, which gives us insight into what Ms. Thompson was actually working on for each of these lines. You know, for example, you see receive and review email from ADA Ragland regarding duplicate copy of lab reports. That's fairly specific. You can get an idea of what specifically she was working on. And so that gave us, it's these descriptions that gave us insight into how she allocated her time working on this case.
Did you find the description she's provided to be detailed?
Yes.
Okay.
You got to move the
Oh,
caption.
I see.
Gabe.
I just saw something.
You get all these documents from the AOC. They're in PDF format.
Correct.
So you need to take, is it true that you need to take the information on that PDF file and put it into another format to be able to do your job?
Correct. So luckily the PDFs were in a searchable format. So for example, if you were to open a PDF, you could search for a keyword and find that, which made conversion of those PDFs to Excel very easy. We have a software called the Avi software, which allows us to run those PDFs through the software, and it will convert all of those to Excel. And once that data is in Excel, it's much easier for us to use that data and summarize that data.
So the next slide, which is billing data in Excel.
Yes. And so this is what that billing data now would look like after that conversion process. I believe once it was into Excel, it was around 2,300 lines of billing data after that conversion was complete.
How do you go about this task? That you have thousands of lines of entries. How do you start making buckets to put these entries into?
Yes. So the first analysis that I performed was to look at Ms. Thompson's allocation of time. And to do that, I had to create various categories that I could then assign to each of those lines of billing data. And then once those were all categorized, we could then summarize her time by those categories. And so I had to create these categories myself and assign them myself. The ACAP system now has its own categories built in, but they did not institute those categories until September 2017, which was the month of the trial.
So to clarify that, before the month of the trial, an attorney on an appointed case could put the time entry in, but not have to click on a category in which the time entry related to.
Correct.
And now there's a separate menu on ACAP where you have to designate the category and the work done.
Correct.
So on the next slide, we have categories ACAP versus your department, the comptroller's office. Why did you come up with your categories?
So my categories are similar, but I did them a bit differently. And you'll notice that in the ACAP categories, you have category 6, which is telephone calls, or category 5, which is correspondence. And I didn't think that those were very descriptive. And I had used those as categories originally, but when I summarized the data, the largest categories by hours were telephone calls and meetings, and which is not very descriptive to tell you how she's spending her time. And so I created more detailed categories such as communication with defense team and experts, communication with client and family, that sort of thing. And I can talk a little bit more about how I determined which lines belonged in each of those more specific
Please, I'd like you to explain
categories.
like how you defined and figured out where to put what.
So looking through the billing data, there were many instances, which I think you could see on that example, like it would say call with and list an individual's name, or meeting with and list an individual's name. And so I was able to determine, sometimes by context clues, it would say, it may list that person's name and list in the description that they were an expert, or list that they were a mitigation specialist. And so I tried to determine who each individual was and assign those individuals in a separate area to categories and say, okay, this attorney is a member of the defense team, or this individual is a representative of the court. And that allowed me to put those meetings and phone calls into categories based on that individual's affiliation to the case.
Okay. Let's jump to Jennifer Thompson total hours worked. That is page. Page 22.
Okay, so this is, and real quick, I had categories that we showed up on screen, which were the major categories, which I had 10. I also had 39 subcategories, and each of those subcategories fit within those major 10 categories. And so this is a chart showing the breakout of Ms. Thompson's total hours by subcategory. And so on this, since there's 39 of them, this is a very large chart. I think on the next page I had shown just the top half, but zooming is fine as well. And so this gives you an idea of how her hours were broken out, or how she allocated her time to each of these subcategories. And as you can see, with discovery review and records review, trial prep being the top several categories.
So for discovery review, how many total hours were you able to find in review that she performed that work?
366.2 hours. And just to give some insight into how I would assign those categories, I was really, it's all based on what she included in her description. So if she, in her description, talked about discovery or discovery review, that item would fall under the discovery review category.
So if you guys are wondering what's going on, so they've put on a cop, and if you haven't seen, like we said, the first few sessions of this particular hearing, they put on Zach's trial attorney, Jennifer Thompson, who basically got on the stand and fell on the sword, said that she was not prepared for trial, that she was in a bad space mentally, everybody was picking on her, and that she didn't feel she was competent to try the case at the time that the case was going on. And what the state is trying to do is put on the hours that she submitted in order to get paid by the state in order to show that she was prepared, that she spent a huge amount of time preparing for this case. We heard Nichols, the former prosecutor who actually prosecuted Zach Adams, you know, she was on the stand. She said, I don't know anybody who knew this case better than Jennifer Thompson did, including me. You know, so they're trying to show that
I boosted the sound better.
these billing records, the sound is fine at this point.
Well, I figured it out anyway. I think.
Court TV boosted it. It got better, like right in the middle. So, you know, this is a rebuttal to put up some shit that a lawyer put together in order to try to get paid. So I guess you have to figure out what you'd rather weigh in terms of credibility. A lawyer who's willing to get on the stand and basically say that they shit the bed, understanding how much that's going to impact her career and her reputation moving forward, or some billing records that she put together trying to get paid for the case that she was working on. I know what I'd put more stock in, but so that's where we're at. That's the purpose of this particular witness.
And it doesn't change if she worked ineffectively.
Right. Right. I mean, like, you know, killing time.
All right. Let me know anybody if the sounds, I understand what Bob's saying, but then I did this other booster too. So,
which could be different from records review because you may have a line item where she talks about.
Is that not shockingly loud to you right now, babe?
No.
What?
It was
in
fine.
my ears.
It was
I
fine.
hate that.
Court
but
TV.
It is in my.
Court TV
reviewing certain records, but it doesn't necessarily mention discovery.
Court TV thing, not
so
enough.
That would just fall under records review.
Not understanding.
How many hours were you able to find for trial preparation of Ms. Thompson for this case?
265.5 hours.
What about defense team meetings and calls?
226.8 hours.
Motions, orders, and briefs?
202.5 hours.
What about witness interviews and research?
157.4 hours.
Further down, does it give a time for her work during the trial?
Yes, 74.2 hours.
And does it allocate, or did you find work done for focus groups in her billing?
I did, and that was 41.8 hours.
We're going to jump to Jennifer Thompson allocation of time worked by category.
Yes, and so as I was saying, charts we were just looking at were these subcategories, and this is the 10 large categories, which all of those subcategories are organized under. And so the largest piece of the pie here would be evidence, records, and gathering and review, which would include some of those: the discovery review, records review, evidence review.
And this is from September 1st of 2015 through September 30th of 2017, correct?
Correct.
So this didn't encompass any time spent on the motion for new trial?
No.
Or the appellate work?
No.
On the next page, can you tell the court about how you determined the average or hours per week worked on this case for Ms. Thompson?
Yes, so the next analysis that I performed was to summarize her billing data by average hours per week. And I wanted to show that average hours per week by calendar quarter, just because, you know, when you look at these large numbers, it's hard to digest and compare that to something and get an understanding of if that's a reasonable amount of time or not. And so I thought showing an average hours per week would be an easy comparison to the 40-hour work week. Everyone can look at that and say, okay, now I can understand how much time she was spending on this case on a given week. And I decided to summarize that by quarter, just so that we would only have 9 bars in our chart rather than 25 if you were to show that by month.
But you did have some missing data from the month of May.
Yes, as I said earlier, there was no billing data submitted for May 2017, but we were able to look at James Simmons's time and see that he had listed on his ACAT billing records for the month of May 2017 that he listed multiple occasions where he said he was working directly with Ms. Thompson and for 9.1 hours during that month. And so based on that, it seemed clear that Ms. Thompson did work on the case during that month. We just didn't have data for that month. And so as a result, I did not include May 2017 as a part of my average for the second quarter of 2017. And I did that to avoid that skewing the data. So if I included zeros for that month, it would have brought down that average, but it wouldn't have necessarily been representative of her actual average hours worked per week.
Because we just don't know.
Because we don't know what her time worked was, but we can tell from, it appears from Mr. Simmons's time that she was working on the case that month.
Okay. If I want to jump to the graph on that, which is right there.
Yes.
Could you tell the court what's going on here?
Okay. And so this chart shows Ms. Thompson's average hours worked per week by calendar quarter for our scope. And as you can see, generally her time worked on the case increased over time, as you'd expect. And you can see in Q1 and Q2 2017, she's near 40 hours a week on average working on the case, with a significant bump in Q3 2017, which would be the 2 months leading up to the trial and the month of the trial.
Did you have the chance to compare her billing to Jim Simmons' billing?
Yes, I did a similar,
I'm going to
found similar data on Mr. Simmons's time. And so we've got a chart where you can see the average hours worked per week by Mr. Simmons and Ms. Thompson. So there's the totals. You can see that Ms. Thompson did work significantly more time on this case than Mr. Simmons. A little over 1,000 more hours worked on the case.
So for, I think it was September 1st of 2015 through September 30th of 2017, you have found that she worked 2,870 hours.
Correct.
And what does this chart show?
And so this chart shows similar data to the previous chart. You can see the blue columns are the same data from that previous chart that show Ms. Thompson's average hours worked per week. But this one also includes Mr. Simmons' average hours worked per week. And so you can kind of see consistently she was working more hours per week on the case. And his time seems to follow a similar trend line with his hours per week increasing as they approach the trial.
And that's page 34. Moving on to, you looked at some collaborative hours?
Yes, I did. So I decided to perform an analysis that showed the number of hours, average hours per week, where Ms. Thompson and Mr. Simmons were working together. So that would be based on Ms. Thompson's billing data, where she listed that she was specifically working with Mr. Simmons. So that would be any meetings or phone calls directly with Mr. Simmons.
And is this chart representative of that?
Yes, this is the chart that shows the average hours of the two worked per week across this scope. And you can see it does follow a similar trim line to the other charts, where the amount of hours they work together increased or as they approach the month of the trial.
So you're finding billing entries by Jennifer Thompson saying that she's working with Jim Simmons during
Correct.
those times.
Yes.
And vice versa, you're also finding billing entries in Jim Simmons' work showing that he's working with Jennifer Thompson.
Yes.
It's fair to say that they work together more as the trial approached?
Yes, that's what the data would show.
Judge, I would like to move that PowerPoint into
Objections, Mr. Banks.
Done.
What's our next number exhibit?
148.
I'll make this exhibit 148. Mr. Boyano, I don't know if the exhibit that, are you gonna put it in as a PowerPoint on a thumb drive or the printed copy?
Either or. I mean,
Let's do the printed copy.
Okay.
Say that the court's version, the last page is analysis number 3. All right, I took over for Allie. She left me no ability to be able to pause. So I don't know what your feeling about this is. And again, I just explained what they're trying to do. They're trying to show, oh, look, she worked thousands of hours on this case over a period of the last year and prior to that. Have you ever seen the movie Office Space? And when the main character goes in and has a meeting with the Bobs and they ask him, so what's your typical day look like? And he starts going through his typical day. Well, you know, I get into work. I spend the first 15 minutes to half an hour staring at my computer screen to make it look like I'm working. Because somebody submitting hours doesn't mean that they're effectively advocating for their client. You know, it's like, this is the kind of shit where they're going to be like, oh, look, like the amount of hours that she submitted as how much she worked on the case means that she was prepared and competent as the attorney to try this case. And it's just not what it means. It's just not what it means. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating to me. I've seen a couple of comments in chat wherein we're once again faced with this concept that the state just will go to any length to keep somebody in prison. I mean, how much shit do they need? I mean, what exactly do they need to see to act in a way that's honest in terms of whether or not they made a mistake here? You know, and I've heard stories that, you know, and look, I am sure if Holly was my daughter that I would be losing my shit, furious. I'd be trying to control things, but to me, it seems that the Bobo family and namely Holly's mother has been controlling this case. And we've got a situation now where the state is so dug in on this bullshit that they're just never willing to admit they got it wrong. I can't think of anything that exists in the world that I hate more than that. Like, honestly, I just can't think of anything offhand. I mean, how do you look yourself in the mirror? I mean, maybe they just convince themselves. They're just convinced. They convince themselves, okay, well, I'm going to ignore all that. And I'm just going to go with the concept that we got the right guy. Facts be damned. Evidence be damned. You know, forget all the exculpatory shit. We got it right because it feels good. It feels good to feel like we got it right. It's just so frustrating. And like, this is what they're going to do to challenge it. Yeah, DB's giving us spoiler alerts, but I like it. All right, let's keep rolling. And the pie chart or the bar chart created that compares Jim Simmons with Jennifer Thompson. I don't have
analysis 4 in the other graph.
Then I'll
On
put
my
it
printed copy.
Well,
It might
then-
be on the,
right. So how I will use a clean version of the PDF on a flash drive if the court is agreeable to that.
that's not.
So I'll make that a they call it different form. Number 148. This is the comprehensive summary. That's basically it passes up. Mr. Richardson, did you, what is this that I just passed out?
This is my comprehensive summary about the work that I performed related to this case.
And this is the summary cites numerous Excel worksheets and that you created for this data. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to the third page. The subcategories with over 100 hours worked. Discovery review, we have 366 hours. Is that right?
Correct.
And then we have records review, which is 266.
Correct.
Could you explain the difference between those two for the court?
Yes. So all of my categories were based, of course, on what was included in the descriptions that Ms. Thompson provided in her billing records. If it listed discovery as the purpose of whatever the activity was, then that would fall under discovery review. But there were instances where she described reviewing records, but did not mention specifically discovery. And so I categorize those as records review rather than including them in discovery review.
On the fifth page, you give additional information as to Thompson and Simmons' hours worked together. Could you tell the court what your findings were with those numbers?
Yes. According to Thompson's ACAP claims, she spent 390.7 hours working directly with James Simmons. Simmons' ACAP claim shows he reported 390.3 hours worked with Thompson.
So,
I'm sorry, but I would fucking object to all of this. What?
Yes,
in the-
very similar number of hours that they reported.
Yeah,
Oh, you took the stream over.
obviously you left me for 15 minutes without being able to pause it. Now, what were you saying?
I'd be objecting that this is completely irrelevant. I mean, it's like what Matthew says down here. I don't see how this remotely helps the state. I mean, I guess let them keep going. It doesn't help at all, but I'd still just object as irrelevant. I mean, how the flip do they think that this is remotely important, relevant, or helpful to them?
Well, they think that it's showing how prepared she was for trial and that everything that they're trying to rebut
Except
her testimony.
But it
I
doesn't.
know. I know. That's what I was
I mean,
saying. I mean, like, what are you going to give more weight to? The fact that the attorney herself got up and flamed through herself on the stand in front of the whole world, where we can all watch it on YouTube, just basically said, I completely fucked this case up. I mean, it's not good for your business.
Right. And she didn't say she didn't work hard. Like she didn't put a lot of time into it because she definitely was saying she was doing all of these things. But she said she was like so flustered or whatever. I mean, part of it was like flustered by how she was being treated and that, you know.
It was a ton of stuff. Like
Yeah.
she was not like she was very candid about her mental state and the fragility of her mental state and her inability to be able to try this case like a competent lawyer would. And that's not to say that she's not competent in general, because I think that she is. But in terms of like them coming in here and just saying, okay, well, she worked 2,600 hours on it in 2017. We're good.
Yeah.
it doesn't prove shit. It's like I gave the example of, like Office Space, where dude was meeting with the Bobs and he says, yeah, like, what's your average work day? And he goes through an 8-hour work day where he says he works maybe 15 minutes of actual work the entire day. It's like, just because you're showing up and you're billing for things, in terms of, especially when it's the kind of work that so many people kind of don't understand. It's one of the reasons that people hate lawyers, is because we don't aside from motion work, there's not much tangible that exists, because most of the work is done in our minds.
Right.
You know what I'm
Dude,
saying? It's like you and I used to
thought a
talk
lot.
about that all the time in law school. We'd be like, yeah, it's like people hate lawyers because it's like they don't know what the fuck we're doing, because it's short of drafting something, everything else is like happening in your brain, So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you.
And, creating through chaos, she says the same thing. You can work as many hours as you want. It doesn't mean you're prepared. She said she was burnt out. They're boosting her argument. And Adjusted Fate says, if you watched the trial in 2017, she wasn't at her best. Awful,
Right.
In fact.
Right. Like, I mean, I still haven't watched the trial, but from what DB tells me, it's an absolute shit show. It's that thing, where the thing speaks for itself. It's like, yeah, I'm excited for Doug's cross-examination of this guy.
Working together.
I'd still object. See what the judge's pulse was. Get a pulse for the judge.
Your Honor, I'd like to move this and the entire comptroller report into evidence.
Objection. Relevance.
All right, you're going to include the summary as
I will. It's a large file, so I would like to do a flash drive on it as well.
Do a flash drive on that and enter this. Let's just do them separately. We'll do the printed confidential investigative work product. Investigator Richardson as Exhibit 150. And then Exhibit 151 will be the flash drive. Is there a file name on it?
This was not the trial judge?
It's comptroller.
Do you know, babe?
Financial report that.
Make sure, let's
Every time we're going to let do something last week. What?
Was this the trial judge?
No, absolutely not.
Wow.
No, the trial judge, like, infamously was revealed to be watching football during the actual trial, like on his fucking iPad. This is definitely not, thankfully, this is not the trial judge.
I mean, it's the jury that really needs to pay attention.
Judge, we're at Exhibit 149 and 150.
Thank you. The confidential investigator work product is Exhibit 149. And then 150 with the flash drive with the entire report.
Speaking of the time, I thought
Especially how
on. Come back.
could you tell the court how much Jennifer Thompson was paid for her work on this case?
Objection. Relevance. Just object.
I'm not sure if that's included in my
Or if it's relevant in any way, shape,
I
or
didn't
my
include
summary
it.
here. I
Not
can't
relevant.
recall off the top of my head.
The judge is drinking water like this. These fuckers. Yeah, like you said, babe.
Those are my
Yeah, we
questions,
didn't
Judge.
include it because it's
Cross-examination is today.
Please report TV stream. Yellow Jacket.
In your report,
I think
do you remember reading an entry where Ms. Thompson reviewed ATM video footage in this case?
Not specifically.
Nothing further.
Follow-up questions to that. Mr.
No, Your
Honor. Investigator Richardson, thank you for your testimony.
Oh shit, Doug didn't. What do you ask?
Investigator, you stick around. Follow-up.
Case reading. In your report, do you remember reading an entry where Ms. Thompson reviewed ATM video footage in this case?
Not specifically.
there you
Nothing
go.
further.
There's why not to object.
No, Your Honor.
I didn't watch it all, but did it go through every piece of evidence? Like reviewed this, reviewed that? Because that would be very specific. It didn't. Okay. That'd be unusual.
Stay
to,
call the
like,
next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Same call, Michael Gazelle.
Michael Frizzell.
Michael Frizzell.
babe, there's a message for you on the screen.
I'm good with it. That was a hell of a game.
See, when you're a Bears fan, you can take a loss that looked so damn good and be content, not be heartbroken.
I'm not content. I mean,
You're not heartbroken though.
I'm not heartbroken. I mean, we're in the playoffs. It was in their house, and
It was a
our
damn good
offense
game.
is legit. We could play with anybody.
I was out with Cameron, and we were about to go out to eat, and then we pulled up at the restaurant, and I said,
Thank you.
we're going to miss the Bears game.
We're gonna need to go
So
all right.
I took her food to go so we can make it home. That's how much I actually like watching football now.
That's true.
I do, ma'am.
I
Yes, sir.
welcome Donna. Oh, welcome Donna too. And Stephanie.
Sir, could you state your name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Michael Frizzell, Frizzell.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently the Assistant Director at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation over the Administration Division.
And how long have you been with TBI?
A little over 27 years now.
So all that shit I
Could
learned was
you
really old.
Tell the court about your employment history with TBI.
I can. I started out as what we call as a field agent at general case assignments. And I was assigned to the 28th Judicial District, which is Gibson, Crockett, and Haywood counties at that time. That was from 1998 to 2007. In 2007, I transferred to headquarters in Nashville to our technical services unit. And I stayed in that capacity until 2017. And then I became over our police officer section, which handles various duties there until 20.
This is a good question for noobs coming in to this case. There's two places I'd point you to. The Trial and Error, their YouTube channel is an excellent resource. They have a lot of great stuff over there, and they've really dug into this case. And also Katnat Williams. She did live just this weekend, and Kat's great. Kat's a freedom fighter. As you can imagine, I love her. I love freedom fighters. I love people who are out here willing to do.
And don't take my not knowing her as any sign of anything. I just don't know any of the.
Yeah, Allie doesn't know anybody. It's like she just, yeah, it's definitely no
Slight on her.
Slight onto anybody. It's like, yeah, but Kat is awesome. Like I said, freedom fighters always have a very warm place in my heart. So, but those are two great resources for if you're wanting to dig in. Like I said, Kat just did a live over, I think it was the second amended filing that the defense filed in this particular case. And there was
I heard you listening to that this week.
yeah, and there was a
Okay.
nice exhibit that they put in there where they kind of fleshed out the timeline. So those are a couple of good places. And I really highly recommend going back and looking at this. Like seriously, this case stinks.
I'm getting my dates mixed up. But anyway, past that, I became over our support group, and now I'm over the administration division.
And during your time at TBI, you were heavily involved, would it be true, with the technical services unit?
Yes.
And what experience and background and training did you have as part of that?
Well, we handled a lot of different things in that unit. One was the internet crimes against children. So I had background and training in those types of investigations. Others was phone related matters. And I was an operator of a cell site simulator. And then our aviation section was in that group at one point. So I performed duties for that, providing overwatch, operating camera system in the plane. Some other duties include seeking or looking for hidden listening devices. That's called tactical surveillance countermeasure. And that's some of the duties that I did.
You've testified as an expert previously, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What have you, previously in this matter, you've testified as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your expertise in that you testified at trial?
In call detail record analysis.
Yeah, I'd like to hear this, buddy.
Aside from this matter, have you testified in other cases to that subject matter before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many times?
Maybe a dozen.
Wow. Real
Do you
expertise.
maintain any professional certifications as part of that?
I've been out of this since 2019. From 2016 to 2019, I was part of the FBI cellular analysis survey team. They call it CAST. And I had to go through a certification process to be in that group. In 2019, my duties became so much at my home agency that I had to relinquish that and move on to my home agency.
Judge, at this time, I would like to tender as an expert.
Objections, Mr. Bates?
None.
Cellular analysis survey team.
Yes, sir. It's a group within the FBI that performs
This judge doesn't even know about
call
the cats.
detailed record analysis, drive testing, and other matters.
All right, what's the specific expertise?
The same as he testified before, which would be short call detail analysis.
Call detail record analysis.
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
Yeah, you tell us about
Your
this
Honor.
call.
Back in
detail,
2017,
historic.
you prepared a report for the state in this court that was, I think, entitled Bobo Cellular Analysis Report with, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was previously entered as an exhibit, I believe, during your testimony?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to pass this up.
All right. Is this the?
It is.
report that
I believe it
you
was-
provided at trial?
Yep, I believe it was previously marked in the trial as Exhibit 208. That's one for the court.
Objections to submission here, Mr. Bates?
None.
All right, trial exhibit 208 will now be exhibit 151 for this hearing.
Mr. Frizell,
Explain what it is. Make
Yeah,
sure it
sure.
explains what it is.
Mr. Frizell, are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
Sorry.
What is it?
It's a report. It's called FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's prepared by me as a TFO, Task Force Officer for the FBI. And it was dated August 31st, 2017, and 3 phone numbers were analyzed, 731-733-0191, 731-733-2073, 731-549-7352.
So that report contains certain phone numbers that the state specifically asked you to look at and do an analysis on
Yes,
for certain time periods.
for August 13th, 2011. Not
It-
August, April, excuse me, April 13th, 2011.
I want you, could you turn your attention to page 5?
Okay.
So here we have, I know I'm starting at the end here, but the 3 phone numbers you were asked to identify. Could you tell the court which 3 you were asked to look at?
731-549-7352. I believe that's the phone number associated with Holly Bobo. 731-733-0191. I believe that's a number that was associated with Mr. Zachary Adams. and then 731-733-2073. I believe that was the phone number associated with Mr. Jason Autry.
Sir, do you recognize that document?
Sir?
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
More recently, we asked you to look at some of the many of the numbers in this report and identify who those numbers belong to. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had time to review that document?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is the information on it accurate to the phone numbers in your report and the people associated with those numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd like to have that marked as the next number to be considered.
Jackson, I will mark this as exhibit 152.
No, not right now. So, I want to talk about what is in this report. The original records you looked at were all AT&T records. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And they come in a raw format. Is that right? Of activity records.
So they come in a format that's AT&T specific. Each carrier sends them different ways, but they'll come in a PDF form or a text form, sometimes both. But they have, they demonstrate, if I may.
Page 4.
We're back to exhibit 151.
Yes, page 4. I think it was 208 in the original, I think. So it lists the date of a call. It lists connection time. So what time the call started. When I say call, I should say communication event. It could be a voice call or a text message.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's called a seizure time. And the seizure time is when a person presses send on the phone, and that's how many seconds that it's in the ring portion of the call. And then it lists the originating phone number, so the person making the call, and then the terminating phone number, the person receiving the call or the communication, I keep saying call, then the elapsed time, how long that communication event occurred, and that can be minutes and seconds. And then it shows the number dialed. That's the actual number that was dialed by the originating party. And then there's a column called IMEI. That's called the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. So basically a serial number for the phone, for the device that was used. And then the IMSI, the International Mobile Subscription.
I guess my response to Melissa says his his brother Dylan told his mom, talking about Zach, that his brother killed her, totally downplayed his role, and the mom 100% believed him. She had zero doubts Zach was guilty, his mom. And then I think she continued on. If your mom believes you're a killer, I'm sorry, but she knows you better than anyone. The jail calls were very telling between mom and his brother. Yeah, I don't know how much weight I give that, honestly. Like, when you're dealing with parent-child relationships, there is no across the board answer. And you know, like, I'll lay this question: how well do you really know anybody? You know, I mean, that's the reality. It's like John Wayne Gacy's mother did not believe that he was a killer until she sat through the evidence, and she grew up with them. Like up until like she just couldn't believe John was capable of doing that. You know, so it's like I just don't give that any weight. I understand what you're saying, but that does not convince me. I have no idea what their relationship was like. At this point, Zach's fucking chin deep into addiction, probably a nightmare to deal with. You know, like unless you know what was going on with that relationship, carries very little to no weight. I mean, for all I know, she had disowned him. I don't know, but like that kind of thing does not do it for me. I got to look at the evidence, not stuff like that. But that's me.
Subscriber identity, that's basically the SIM card that goes in the phone, and that's the subscriber information that's on that card. And then there's another description column called mobile to mobile. It's the type of transaction, and then the cell location. And so the cell location provides the LAC, LAC, that's the location area code for all the cell towers located within a certain area. And then the next numbers past that, so like in this case, 16019, that's going to be the LAC / and then the next number 31522, and I'm reading the top here, 31522. So 3152 is going to be the cell tower number, and then the last two is going to describe the sector for us. And then ATT lists the longitude, then latitude of where that cell tower is located. And then the last number is the half beam width of that sector. So in this case, and that's going to be the azimuth, like on a compass. So 120 degrees.
So with these documents you receive from AT&T, you're able to tell what phone called another phone.
Yes.
And these records reflect who's the sender and who's the receiver.
Well, it reflects on what number communicated with the other phone number.
How long the call lasted for?
Yes.
And the records give you information regarding the actual phone that makes the call, like the identity of the device.
Say that one more time.
So these records will give you the identity of the device that made the call.
Well, it gives us the phone number that was used, and then if the identity of the device is the IMEI, that's the equipment identifier. So basically the serial number for the phone.
You give them the information about what sector that the device is on
Yes.
each individual tower.
Yes, we can see where the tower, what the tower number is, the tower location, and then the direction of the sector that was used.
Can you explain briefly to the court, like what these sectors are and how they work with towers?
Yes. So let's use the clock on the back of the wall back here. So it's a good way to do this. It's analog clock. So from 12 to, cell towers, they have to cover 360 degrees. So in order to do that, instead of having what they call omnidirectional, so one antenna is just broadcasting 360 degrees, they need to, for network capability and make it more user-friendly for people, so they can divide this into sectors. So generally they're in 120 degree pies, I'll call them. So 3 of those make 360. So let's say from 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock would be sector 1. So each hour hands a 30 degree. So 1 would be 30, 2 would be 60, 3 would be 90, 4 would be 120, 12 being 0, like on a compass. So 12 to 4 is 120, 4 to 8 would be the next 120, 8 to 12 would be the next 120. So sectors 1, 2, 3. They're not always numbered 1, 2, and 3. You can add more antennas, and they could be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They can keep going as long as they keep adding more antennas to cover more for their sector.
And could you explain how the azimuth works on these towers?
So we need to know what direction that sector is pointing. So they give us this 120 degrees right here. So you take that's the half beam width. And so you can go 60 one way, 60 the other way, and develop which way the sector is pointing.
In 2011, were most of these towers divided into these 3 sections?
Yes.
And within those 3 sections, the towers, would it be fair to say, is listening as to what a device is doing and able to capture if the device is active?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
If a phone is able to connect with that tower within one of the 3 sectors, it's able to measure and to tell what the phone is transmitting.
So in the records, the only thing that's captured in these call detail records is when a phone actually connects to a tower. So example, I'm holding my phone up, it's turned off right now, so it's not doing anything. It's not registering with the network at all. If I were to turn this phone on, it's going to start registering with the networks. It's going to look at all the towers around. And it's going to constantly take measurements, and it's going to determine when I press the send button, if I want to make a call or if I want to send a text message, it's going to determine which tower it connects to based on the strongest and cleanest signal. So to answer your question, the only thing we see in these records is when a communication event occurred. When it's in idle mode and there's no communication going on, we don't see that.
What about if it's off?
No, we don't see anything.
So it would be fair to say you actually have to be getting a call, placing a call, or a text of some activity to be able to see.
Yes, that's right.
Let's talk about generally pings and differentiate that from cell towers. You testified at the original trial about pings that were done on Holly Bobo's phone on April 13, 2011. How is a ping different than looking at cell phone activity?
So a ping is when the network is actively trying to locate the phone. So in this case, the Decatur County Sheriff's Office contacted AT&T and asked them to try to locate that phone. So they sent some sort of signal out. They're trying to reach into the phone and get it to respond. And so what these pings do is they give what they call a confidence level rating. And so AT&T in this case gave us latitude and longitude to plot on a map. It's based only on the tower. It's not GPS satellite latitude, longitude.
Did that exist on the phones you were looking at this time?
So I know once her phone was located, it was examined, and the FBI examined it too. So I talked to the examiner, and no GPS information was located on her phone.
So we have a ping with an area and a confidence rating. Is that right?
That's right.
And within the area of the ping, what more information can you glean from that ping in which direction the device is within the area?
So what we do is we plot that latitude, longitude, that point on Earth that they give us. And then from that point, we take the confidence level rating, and they always give it in meters. And so I remember the first one, I think was 4,448 meters. So you take that, and that's the radius. So you go from that point I'm just describing, you go 4,448 meters each direction from that point. And that's going to give you a diameter. And so we complete a circle that way, and that's the area that the device could be located in. So it's not an exact location at all.
So I want to turn your attention to what's up on the screen. I think it's page 9, 10 on the report. So we have, I believe, was the first ping the AT&T location at 8:57 a.m.
Yes. Wouldn't it be okay if I step down and Your Honor and point to this? This is in black and white, and it's kind of. Yes. So you're talking about this 8:57, can you hear me okay? This 8:57 a.m. ping here? Ask me your question again, please.
Explain what that means in terms of where the device is in that area.
We don't know. It's just somewhere in this circle. We don't know.
Don't know if it's north, south, east, west.
No. So what I can describe to you is that ping looks to me is that spot, this top one I'm pointing at. If we were to draw a line up this sector on that tower right there, it looks like it's in the center of sector 1 to me.
The next ping was at 9:02 a.m.
Yes.
And what is the, how big is that ping area?
4,894 meters. And that's the radius. That's one direction. Then we have to go back the other direction to get our diameter. We convert that to miles and figure it out.
It's a large area.
It's a very large area. So I would estimate this first one's about 24 square miles. I would estimate this second one. I'm gonna be wrong if I say this, so I'm gonna add 28 square miles roughly. We need to double check me on that.
But what about the third one?
The third one's even bigger. So it's cut off here. This one's at 910. Yes, 910. 910. This is 7,100 square meters for radius. And that's about 60 or 61 square miles. So in other words, it's a little bit larger than the city of Jackson, Tennessee.
And again, that you have that area, but you can't tell north, south, east, or west where that device is in that area.
No, sir.
I want to turn your attention to page 10 in your report. This looks like it is tracking the activity of Zach Adams' phone.
What page did you say?
10.
Okay. Yes.
And let's start with the first time. The first time his phone comes up in your report is at 8:19. Is that right?
Give me 1 second, please. On this page, yes, for some reason I had in my mind, yes, on this page at 8:19, that's correct.
Because you've done other places in this report. shows activity 4/8/19 early in the morning. Is that right?
Yes, 454 and 458. That's on page 14, yes.
And this diagram that has a 3-2, what does that represent?
So that represents the sector. 2 being sector 2, 3 being sector 3. So I need to point out too, these sectors, they're perfectly 120-degree angles here. And so, and this little, I'm going to step back down if that's okay, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yes, sir. So this area here, that's just demonstrates the direction of the radio frequency, how it's going out. It doesn't.
Yeah. I'm glad he's pointing that out, because this demonstrative makes it sound like, or makes it look like, that's how accurate it can give you in terms of your location, which it ain't it. You're muted, babe.
Doesn't mean that it stops here. And it doesn't mean that the,
You're muted.
To unmute myself. So I know it's not an issue right now, but I've got like 5 minutes to test this new boosting setup that I did. So let me just try it so I know if I should buy it. Can we do this? I'm sorry. Don't change yours. We're just going to try this. All right. So first I do this. Is this the one I'm sharing? Yes. All right. Now I do this.
This is some real tech wizardry.
All right, let's see if it gets, you guys tell me if it's significantly louder. All right.
equipment identifier. So basically a serial number for the phone.
No?
For the device.
What happened to nothing? No different.
To me, it sounds the same.
Oh my God. Stupid shit. This entire thing that I just did said that this was supposed to solve the problem. Let me try one more thing. Hold on.
Molly says it's clearer.
No, it should be like, wow, it just got really loud. And if that's not happening, it's not working.
Lime Zombie says clearer for sure.
All right, let's.
The next person say it sounds the same. So funny. It's like you can't ask people because everybody's volume on your devices is different.
I know, but this went like, so I'm do it one more time.
All I'm saying is like
Okay.
people saying it's good or it's not good. It depends on what their volume on their device is.
All right, let me just try one more time.
Device that was used. And then the IMSI, the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, that's basically the SIM card that goes in the phone, and that's the subscriber information that's on that card.
Okay.
And then there's another direction.
If that didn't increase, like you heard it, like, wow, that just got really loud, then it's only working in my ears. And I went through this whole thing. It was supposed to work in your guys' ears. All right.
Yeah, no, this is Allie's audio coming through. Like she pulled my screen down, so she's sharing the sound.
All right, wait, one more time. One more time. All right, this is it.
People are
If this
saying no change.
All right, I'm going to do one more. If it doesn't change, then this thing can go F itself.
Description column called mobile to mobile. It's a type of
No.
direction, type of transaction, and then the cell location. And so
Nothing?
No, we'll turn it all the way off. Keep it with the 2 times on the thing that we always use.
If no, what I'm saying is people would be noticing it if it was working. So,
Well, can you turn it off so that we can hear what it sounds like and be like, okay, I'm turning it on now because I'm not hearing any. Like we don't need to like play the guessing game when you're turning it on. Just say, okay, here it is.
all right, you play yours because I can't. It's too many things to push.
Oh,
it's in a crisp line going out either way. So I just want to make that clear. So
All right, now we'll
what
switch.
This would actually look like.
Pause you.
I think it would be better when he's sitting behind the mic, though. To be honest with you, not
I
standing. up.
get you, but this should be significant.
So the cell location provides the LAC LAC. That's the location area code for all the cell
Actually
towers
does.
located.
Now I can hear it. Yeah, it does sound better. Like I'm not getting like the hissing.
But it's not significantly louder.
It sounds louder isn't necessarily the thing. Crisper is a better description.
All right. Well,
I have, like, because of the boost, I have a lot of hissing, so it sounds much crisper with yours. Like it seems like it's filtering out all the ambient noise. I don't know that which makes it sound louder. I don't know that it actually is louder. It just sounds way crisper to me.
all right. So this might last 5 more minutes because I got a trial, but it's not doing what I thought it would.
How much
So
are they trying to charge for it first?
I don't know, but in my ears, it's so loud. So we'll just keep playing.
But you're going through the interface. You're not the one. Like, you have the setup. Everything sounds different for you.
Can you tell me what second you're at on yours so I can get to the same spot? What minute?
1923 it looks like, or maybe 36, somewhere. 19.
I'll go right here. Okay.
With his pork chop finger pointing at the thing right there. That's your thing. He's pointing up. Oh, you're too far. When he has his pork chop up there, his meaty little index finger, that's where we're at.
I think it's right here.
Well, I don't see his finger on the
Well,
screen.
because I'm all right.
I want to hear this shit.
I know. I'm trying to get to it. Oh, I got his meaty finger. Hold on.
Sweet.
I'm gonna bloop right before the finger. Oh, there's the finger again. I'm gonna start right here. Okay.
Sectors, they're perfectly 120-degree angles here. And so, and this little, I'm going to step back down if that's okay, Your Honor? Sure. Yes, sir. So this area here, that's just demonstrates the direction of the radio frequency, how it's going out. It doesn't mean that it stops here. And it doesn't mean that it's in a crisp line going out either way. So I just want to make that clear. So what this would actually look like would be an irregular shaped polygon out that way. You could have little areas out here, little areas out here, little area out there that it may cover. But the 2 and the 3 represent the sectors.
Okay. And the sector 2 of, and this is the cell tower by.
You fuck something. You got to go. You got to knock. You got two things playing. 100%. You got two things. I'm hearing this speak. Can
you hear me?
Hello. Dude.
I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on.
Oh my god. All right. This was not the time. You got screens going.
I can't hear you at all. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Shake your head. Can you hear the sound on the thing? Okay, I'm just gonna play it.
Double
That way
up.
I can't hear it.
All right, guys.
Birdsong, the truck stop cell tower, is that right?
Yes, it's up on Cox Road, up by the North 40 truck stop.
That is sector 2 of the truck stop cell tower is Zach Adams' home sector. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And And each entry on here is tracking either a text message or a phone call. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you able to recognize the phone numbers that are on this?
I can recognize some of them if I could get that exhibit back, so I don't have them devoted to memory.
Sure.
All right, the witnesses being handed, this is a report, exhibit 151. Is that correct, Mr. Boyan?
Yes.
Pulling this from 151.
This is 152.
And if you could be handy 152, if you could be handy 151 and 152, which is the
152.
So the first phone call at 8:19, do you know who is, it's an incoming call, right?
That's correct.
Do you know who it's from?
2073,
Take
Mr.
over.
Autry,
Something's
sitting
wrong.
attached to 091.
Take over.
Let me make sure I clarify. Mr. Autry's phone to Mr. Adams' phone.
And his phone,
Jesus. Why didn't she do that like when we had the asshole with the hours that were being worked instead of the phone dude?
The irregular shaped polygon out that way. You can have little areas out here,
I can
little
hear-
areas out here,
I can hear
little
this.
area out there that it may cover. But the 2 and the 3 represent the same.
and the sector 2 of, and this is the cell tower by Birdsong, or the truck stop cell tower, is that right?
Yes, it's up on Cox Road, up by the North 40 truck stop.
That is sector 2. And then at 8:58 is Zach Adams. Right? It's registering off of back on sector 2.
That's correct. Yes.
And
Did you just what is she doing? Oh my god. I don't know what she's doing. I mean, when this guy's
And-
sitting at the witness,
each entry on here is tracking either a text message or a phone call. Is that right?
like the lawyer is crisp, right? And I'm low because if you guys are wondering, I'm not underwater. I've turned my mic way down so that I don't blast you out. I can't hear how loud I am for you guys when I turn my mic down manually. Just so you guys know, I've had you guys like, I've got a very nice Shure mic. It's not, I just have no idea of knowing how I sound volume wise for you guys when I'm turning my mic down. But more importantly, the lawyer sounds very, very clear, right? Yeah, Allie's trying to install some new booster
All
like
right,
in the middle of a
shut it
live.
all off. Forget it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like that's something you do like when we're not on a live.
I
I'm
get
trying
it.
to figure that out.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And are you able to recognize the phone numbers that are on this? If you zoom in.
I can recognize some of them if I could get that exhibit back, so I don't have them devoted to memory.
All right, the witnesses being handed, this is a report, exhibit 151. Is that correct, Mr. Boyan?
Yes.
Pulling this from 151.
She'll get it figured out.
This is 152.
And if you could be handy 152, if you could be handy 151 and 152, which is the,
People are saying Mel has a good booster. And Mel was notorious for having awful sound over there. Like people are like, oh, I couldn't. So she must have gotten a good booster. Just hit her up, see what she uses.
Sure, I will.
Because I
If
think
not, if
that
she's on right now, but
I think that this sounds good right now. It really does. Like Court TV up their sound. Like that's what the issue is when the court feed is low and then they figure it out and they start boosting their levels. It gets better for us. So, because I don't have the extra boost on, because that's where you get the static. It sounds like interference.
152.
so the first phone call at 8:19, do you know who is, it's an incoming call, right?
That's correct.
Do you know who it's from?
2073, Mr. Autry, sitting attached to 091. let me make sure I clarify, Mr. Autry's phone to Mr. Adams' phone.
And his phone is receiving that text message in Sector 2 of Birdsong. Sector 2 of Truck Stop Cell Tower.
That's correct.
Okay. And if we, on the further down, we have a number 31523. That's this. Is that the same cell tower?
It is just on Sector 3.
Okay. So at 8:53, his cell phone is jumping to the other sector of the tower. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then at 8:58, it's registering off of back on Sector 2.
That's correct.
If I could turn your attention back to your report on page 11.
Before you move to that, Brazil, when you were talking about the clock, you said 12 to 4 was Sector 1, 4 to 8, Sector 2, 8 to 12, Sector 3. That's not what this is. You want to elaborate on that for me? please?
Yes, sir. So in general, I'm just using that as an analogy. Talk about 120 degree sector, what it looked like. So in this case, ATT tells us the half beam width for this sector was 120. So we take 60 degrees each direction of 120, and that's how we develop the sector here.
So it's not consistent from tower to tower.
No, sir, it's not.
You can ask follow-up questions there.
If I could draw your attention to page 11 of your report. What is this showing to us?
So this is depicting the phone number ending in 7352 and the phone number ending in 091, the towers they use and the sectors they use below. It also puts the ping information on here from 857, 902, and 910.
And what relevance is it that, because you're tracking Zach Adams' phone, which ends in 0191, is that right?
Yes. So
And Holly Bobo's phone, which ends in 7352.
yes. So 7352 would be the pink. 0191 would be the blue. And then you can see this is not really pink or blue, so can't get a good color there. So it's kind of a mixture of the blue and the pink on sector 3 there.
Okay. Moving on to the next page, on page 12, you are looking at a phone number of 2073, is that right?
Yes.
Whose phone is that?
That is Mr. Jason Autry's phone.
Okay. And where does Jason Autry's phone start the day?
This starts up using a tower up here in Camden, Tennessee.
And does it, what time is the first activity on that phone?
6:50 a.m.
Is it a call or a text message?
That's a text message. SMS stands for short message service. It's a text message.
And does Jason Autry's phone begin to move south that morning?
He used the next tower at 6:51.
Yeah.
651, it uses a tower further south located on 641. So you look at this sector, it's using a southern facing sector on this one at 650, it's using sort of a eastern facing sector on the next tower at 651. It's further south.
By 819, where is his phone?
Starts using sector 1 on the what you call in the truck stop tower, the one on Cox Road of I-40 and 641. Uses sector 1 from 819 to 840, and then from 852 to 855 it uses sector 2 of that same tower.
From 819 through 840, if you could you see the numbers on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize who Mr. Autry is communicating with throughout the time?
819, his phone is communicating with Mr. Adams' phone.
So at 819, that's Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes,
Okay. What about at 830?
830, Mr. Adams' phone communicates with Mr. Autry's phone.
What about at 838?
838,
Yes, sir.
again, Mr. Autry's phone to Mr. Adams' phone. And then at 838 again, Mr. Adams' phone to Mr. Autry's phone.
And this is 31521, one being the northern one sector of truck stop tower.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. At 852, does Mr. Autry's phone move to another sector?
At 852, it moves to sector 2 of that same tower.
Okay. And is that a text message or a phone call? Or a voice call?
At 852, that's a voice call
Okay. To who?
to Mr. Adams' phone.
What about at 8:55 a.m.?
Same thing, voice call to Mr. Adams' phone.
On page 13, this is tracking, is it true, Mr. Autry's phone between 8:42 and 10:48?
Yes.
Okay, so tell the court what's going on from where it begins and where it ends up.
So at 9:42 a.m., we see activity on a tower located right on I-40, the Birdsong exit. And we see it using sector 7 of that tower. This sector 7 points out toward the river. And then at 10:35, we see it move to sector 9 of that Birdsong tower, which points back to the west, in a western direction. Then at 10:36, still on sector 9 of that Birdsong tower. At 10:39, we see them using the truck stop tower sector 2. And then again at 10:48, truck stop tower at 10:48. And those are AM.
So we have him. I'm gonna go back one. When was the last time he is? When Mr. Autry was in on truck stop tower, previous page.
How's he doing with this? Is it?
Did he leave sector? Did Mr. Autry leave sector 2?
Your mic
Seems like-
your mic is super low, babe.
Super low?
For me, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Is that better? Do you have yours turned down still?
I do.
Mine's at 46.
I was at like 40.
I don't know what's going on, guys.
I mean, this guy's now going through Autry's phone and where he was, but like,
Testing.
we're talking about anywhere from a 24 mile to a 28 mile radius. Like, what is this showing? That they were in.
Does it sound like the attorney asking the question? This is like he
People are
understands what he's
saying that
asking.
you're only coming through in their left ear.
All right, I'm getting off of here and exiting and redoing it. Bye. I did this weird shit. Now I can't fix it.
Oh my God.
Of truck stop tower at 8:40 or 8:55.
No, 840, you use sector 1.
Sector 1. I'm sorry. At 8:55, he left. Mr. Autry left truck stop tower sector 2. Is that right?
In 855, he was on sector, his phone was on sector 2 of this tower right here, the truck stop tower.
Okay. And then the next what is the next activity on Mr. Autry's phone?
Can we go to the next page, please? The next activity was at 9:42. It's on sector 7 of the Birdsong Tower.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that there's there is a gap in activity between those two times?
There was nothing in the records in between those two times.
Then from sector 7 of Birdsong, Mr. Autry's phone travels to sector 9 of Birdsong. Is that right? At 10:35?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Autry's phone is back on truck stop cell tower sector 2 by 10:39 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'd like you to jump to page 15.
Testing. 1, 2,
Your
3.
report.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
You see that okay?
Yes.
Bye.
At the top, it's identifying
Testing.
cell phone number 731-733-0191, which is Zach Adams' phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movement of that phone between 9:10 through 10:37 a.m. Is that right?
Can you scroll up a little bit more, please, or zoom it out?
Yeah.
No, it's from 9:10 up until 10:49 a.m.
Because it's jumping sector.
The short answer, Travis, to that question is no. I mean, for me, this thing begins and ends with the fact that the radius in terms of the directionality of the way the tower points for the different towers we're looking at ranges somewhere in the area between 24 and 28 miles. Are we convicting people on being able to pin somebody to a 24 to 28 mile radius? I don't know what the fuck's going on with this shit, man.
He's changing tower sectors, yes.
So in regards to Mr. Zach Adams' phone, at 9:10 a.m., that phone is on truck stop sector 2.
That's correct.
At 9:12, he receives, well, is it a text message?
Yes, SMS, short message service, text message.
From 9:12, when does Mr. Zach Adams' phone next appear on the cell phone sector?
9:50. It's on the Birdsong Tower, Sector 7.
So we have a gap in time between, a gap in cell phone activity between 9:12 and 9:50 on Mr. Zach Adams' phone.
Yes.
And it starts, it leaves sector 2 of the truck stop tower at, let me phrase the question. The last time it's on the truck stop tower is 9:12 a.m. and then there's a gap.
Yes, at 9:12, and then there's a gap. Next activity is at 9:50 a.m.
And that is on what tower and what sector?
Birdsong Tower, Sector 7.
Can I hear this? Yeah. I apologize for jumping around to different documents. I'm trying to make this easier as to identifying these numbers.
The witnesses handed Zach Adams' cell phone activity.
Mr. Frizzell, if you could look at this document and see if it lines up with the calls starting at 9:10 on page 15 of your report.
No, sir, it doesn't.
Is there something missing?
Yes, 9:50 a.m. phone call.
59. The 9:50 incoming text message?
That's correct.
Okay. Actually, I wanted to ask a question about that. There is a 7-digit number there that, is that identifiable to a telephone number?
No, what I think that is called a short message code. And I don't know what it is. It could be from a,
Your Honor, witness doesn't know what it is.
Let's clarify where you're getting this from. Exhibit 151. Are you going to enter this as new exhibit 153?
I'm talking from 151 right now.
Okay. Are you going to enter the document that he's been handed?
Yes.
All right, objections, Mr. Bates?
No, Your Honor.
To Mr. Adams' cell phone activity. We'll mark this exhibit 153.
So-
now you're referring back to exhibit 151.
Yes.
Okay. Page 15.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
What is that 7-digit number?
yeah, I don't know. It could be a short message code.
Your Honor, if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
I'll move on.
Mr. Bates is objective and I'll sustain the objection.
So, although it's lacking, it's missing on this chart. if could you write in that the next activity on Zach Adams' phone is 9:50
Where is
AM.
it writing in?
on the exhibit for
Are
yes,
you gonna alter an exhibit that's already been entered?
yes, Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so let's be real specific and tell me what you did.
I would like the witness to enter the 9:50 incoming call SMS.
So there's a text message on Mr. Adams' cell phone between 9:10 a.m. and 10:03 a.m. that the witness is writing in a 9:50 SMS text message. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I don't know if it worked. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
What do you mean worked? Like what
if
did you do?
I tried uninstalling what I installed and blah 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 blah, and I don't know if it changed it back so people can hear me in both ears.
You think it had to have been that thing?
Yeah, it definitely was.
They're
But
still saying left ear only.
fuck me.
I don't understand why it would be like the interface is the interface. Like, is it filtering through?
It filtered through the microphone or something. Oh, God.
It's weird. Did you just delete that shit?
Yeah, and I tried to uninstall it, but it wasn't letting me.
Wow. All right. Well, we're going to keep going.
If you had that back.
Do I need to initial this or?
Yes.
Yes, just initially.
Exhibit.
So you done with it? Mr.
He's done.
Wilder?
Yeah.
You pass it?
Thank you.
Confirm that's what we correct.
At 10:03, Zach Adams receives a call.
That's correct.
Do you know who that number is?
Joe's video.
Okay, so it's an outgoing call. So he makes a call at 10:03 to Joe's video.
Yes.
Okay. What about at 10:10?
That is an incoming call from a phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin.
What about at 10:12?
That is an outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Michael Hughley.
What about at 10:13?
That is an outgoing phone call to a phone number associated with Joe's Video.
What about at 10:15?
Same outgoing voice call to Joe's Video. There's a second call at 10:15. Also outgoing call to a phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams.
At 10:16?
Let me look at that again. There's two 10:15 calls.
There's two.
There's two. One to Joe's Video, and then one to a number associated with Mr. Dick Adams.
Okay. What about at 10:16?
Did you say 16?
16, yes.
You gonna go through this entire list?
Yeah, just to identify
All right,
the.
Just give us a time, give me the description of the call and who the numbers associated with it.
Yes, sir. So at 10:16, looks like there's an outgoing phone call to a number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. At 10:18, incoming text message from, no, I don't know what it is. And then at 10:18, an outgoing text message to that unknown number. Again, at 10:18, an incoming text.
No, it's not, but I'm going to put it at 1.5. I'll put it at 1.25. We have enough wiggle room.
Text message from that unknown number.
All right, now this is not the list that I've got. I'm not sure which, I'm going off, is it 153?
153 is reflective of phone numbers we've identified to
Just Mr. Adams?
yes.
So what list is he going off?
He's going off of, I think, his report and text messages and phone calls that we can assign to individuals. The short form text messages, we don't know who they belong to.
All right, so we're back on exhibit 151, page 15.
Yes.
We're now at 10:18.
Okay, and then we had two at 10:18, one outgoing and one incoming, both text messages from the unknown number. 10:19, the incoming call, phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin. Another one at 10:18, outgoing call to a phone number associated, I think that's Joe's Video. At 10:20, outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin. 10:23, incoming text from an unknown number. When I say unknown number, I mean I don't know what it is. At 10:24, incoming phone call, voice call from a phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. 10:25, incoming text message. Number's not recognized on what it is. 10:29, outgoing text to a phone number associated with Rebecca Earp. 10:30, outgoing text to a number associated with Rebecca Earp. 10:31, incoming text from a number associated with Rebecca Earp. At 10:32, outgoing text, phone number associated with Rebecca Earp.
From there, does Mr. Zach Adams' phone move to another sector of the Birdsong Tower.
Yes, that's correct, Sector 9.
And he has a, can you continue to identify those calls?
Okay, at 10:35, an outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. A second 10:35, outgoing voice number to Mr. Dick Adams. 10:36, incoming text from a number associated with Rebecca Earp. At 10:36, an outgoing call, voice call, the phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. And at 10:37, outgoing text with a phone number associated with Rebecca Earp.
From there, does Mr. Zach Adams' cell phone move to another cell phone tower?
Yes, at 10:38, it moves to Sector 2, what we're calling the truck stop tower.
Can you finish out the list and identifying those numbers?
Starting at 10:38.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 10:38, that's an outgoing text to the phone number, Rebecca Earp. 10:39, outgoing text to Shane Austin's phone. At 10:40, incoming text from number don't recognize. At 10:40, outgoing text to an unrecognizable number. Again, at 10:40, same thing. Third time at 10:40, same thing. Excuse me. Let's do the 10:40s again. 10:40 a.m., incoming text. Don't know what that number is. 10:40, outgoing text. Don't know what the number is. 10:40, outgoing text. Don't know what the number is. 10:40, incoming text. Don't know what that number is. 10:42, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's number. 10:42, outgoing text, and unknown number. 10:43, outgoing text to Rebecca Earp's number. 10:43, incoming text from Shane Austin's number.
And then Zach Adams' cell phone moves to the Western.
So when is all the kidnapping and killing going on? Seems like he's awfully busy texting and calling people. Like, I just, this evidence sucks. It sucks. It really does. This is not powerful evidence.
Sector?
10:49, it moves to Sector 3 of that truck stop tower. It's an incoming text from that unknown number.
Thank you. Thank you for going through that. I want to bring your attention back to your report. Can you tell us where exactly these cell phone towers are in relation? So the truck stop tower, where is that?
What the fuck is going on with this guy's hair right now?
Basically at the intersection of 641 and I-40 is just a little bit north of that, across the road from the, I think it's called the 19 truck stop now. Back then, I think it was called North 40 truck stop. That's where that one's at.
And the Birdsong Tower, can you identify that for us on the map up here?
This is the Birdsong Tower. I forget the exit number 133, I'm thinking. On I-40, it's right there
You can
along
peek at it, Donna.
I-40.
Worth your time.
And I'm going to zoom in on this. So you have Sector 7.
It is a comb over, but it's like the front side comb over. So that it's like, oh, I don't have an 8 head anymore. Now I have like a 5 head, but it's thinning back. Like, dude, do not try to comb over the fact that you have a receding hairline up front. Because you know what happens? That happens. Like, we're not even getting the full frontal with this guy. We're getting like that side angle. I'm just saying. No. So, Chaos, the defense is done calling their witnesses. So these are the state's witnesses right now. So this is the state's phone guy. No, the the state's evidence sucks, just so I'm clear. You know, we're talking about, I mean, he's on the phone calling people or people calling him or texting like all fucking morning. First of all. So there's that piece that he's constantly on the phone when he's allegedly supposed to be kidnapping and killing somebody. Right? But seems very busy on the phone. Seems like a guy who's trying to score some meth is really what it seems like to me. With that kind of frequency, a lot of moving around, moving parts. And you know, just the size of the area that these towers cover, directionally speaking, is so fucking big that they can't pinpoint anything. Like somebody had it in chat. It was like a great question. It's like, I'm looking at this map that has nothing on it, but like who lives in these areas? Are there businesses in these areas? We're talking about 24 to 28 square miles is the range of some of these towers directionally. So 7, as you can see up there, would be directionally that way, like northeast. 9 would be northwest. 2 down there would be southeast. You see what I'm saying? And according to him, it covers a massive amount of area. Like we're talking 24 to 28 square miles. Like there is no pinpointing anybody with this evidence. And when you couple that, the inability to be able to pinpoint anybody, and you couple it with the fact that Zach is on his phone all fucking morning, either on phone calls, and I'm assuming Rebecca Earp, and correct me if I'm wrong, is his ex-girlfriend. I'm guessing, right? And I'm assuming Dick is his dad. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, are you calling your girlfriend or your dad when you're kidnapping and murdering a 20-year-old nursing student? I don't know. This case stinks to high heaven.
That's facing the river. I'm going to zoom in on this. So you have sector 7. That's facing the river.
Yes, it's pointing, the direction's going out this way, east, northeast.
So
The witnesses looking at, zoomed in, page 15 of exhibit 151, zoomed in on the tower, middle of the page, with sectors 9 and 7. Go ahead.
And the activity off of Zach Adams' cell phone that you read before down here, which is from 9:50
Thank you.
through 10:32. You show the court exactly where, or what area that activity was.
Somewhere in this sector 7.
Hunting for meth.
So you've gone through the blueprint of Jason Autry's cell phone and Zach Adams' cell phone. Could you tell the court significance as to where those 2 phones are moving from the truck stop tower towards the Birdsong Tower that morning?
Well, I
Testing,
can't tell you
testing.
where the phones were. All I can tell you is they used these towers.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Someone tell me you hear me in both ears. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. This is Allie. Can you hear me? People are gone. They're like, I'm out. All right, let's see. Left ear only. What the fuck?
Crime Zombie says, yes, you are good.
Yeah, but Brian's hearing left ear only.
Maybe
So
Brian's shit is fucked up.
no.
Okay.
Left
both
ear,
ears,
truth,
fuzzy,
justice.
fuzzy puff. No, Stacy, left ear. Akasha, yes, we can. Left ear, TV is good. Left
And
ear.
you guys are hearing Bob in both ears.
Yeah, I didn't put any fucked up
All
filter
right.
on my
Goodbye.
shit.
Where I've noted these sectors. Anywhere
Yeah,
in these sectors.
not
is
just
where
you,
the phones could
Brian,
be. So
everybody.
if you hand over from sector 7, and then go to sector 2 on this, it indicates to me that the phone's moving.
Oh, sorry.
I
Wrong
just don't know
button.
where.
Tried to hit the pop button. Paused it and made it worse.
Is there, based on the data that you looked at, do you have an opinion about Zach Adams and Jason Autry being together based on the cell phone usage?
So they both made outbound phone calls. I believe it was at 10:35.
Can you identify, you show us in the report where that is?
10:35, and out, this is Mr. Autry's phone number we're talking about here. At 10:35 a.m. an outgoing voice call to a phone number. I think we said that was associated with Mr. Dick Adams, I think. Yes, Mr. Dick Adams. As far as Mr. Autry's phone, I would need to look. It's on page 13 of my original report. Outgoing voice call at 10:35. He's on Mr. Adams' phone number ending in 2073. He's on sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower.
And the next activity on Jason Autry's phone is sector 2 of the truck stop tower, correct?
Well, at 10:36, he was still using, his phone was still using sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower. Then in 3 minutes, 2:39, using the sector 2 of the truck stop tower.
So at 10:36, Jason Autry's phone is showing activity off of sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower.
Yes,
And at 10:39, it then shows Jason Autry's phone having activity off of the truck stop tower in sector 2.
yes.
If you jump back to page 15, this is, and we look at on sector 9 of Birdsong at 10:37 for Zach Adams. I think it's the bottom right entry.
Yes.
The next, what is the next entry or sign of activity of the phone?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Ask me
I'm sorry,
again.
what was the, from 10:37, Zach Adams' phone is showing activity off of sector 9 of Birdsong, correct?
That's correct.
When is the next sign of activity for Zach Adams' phone?
10:38 p.m. sector 2 of the truck stop tower.
So you just went, talked about Jason Autry's activity at that time, and now Zach Adams. Does that mean anything to you?
They're not calling each other. I know that. Their phones are not calling each other. They both made outbound calls at the same time, using the same sector, the same tower. It's possible that they were together.
Their phones are both at one time off of sector 9 of Birdsong, and then minutes later active off of sector 2 of truck stop. Is that right?
That's right.
Page 16.
Parsons, Tennessee, yes.
Is this the Parsons cell phone tower?
Yes, down in Parsons, Tennessee, yes.
Mike Willis is looking at page 16 of exhibit 151.
And could you tell the court what activity is going on off of, is it sector 2 of the Parsons Tower? Is that south facing?
So associate the numbers.
Yes.
At 1116, and this is for, we're talking about on page 16, phone number ending in 0191. Sector 2, the tower located in Parsons, Tennessee, which is south facing. Outgoing text message to phone number Rebecca Earp. 1122, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's phone. 1123, outgoing text to Rebecca Earp's phone. 1134, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's phone. 1143, outgoing voice call to Joe's video. 1143, incoming voice call from Cindy Adams' phone number. 1145, outgoing voice call to Joe's video. 1148, incoming text from unknown number. 1149, incoming text from unknown phone number. 1210, outgoing text to unknown phone number. 1210, outgoing text to unknown phone number.
And this was part of your original report that you testified to at trial, right?
Yes.
DB, who works at Joe's video?
Your Honor, may I approach this?
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Pass this up.
Yes.
Okay, I would like to go through this map and have you identify some significant locations as it relates to the cell phone tower and different events in this case. So I think the first is let's do the cell phone towers.
Yeah, these locations are already marked on here.
Some, yes,
I'm
some.
going to enter this board as an exhibit.
Yes.
Let's describe it in general, and then let's enter it, and then you can make it. Objection to this, Mr. Baker?
No.
Okay. We're going to enter this map of the general area between
Judges?
I-40 and Parsons.
I think it may already be.
It is already marked, exhibit 102, a smaller version of this, and we had mentioned that we were going to bring in this larger block. So this is a larger version of exhibit 102, which was moved into evidence through Special Agent Ferguson.
I think it was
If you're going to mark on this, we'll need to mark it.
Yes, sir, I'm just for the court's record, and
Thank you.
yes.
Larger version of exhibit 102, we will mark it as exhibit 154. You may proceed.
I want to identify the cell phone towers first.
Okay.
So we have the truck stop tower.
It's going to be right along here.
And the birdsong tower.
It's going to be about right here.
Describe these type of stickers.
Yes, sir.
That's
A blue sticker, sir, for the truck stop tower just north of I-40 at 641. We placed a red circle sticker at the Birdsong Road I-40 intersection for the Birdsong Tower.
And I'll mark them.
You okay with Mr. Brown marking these? Mr. Baker?
Sure, Your Honor.
I hope they're more than sticky notes, so no stick to it.
We hope so.
Or sticker or a sticky note.
Okay.
The Shiloh Tower.
Well, that's going to be a little difficult because it's right off the edge of this map. So
Could you put it as close as you think you can?
I'm going to put it right on the edge. And I put your writing upside down. I'm sorry. It's going to be just off the left edge of this board a little bit. I think it's going to stick.
There are several towers around the Bobo's residence that Holly Bobo's phone connected to the morning of April 13th, 2011. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so can we walk through that?
yes.
And that's reflected in your report. I can catch that as you go through it. Now, if you could chronologically go through the activity on each tower and tell me the tower I will.
Can we go to page 8, please?
This is exhibit 151, page 8.
Five two, known to be Holly's phone. She used phone number ending in 7352, known to be Holly's phone. She used a tower in Chesterfield, Tennessee. That's to the west of where she lives, along Highway 412. So she lived in the Darden community. The Chesterfield community is a little next one over, it's unincorporated. She used that tower, 730, 731, 740. Let me back up. So at 730 and 731, she used the Chesterfield tower. 733, it's transition that tower way down in Scottsdale, Tennessee. Two times outgoing text messages at 733. Then at 740, back on the Chesterfield tower. 742, used a tower in Decatur, Tennessee. 753, use the tower we've already mentioned, it's in Parsons, Tennessee. 754, use the tower in Decatur, Tennessee. 759, back to the tower in Parsons, Tennessee. 807, 809, 810, 811, Chesterfield, Tennessee. And then we see it moved to the Shiloh Tower up here at 817, and again at 826. And then it transitions to the Truck Stop Tower at 906.
And so how many towers do we have for this area?
6, her phone utilized it more.
Okay, and this is a pretty large area.
It's half the county.
Okay. Is your expertise in your opinion that that is a small number of towers for such an area?
Well, so we're talking about a rural area. So they use large towers called macro towers. They're tall, and they're going to cover a large area. Unlike where I live in Nashville, urban area, there's going to be many more towers covering small areas, higher population.
On that board, we mark the Parsons Tower.
It's going to be,
All right, pause one
We're
more
right
time.
along
This
here.
is the last time I'm trying this. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Do you guys hear me?
Are you in both of your headphones?
Yeah. But I've always been in both of my headphones.
I think it's, I don't know. I obviously I'm not wearing headphones, so I don't know.
Yeah. Let me know what you guys.
It's
Oh
in
my
the only,
God.
volume good left here only. It's a mono stereo side.
I've checked everywhere. I've changed it all.
Like,
From
what did you do exactly? Like what did you do? Did you upload something?
I did. I turned it off.
You have to remove it.
I did. I removed it. I rebooted. I uninstalled it. I rebooted my computer. I went into every like hidden setting. It's like this audio MIDI or something like that, where it lets you like change the I don't know.
Have you left the studio completely?
Left the studio, re-entered the studio, quit Chrome, rebooted my computer. So
Yeah, I mean, frankly, it kind of does sound like you're just coming out of the one
It's really
channel for
annoying.
me, because I have two speakers on my Mac, and
I
Yeah.
mean, maybe I can call for help after the holidays, because don't we have like the Mac, whatever it's called?
yeah.
I don't know if they're going to even know how to help me, but
All right, let's keep rolling.
all right, you want me to run to the store for you?
I mean,
All right, bye.
ah,
Be a little more descriptive with the sticker and the location plate.
Sure. So the green sticker would be representative of the Parsons Tower.
Yes.
Um, the Bobo's home, where would that be on this map?
There's a house, a blue house, depicted on here already. On Swan Johnson Road.
Um, Shane Austin's house, where is that on this map?
It's up at the northern end of Decatur County along Yellow Springs Road. It's depicted as a gray house on this map.
And Zach Adams' home.
Zach Adams' home is in the northern end of Decatur County, just south of I-40 along 641. It's depicted on this map as a black house.
There are two phones indicated down here. Do you know what those are for?
So one's a red phone, looks like an old phone time receiver. That's where Holly's cell phone was located. The other was blue in color, and that's where her SIM card was located. It came out of her phone.
Are there other items of her person represented on the map?
There's a red pin, the bulb on it, looks like a pin. It is labeled victim's property. That's up along Yellow Springs Road.
What about the blue pin?
Oh, there's a blue pin along here. I think that's Gooch Road where it says victim's property.
Do you know what property was down there?
Lunchbox, I think.
You know what this exhibit is?
You could put that down. I would like to have just put that into evidence.
Yeah, I'm like, it's 54, right?
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Johnny Walker?
Yes.
And he had certain opinions and had done certain work on this case.
Yes, he did.
And it offered certain theories about what had happened. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what you believe to be inaccurate and wrong about his conclusions?
He prepared a report and he wrote it, in my opinion, as factual rather than opinion. He labeled specific roads at specific times that Holly's phone would have traveled and where it would have turned. And there's just no way that we can determine that at all based on the call detail records that we have. All we know is the tower was used, in which sector was used. His motive is good to try, because we were all trying to figure out what path would we go. But the label that it turned on a certain road at a certain time, we just can't say that.
He's trying to get in front of Doug with that question. Trying to get in front of the defense coming up.
Before we get back to page 16 of your report,
Yes.
at 11:16 a.m., where was Zach Adams' cell phone showing activity?
At 11:16 a.m.,
Yes, sir.
his phone utilized the tower located in Parsons, Tennessee on sector 2, which is south facing.
One more. We talked about this earlier. On Zach Adams' cell phone, there was activity, we refer to say around like 4:58 a.m.
Yes.
From that time, 4:58 a.m. through 8:19, was there any activity on his phone?
No.
Those are my questions.
Just thanks for your comments. We'll take a break. But I want to clarify something. On exhibits 151 and 153. 53 appears to be detail of Zachary Adams' cell phone activity. That's what it's labeled.
Mhm.
And we had the witness handwrite in one SMS text message at 9:50 a.m. from an unknown, either to or from an unknown number.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As the witness was detailing all this cell phone activity, there appears to be multiple communications with an unknown number, whether it's text or phone call. I'm not sure that matters, but would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so 153 is the activity of Mr. Adams' phone to and from known numbers.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so really the addition of that 950 text, was there something specific that? you needed to
No,
put it out there?
I should better articulate that, but that's from known individuals that we were able to identify because
Well, again, that 950 text, was that a known person?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, I'll let you ask the follow-up questions to any of that you need to.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any further, we're going to make this for about 10 minutes. I'm going to take a break. We need to discuss your testimony. If anyone for this, thanks, Tony, you sit down.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. 10 minutes.
Another break. Got some blooping. Wow, long ass break. Ate up all of our blooping time. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Short break, my ass.
All right, God, I think I fixed it.
Wait, speak.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
You sound in stereo to me.
Somebody please tell me I'm in stereo. Or just tell me the truth. Don't lie to me. People will be like, let's just give her a break.
No,
Same.
we need to know. We need to know.
Oh my God.
Oh, no.
But most people are saying both ears. But someone else says I don't even want to say it.
Yeah, Dana, I should. I'm still only
Oh my
getting
God.
left ear. Was it the Motu thing? How much shit did you upload, sis?
All right. I'm headed to you. I'm not even gonna have time to fix any of this. Whatever. Yeah. I gotta run to the store for you, and then I gotta leave.
Native question says you're in both ears.
Yeah, but
I'm so confused.
some people are hearing like here. Tiff says left only, left for a bunch of
But
them.
why are
so-
some people saying both ears?
Well, they've never only heard left ear. Maybe those people don't have like the same distinction. It's insane.
What do you
All right,
mean?
try one more time. Audio, stereo.
It's a channel thing. It's like mono versus stereo.
Yeah, but I have it.
Jimi
set to
Hendrix.
stereo.
You can always
All right,
hear.
I changed one more thing. Bum 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 bum. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. And double check Bob. Make sure it's not always been like this.
No, I'm in
Dana
both.
says I hear Bob in both and Allie only in my left. All right, well, I've taken out everything else, so I don't understand it.
I only have a right earbud in, and I can hear Allie. Amanda says. Oh, Cammy says that guy's eyes look creepy. Are you talking about Zach?
Oh, God.
I mean,
Poor
I don't
guys.
know that they're. It just looks like he's got, some sunken.
All right, I'm going to the store for you, and I'll figure this out after the
I
holidays.
mean, you said that 20 minutes.
Now I really am. Bye. in my pajamas, by the way. Can you hear that?
I mean, I'll have if you want to come up, sit
Nope,
up
I'm
here.
going. No, I'm going.
I would have up and been gone. Up and been gone. Made of question. All right, we're ready. Doug's about to get in that ass. Waiting for the judge to come up. Wow, they're really eating all of our blooping. So sad. So sad. See, I don't just have the sound effect. I actually have the goat. I feel like I can't use it because multiple other creators are using the goat scream, but I've always loved it. It's hilarious. All right. Are we going to have to go through Core TV to fixing their mic, their levels? Have they not turned the volume up? What the fuck's going on? Oh my God. What is happening? Did Allie fuck up the whole thing? Wait a second here. Let me go back.
Well, that's going to be a little.
Okay, so sound's working there. Proof. Oh my God. All right. We got to. Whoa. Core TV be fucking up. Core TV be fucking up. Core TV
What?
be oh.
No, I mean, it's data, it's what it is. Phone calls connected to a tower on a particular sector at a particular time.
Okay. Was it important to you for what was at trial Exhibit 208 to present a complete and accurate description to the jury?
Yes.
Any reason why you would not fully describe to the jury the information the cell data reflects?
No.
Okay. If we can, Your Honor, the state's version is in color. Would it be possible for them to pull up their version?
151?
Yes, sir.
Report. Mr. Boyano, you're all right doing this. Thank you. Page you're going to?
We'll go to page 8.
Page 8, exhibit 151.
And so,
Okay. You agree that prior to 8 a.m. that Miss Bobo's cell phone was drawing from various towers?
All right, here's the deal. I want to hear this whole cross. We're going back. I switched it over to where Along Crime did not have the glitch. Okay, so sorry, not sorry. We must do it. We must. If I survive that incredibly boring direct, I have to hear the plot.
You know, I really don't remember.
See, Long Crime doesn't
When
have
did you?
captions, though.
You were any?
Okay, looks like he's just about getting started here.
In 2011, were you working in the technical services unit?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what all capabilities does the technical service unit have in TBI?
It involved our digital forensic examination group. It involved our, excuse me, internet crimes against children group, which is that's what I was a part of. So I investigated child sexual abuse cases.
And the digital forensic unit, what is capabilities?
Computer forensics, phone forensics, things like that.
Surveillance videos?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Have you ever been asked to analyze surveillance videos in the case, in the Holly Bobo case?
I have not, no.
Are you aware of anybody?
No, sir, I don't think so.
You aware of any requests to try to determine a more fine-tuned, clarified version of any surveillance videos in this case?
Not that I'm aware of. No. They may have, but I don't know.
How soon before you came into the Holly Bobo case?
Well, it was that day.
Okay. And when did you meet John Walker?
You know, I really don't remember. I know we met in July, but I don't remember specifically meeting him before then.
What was your understanding of his involvement?
I didn't have any understanding.
Okay. So when you met him, describe that then.
So I remember we were in Decaturville because an FBI person had arranged with AT&T to do a drive test, is what we call it. And so I was under the assumption that it was just going to be us three. Mr. Walker showed up along with several other people. And then that day we had a discussion about, okay, what are we going to do? And Mr. Walker rode with AT&T engineer that particular day and conducted what I'm going to call a partial drive test. And we waited for the results.
Any other involvement with Marshall Walker?
Yes, I was directed to interview him along with Special Agent Martin Lewis in October. I think it was October of 2014.
Did you have any part in reporting him to federal agencies?
No, I didn't know. My superiors did.
Prior to some point, the work was trying to track Holly's phone, correct?
Well, we're trying to determine where it could have been, which we just can't do.
But that was the point.
Yes.
And we're going to go through things. Let me ask this. Have you had a chance to review Jonathan Reed's trial testimony in 2017?
Yes.
Any issues with the accuracy of his report?
I don't think so.
All right. At some point, the cell data, the raw data was provided in discovery, correct?
You talking about the call detail records?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And the call detail logs had essentially this information just in a slightly more technical format.
Yes.
You could tell the date, the phone call, and the cell tower for each activity.
That's correct.
How soon in discovery was this generated and provided to defense counsel, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
You have no memory of it being withheld.
No.
And your report was August 31st, 2017,
Yes.
about 10 days before trial. Who told you, why was it released right before trial?
I don't know.
When was this report generated by you?
Oh, well, probably some draft versions before that date, but that date.
When did the drafting begin?
For that report, I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Measured in months?
I don't remember much, sir.
Maybe.
Years. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you communicate with defense counsel or any agent of defense counsel prior to the releasing this report?
Yes. Yes, I met with Ms. Thompson and a group of people that were with her at TBI headquarters.
Okay. Anybody else?
ADA Steve Ragland was present.
Anybody else?
I don't remember anybody else.
Do you remember in the fall of 2016, the locates data being requested by Mr. Scholl?
Who's Mr. Shaw?
Representative Jason Autry.
Oh my,
No, I don't.
Okay.
this fucking guy.
When you generated your report, did you come up with the parameters of it, or was it in consultation with the district attorney's office?
Talking about the time frame of that morning.
Yes, sir.
I think we determined start at a particular time for the day and stop at a particular time of the day.
Okay. Did you determine that, or was it exclusively, or was it in consultation with the district attorney's office?
Probably in consultation with the DA.
CC.
Same thing in terms of what is reflected on these exhibit slides. Did you have exclusive discretion, or was it in consultation with the district attorney's office?
No, I don't remember. So I think you're asking me, did we add things or exclude things?
I'm asking you, when you prepared these exhibits, did the DA's office tell you or consult with you as to what it needs to reflect?
No, I mean, it's data, it's what it is. Phone calls connected to a tower on a particular sector at a particular time.
Okay. Was it important to you for what was at trial exhibit 208 to present a complete and accurate description to the jury?
Yes.
Any reason why you would not fully describe to the jury the information, the cell data?
Y'all, Law and Crime does not have closed captioning. So I had to switch to go back to listen to the cross. When I catch back up to where I think it started, where the sound was fixed with Court TV, I'll switch back to Court TV because they do have the captioning. I like the captioning as well. So, but it's not an option with Law and Crime.
Reflects.
We'll have to do it for probably 7-8 minutes.
If we can Remember, the state's version is in color. Would it be possible for them to pull up their version?
151?
Yes, sir.
Report. Mr. Boyano, you're already doing this. Thank you. Page one.
Wow. This
Go to page 8.
the imagery of that is horrifying. I'm alive. Oh.
Okay. You agree that prior to 8 a.m. that Miss Bobo's cell phone was drawing from various towers that have historically been used for her home tower, for her, what is her home tower?
What do you mean her home tower?
The tower that,
Did he just say, what do you mean her home tower? What the fuck do you think that means, bro? It can only mean one thing. All right, let's see. I think this is right. Let me see. All right, so the first place he turns around. Okay, boom. All right, I'm gonna share this tab instead. Mute that mofo right there. All right.
historically been used for her home tower, for her, what is her home tower?
What do you mean her home tower?
The tower that her cell phone has coverage.
She uses multiple towers.
Okay.
Yes.
The point is, prior to moving north, I believe at 817, there's no indication that her cell phone was moving.
No, I can't say that because generally uses those towers there. Yes. So can I step down again?
Sure.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes. So yes, so we use this tower here in Chesterfield, the one in Parsons, the one in Scalable. For some reason, this one way down here in Scottsdale, that's
Sorry, I'm just trying to get these things situated.
not normal.
Okay. You read Mr. Reeves' report that said from 5:04 to 11 a.m., there was activity on Holly Bobo's device on a variety of cells located in the Darden and Parsons area. Based on historic records, these are cells that typically provide service and around the Bobo residence.
I would agree with that, yes.
All right. So prior to 8:11 a.m., no indication of movement of Miss Bobo's cell phone.
That's right.
All right. The Shiloh Road Tower, can you point to it? And to be clear, it has 360 coverage.
Yes, it does.
And so I believe I refer to it as 10961, 10962.
That's right.
All right.
You know, on this one, that's depicting the two sector.
Correct. And if you're close to these two towers, you can draw off either one. Correct?
Be more specific.
If-
which tower?
If a cell phone is close to the intersection between different sections of a tower, they can draw off either one.
So you're, make sure I understand.
Yeah.
So if you're close along this line here, so it could be sector 1 or sector 2,
Correct.
maybe, yes, maybe.
And you may have a seat. If the witness can be passed exhibit 154, the diagram.
Your Honor, may I approach?
If he's gonna bring an easel.
I'm gonna put it on.
No, man, I'm gonna stand here and hold it. That's fine. Well, fuck it. I'll put it on the easel then.
Okay. Now, there's two types of reported information coming to conclude Holly's phone. First, there's cell phone activity.
That's right.
And there's cell phone activity on 817 and 826, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to give you two red stickers that are marked 817 and 826. Can you Put on Exhibit 154 at 817, what tower information or where? Okay.
I got it back. It's gonna be upside down.
Okay.
Now, that tower is off this map a little bit.
Okay. And 826, same thing. And you know how many feet, yards, or meters that area is located, projecting from this tower?
No,
So you can't say on the map where along this potential route this cell phone's taking to track it, and I'm going to turn them upside down.
I'll get more.
There you go. 817 and 826.
Well, we have a partial idea because of the ATT drive.
All right, we'll get to those pings.
Okay. No, it's not the ping, it's the drive they did.
The driver that John Walker participated in.
Yes,
Fair to say the going belief was the 817 was south and the 826 was north.
no, both of them were south.
I'm saying direction of travel. 817 was further south than the 826. The 826 was north than the 817.
I can't say that because I don't know the sector coverage, how far south it goes. I don't know.
We know at 811 where the home is, that's south.
Yes,
Now, the next activity from the cell phone activity, not the ping, the cell phone activity is what time?
.906.
And what tower is that?
This truck stop tower on sector,
I've got you a sticker, sir.
sector 3.
Place it. Okay. Now, your page 8 of your exhibit at trial ended at 9:06, correct?
On page 8, yes.
Why did it end at 9:06?
No more phone activity on the tower.
Okay. The 9:06 is at the last phone activity that somebody's calling Miss Bobo's phone.
Let me look. I think that's correct. Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree with me that if you start at Swan Johnson Road at the bottom left of this map, exhibit 154, if it hits 817 and 826 along the Shiloh Tower, direction of travel is south to north.
I can agree with that. Yes.
You agree on the ground there was no evidence found traveling northbound from the Swan Johnson Road to the Shiloh Road Tower.
I don't think there was. No.
Then you can agree with me the direction of travel seemed eastbound to get to the 906.
Yes.
All right. Now, what's the difference between the ping and the cell phone activity?
Okay. So the cell phone activity is when use my phone again, just an example. I press send, it registers with the network. It's going to register with a tower in a sector where I'm receiving strong enough signal to communicate. That's the call detail record. A ping is when we're asking the network, can you reach out and find that phone and give us a location for it? And this one, and these pings are only tower based. I want to make clear they're not satellite based.
And page 9 of your today's exhibit 151, you have 3 pings reflected, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why did you put these pings on this document to show the jury?
Because it's part of the record. We're trying to find their phone.
It's important, isn't it?
It is important.
All right, I'm going to hand you the first yellow number 1 to put where the ping is.
Well, you talking about the latitude, longitude they gave us for it? Or-
Yes, sir.
Or where the tower?
You have a general area reflected on page 9, and you can look behind you to see.
So that first one's going to be, I'm going to use 1 to be the marker, and this is a guess. Right along in here.
And that area could come all the way down to the interstate, correct?
Yes,
Why don't you put it by the interstate?
that's not where the ping location was.
It says, but the location could be by the interstate, right? I'll give you a separate one.
Well, the location of what?
Give you 1A. And can you put within the area of the first ping close to the interstate? Within the coverage of the first ping?
I can.
And it's consistent with the data, correct?
What? Let me see if I understand. You said to put it for the location of.
Just by the interstate in the same circle as the first ping.
I can do that for you. So it's going to be right along here.
Second ping. First, reflect where it is on your exhibit 9.
It's not exhibit 9, it's page
I'm-
9
I
of
apologize.
exhibit 151.
And is where you've marked 2, is that close to the interstate?
Yes.
Now you have ping 3. And I'd like for you to put ping 3 where at first it's on page 9 of your exhibit today, 151. Now, if we look at what you've drawn, it appears the cell phone is traveling due east. Correct?
Agreed.
All right. Now, with 3A, I'm going to give you 3A. Can you place 3A within the coverage tower as close to highway, I believe 641 as you can?
Say that one more time for me, sir.
Place ping 3 as close to 641 within the coverage area. All right, now you can have a seat, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you're a jury and you're looking at that, whether the travel goes east or south depends on whether there's a fourth ping, right?
It can help. Yes, sir.
What do you mean it can help?
Well, so there is a fourth ping
Why is it not on the exhibit?
because we covered that in a different exhibit.
Again, for the record, now, a different page of the exhibit. We're talking about one collective exhibit, correct, with multiple pages.
Okay, we're starting at page 9.
I'll let him ask his questions and let's clarify these different pages. We're all still in exhibit 151, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Is for the fourth ping on page 10?
Is it on page 10?
Yes, sir. That's my question.
No,
Page 11,
no,
12,
no,
13,
no,
14,
no,
15,
no,
16,
no.
17.
Yes,
17 is the 925,
that's correct.
unrelated to the first 3 pings. Right?
So it's on a separate page by itself. Yes, sir.
Who told you to put that there?
Ooh, nobody.
All right, I'll give you number 4. Put the fourth ping where the fourth ping is.
Spoyano, flip to page 17, please.
Yes, sir.
So the court can see it.
And with a 4A, can you show the closest to 3A within the coverage area of 4? This fourth ping is. Now, Mr. Frisell, you can have a seat. Do you agree with me that these 4 pings taken together show the route of the pings in a clockwise direction, starting northwest, east, then south?
So I agree that it indicates that we know the phone went north, east, and then south.
Any idea why you put the fourth ping 19 minutes away on a completely different slide?
There is no reason.
Answer the question, pimp.
Who told you to not have the 4 pings shown together?
I don't think anybody told me that.
Ask the question, Doug.
You would agree the cell activity and the pings, you would agree with me, show from Swan Johnson Road, traveling north, east, south.
North, east, and south. Yes, sir.
Now, there was a period of time where there was no activity of movement that morning, correct?
There's a period of time where there's no activity on the network.
And where is that?
So the last one for that morning was 8:26 for the Shiloh Tower in that sector 2 that we were pointing at earlier. And then there's no activity, no outbound or inbound communication to her phone until 9:06.
And with this pink Post-it note, sir, can you place it on the map where that is?
Where no activity.
The
is?
no activity.
Well, I can place this up there, but we just don't know where that happened.
Okay. Is it between the 826 ping? Do you have any data to suggest it's south of the interstate?
We don't have any of that.
All right. Why don't you place in this blue sticker where the body was found?
I think it's right on here. It's already indicated on here, sir,
Okay.
with a little outline, but I'll put it right up above.
And is that in the same area where no activity was for 30 minutes?
Well, let me phrase it this way. So we know, can we go back to, was it page 8?
Sir, before you explain, can you say yes or no, whether it's in the same area?
You can answer the question with an answer. It doesn't have to be Mr. Bates' answer.
Okay.
Go to page 8, please.
See, a jury may not catch when a cop is being slippery with their answers. You know who's going to catch it? The judge. Just answer these fucking questions. Like this, we are not in front of a jury. Let's try to get to the truth here. This is simple. This is a simple thing. Just answer the fucking questions truthfully, period. Quit playing games with people's lives. I'm over it.
Told you the wrong page. Page 9, sorry. So at 826, we know that Shiloh Tower Sector 2 was used. Then from 826 to 906, we know there was no activity. At 857, we know there's a ping here. And then at
Y'all, this is not a jury trial. Zach Adams has been convicted and sitting in prison for a long time. This is a post-conviction Relief Act petition. So this is after his direct appeal. They got newly discovered evidence, which appears to me to be Brady material. They came back with the petition. They filed the petition. Judge looked at the petition. Judge told the state, you better respond to this shit. State responded. The judge says, well, we're going to have a hearing. To make it to this step of post-conviction is a huge deal. It is extremely difficult because, as you can see, it has all the earmarks of a trial: witnesses testifying, direct and cross-examination. The difference being the judge is making all the decisions here. No jury. This is a judge listening to the evidence the defense is presenting. We are now at the portion where the defense has rested and the state is now trying to rebut what the defense put on during its portion of the presentation. So that's what we're doing. Different judge. This is not the trial judge. This is a completely different judge. This is not the same prosecutor. This is a different prosecutor. This is a subsequent prosecutor. You should go back and watch from the last 2 days of hearings, which took place late November, You should watch the original prosecutor, the woman who prosecuted Zach Adams. She was on the stand. That's appointment television. So the players are different. Zach Adams' lawyer, Doug Bates, is not his trial lawyer. His trial lawyer also testified. And all different players, which is not unusual when you're talking about post-conviction work. It's a fascinating thing. We don't get to see these very often. These are very, very rare. Very rare. The only other one that I've covered and I dipped on it and I still owe the end of it is Mullis, corn rake guy. That was a full one too. We're still waiting on decision. I still have time because they haven't decided it. But this is far worse than the corn rake. They convicted this guy with zero evidence other than a co-conspirator who is, at the time, facing a death penalty trial. And so this guy changes his whole fucking story and says, oh yeah, it was Zach Adams did it. I was with him. Only problem is that this ATM footage surfaces and dude's not in the truck. And I'm talking about their star witness who came with the full confession. Now, there's zero evidence here. There's no forensic evidence linking Zach Adams to this crime at all. And we're going through the phone data, which, as you can tell, you don't need to be a phone expert, because I'm certainly not, to know that this is hot garbage. This is some 2G bullshit. They can't pinpoint anybody's location. And now what he's trying to pin him onto is why, at trial, when you put a slide up, didn't you put the ping, the fourth ping, that's decidedly inconvenient for your timeline and your theory on the same slide as the first three pings? And the answer is simple, because it fucked our timeline. That's why, if this cop was being honest, Doug's trying to get him to say, yeah, it was the prosecutor told me to do that. He won't do it. He won't say it. So that's where we're at here. That's where we're at here. And so Doug is now crossing their phone guy.
(9:02), we know there's this ping off the truck stop tower. This first ping, probably sector 1 of the Shiloh Tower. So, no activity. I can't tell you where it was. All I can tell you, sir, is from 8:26 to 9:06, there was no network activity except for these two pings right here.
And where you were pointing was where the body was found.
In this overlap section, yes.
Now, you may have a seat, sir. From Swan Johnson Road up to where the body was found, there was no physical evidence thrown out or found whatsoever.
I'm not aware of anybody finding any evidence up that way except for Gooch Road.
Evidence between pings 3 and 4, there was evidence, between 2, 3, and 4, there was evidence found, correct?
Yes.
And at the last ping, there was multiple parts of evidence thrown out, correct?
The last one, number 4.
Yes, in that area.
Well, I know her phone was found down there and then her SIM card sometime later.
In her lunchbox.
The lunchbox was not inside ping 4.
What was?
Her house and the phone, her phone,
What evidence was by Gooch Road, if you know?
the lunchbox.
Okay. You would then surmise Well, I'll tell you what. You're looking at what we've just created together. Do you remember looking at John Walker's map?
Yes.
Do you recognize we've recreated it today together? With one exception, he had 817 south of 826.
Can we look at it? Can we look at it?
The witness can be passed exhibit 4, please.
See if you can project it.
Exhibit 5. I apologize.
Welcome to the fam, JoJo. You got a lot of family hugs today.
So ask me your question again, please.
You agree, John Walker's map shows a general clockwise direction of travel beginning on Swan Johnson Road.
Yes, this map does, yes.
Identifies the area we've identified of no activity and where remains were found.
Her remains were found in that area, yes.
Continues a direction of travel with the cell phone east, then south.
Yes.
Now, have you traveled between cell towers in this area to see them?
Yes, I have.
How far do you think it took you to get from the Birdsong Tower to the truck stop tower?
Going down I-40?
Yeah.
6 minutes.
If you can refer, the witness can be passed exhibit 153. Now this is,
Excuse me, Mr. Bates, would there be any other, you might use it.
I might use it.
Well, let's move it. Sure. It's strategically blocking witnessing. I apologize here. Let's move it over, maybe right in front of the podium. Oh, we'll right behind the podium.
And you would agree this is a summary, exhibit 153 of Zach Adams' activity that morning.
Yes.
All right. Now at 8:19, Zach's cell phone receives his first activity from, I believe the last one was 4 a.m. in that ballpark, correct?
4:58, I think.
And let's at 4:58, what was the activity like prior to that?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember whether there was multiple communications with Rebecca Earp between midnight and 4 a.m.?
I don't.
Do you remember testifying at trial about this?
No, I don't.
You remember being asked, page 1719, question 819. So this is the first time that morning that this phone is utilized. Answer, after the time you just established, there was some around midnight, hour later, some around almost to 5 a.m.
Okay.
I believe if I remember right, 454 and 458.
Yes.
And you remember who it was with?
No, I can look.
If you have it in front of you, please.
So at 4:54, there was an outgoing SM or text message to, I don't know whose number that is. And then at 4:58, there's an outgoing call to 731-614, Brandon Williams. Oh,
You remember the midnight and earlier ones on your records?
no, sir, they're not.
Okay. The first record you have, well, let me ask this. The 4 o'clock records, what sector was it on?
I should have looked. Sector 2, what we're calling the truck stop tower today.
And I call it 31522.
Yes, that's right.
All right. From 4 till 8:19, there's an incoming text message. And Zach is on what tower?
Same, 31522.
His home tower.
Yes,
And we know Holly's phone during that time, between 8:17 and 8:26, is at the Shiloh Tower.
it's using the Shiloh tower. We know that her phone used that tower. What were the times? 8:17 and 8:26.
And we know from the pings, which we've labeled 1 and 2, Holly's phone is west of Highway 641.
That's right.
Zach's phone is on his home tower,
That's right.
east of 641.
That's right.
Just like it was at midnight, 4 a.m., 8:19, 8:35, 8:37, 8:38. Correct?
Correct.
And I believe the sector 3 and sector 2 of this home tower would use both at times.
I think it's possible they could do that. The networks are designed to try to prevent that flip-flopping going back and forth.
The only answer you have is Zach wasn't with his cell phone. He can't be in 2 places at once, can he?
What do you mean?
He can't be on the home tower.
What?
And on Shiloh Tower.
No, we know his phone didn't use the Shiloh tower during this 8:19 to 8:38 timeframe. He used the 31522.
Press him on that.
Did you travel to the Birdsong Tower and see how close these sectors 39077, 39079, and 39078?
I've been to that tower, yes, sir.
Okay.
Real quick here. You know what the best example that this judge is seeing and hearing about in terms of a lawyer that is prepared to handle this type of evidence or would have been at trial is Doug Bates. He is the difference. When we hear about what Thompson did at trial and didn't address any of these issues at trial, the way that Doug Bates is, it makes it crystal clear for the judge that she wasn't competent. She was ineffective. There's no better example than seeing what should have happened at trial as to this evidence. This evidence came in at trial, and it wasn't attacked like this. I would have liked to have seen Doug keep pressing him, but again, we're not in front of a jury here, and Doug is assuming that the judge gets it. Yeah, I think he's getting a new trial.
We can go to exhibit, page 13 of exhibit 151. And if I'm correct, using your call log from 153, same data we've looked at with Mr. Reeves, between 10 on page 2 of page 153, Mr. Adams is,
I'm sorry, page 2 of 153.
I apologize, page 2 of 153.
Oh, exhibit 153.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
And you would agree that in the top third, for 1032, Zach is on sector 7, and then 3 minutes later, he's on sector 9.
What page are we on? I'm a little confused.
Page 2.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And you can just turn behind you for
Yes,
reference. It's page 13.
Okay. May I stand?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I noticed when you were explaining the 3-minute difference, you did a loop like a U. Any reason why you did that to show his direction of travel?
No.
Because what's the quickest way to get from tower 39077 and 39079?
Straight path up and back over up to the exit on I-40.
And if you're traveling from the Birdsong Tower to the truck stop tower, where Zach's home is just a little bit south of,
Yes,
the most direct route is the interstate.
yes.
And how many minutes does it take? Do you know?
Well, we're talking about exit 133, exit 126. We're talking 7 miles, 70, 75 miles an hour. So what's that come up to? 6 minutes?
So from 1032, he's on sector 7. Can you point to sector 7, sir?
You mean 942?
No, sir, 1032. Birdsong Tower, sector 7.
Right here.
Now, per your diagram, per the state's exhibit 153, he's at Truck Stop Tower, sector 2, which is his home tower, correct?
Truck stop sector 2, yes.
And what time is he on Truck Stop Tower Sector 2?
So 819, 830, 835.
Sir, after 1032,
After 1032,
page 2.
1038,
And if you take 1038, subtract 1032, how many minutes do you get?
6 minutes.
You may have a seat. And you look at the same phone calls that Mr. Adams is making between 10:03 and 10:35. You see these?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody you had meetings about this with the state, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody say this? I have a question. If a heinous crime is taking place during this time frame, why is Zach calling granddaddy? Why is he calling his girlfriend? Did anybody say that?
I don't
5
remember.
minutes ago.
I'm not sure that I agree with you
Nothing further
100%
for
on your
this
police
witness.
work there, Lou.
You're correct, Mr. Boyle.
Mr. Zell, do we know
Thanks.
when Holly Bobo was killed?
You're on.
No,
Do we know when she was separated from her phone?
no,
Do we know when her body was dumped?
no.
With Johnny Walker's map, did you have a problem with the map or his opinion?
I have a problem with the map, sir.
Okay, tell me what's wrong with the map.
Allie's going to get her hair did. So she'll be back in the afternoon with a fresh cut. The fresh cut. Yeah, she's not on because of the 1 ear thing. She's preparing for New Year's by getting her butter whipped.
So using the ATT drive data, not every road was driven out there. So in my training, you have to drive every single road to get a full and complete picture of where all the cell towers coverage is. Second problem I have with this map is he mentions in his report that it travels up Prospect Road. So TJ Evans Road comes up top of the hill, Prospect Missionary Church is there, continues north on Prospect Road until it hits County Corner Road. Well, if you look at the drive that ATT did, they didn't drive from Prospect Church up Prospect Road all the way up to County Corner Road. So we don't know. We don't know what the coverage look like along that road. Second thing is, there's a lot of roads that just weren't driven. And the third thing is, again, this is something we were all.
Oh, for all those of you that are new to the channel, getting your butter whipped, it's getting your hair cut. Now you know.
Wanting to try to figure things is. Second thing is, there's a lot of roads that just weren't driven. And the third thing is, again, this is something we were all wanting to try to figure things out, to look for evidence. And it's just, as investigators, that's what we're trying to do. So I don't fault him for that. But there's no empirical data to go with this. So if there's signal strength or anything like that that was collected during that drive, I've never seen it. And so we just don't know what it looks like. So it's an incomplete picture.
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
You may. Witness is being shown in exhibit 154.
Mr. Fazell, Mr. Bates asked you to place markers regarding the pings. Can anyone give an opinion as to where the phone was within that area?
No, sir. As I've said many times before, and I believe I said it in trial, and I'll say it here again today, We don't know where Holly's phone was. I can't pinpoint anybody's phone, not Mr. Adams, not Mr. Autry, not Mr. Austin's. I can't tell you where they were. All I can tell you is he used the tower, and he used the sector, and this is the direction this sector covers.
Those are questions, Judge.
Brief Bates, let's bring 150, let's bring that, that's actually an exhibit. Mr. Boyd, I don't know if we bring that back to court order.
Ms. You said you could not pinpoint Mr. Adams' location. And so when he's on the southbound tower of Parsons at 11:16 a.m., it's a big area, right?
Yes.
You don't know if he's driving around or what he's doing.
No, sir, I don't.
It's not like surveillance video. It's time stamped, is it?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Patel. Thank you. Sir.
Yes.
Sit down.
Yes, sir, and I'm dismissed. Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're right at the noon hour.
Yes, sir.
These can go together.
Take a break or we can move on.
This one.
The state would request we move on.
All right, Mr. Bates. Or actually,
State calls Mitchell Hayes.
Mitchell.
Real quick, I have a, this
Hey.
is not marked. Was this an exhibit?
it may be a copy of one of the exhibits. It's exhibit 150.
Yeah.
That's. No, it's 151, I think. That's just a copy.
I don't have a copy, so I need it.
It's also,
Yeah.
make sure that that is a complete copy.
Yes,
We're gonna do that.
we're gonna go color copy, complete color copy for the court.
All right,
Yes, sir.
we'll give you a complete color copy.
And what number is that, just so we all have our, thank you.
That witness was again?
Mitchell Hayes.
Yes. All right, Ms. Hayes, you'll stand right here and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell the judge your name and spell your first and last names for the court reporter?
Mitchell Hayes, Mitchell, Hayes, Hayes.
Where do you live, Mr. Hayes?
Lexington, Tennessee.
What do you do for a living?
I weld for several different utility departments. I'm an independent welder.
How long have you been in that line of work?
Oh, forever. That's what my daddy was doing. I graduated high school doing it. So,
All right, so your father did it, now you're doing it.
yes.
Do you travel around doing it?
Yes.
What area?
I work from Madisonville, which is foot of the Smoky Mountains, down to Memphis, Mississippi, and Alabama, Little and Kentucky.
I'll take you back to April 13th, 2011.
Yes.
You remember that day?
Yes.
Was it a Wednesday?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many?
3.
What are their ages now?
The boy's 29 and the twins are 26.
Back in 2011, did they attend school?
Yes.
And at the time, were you living with their mother?
No.
What was the situation?
We were divorced. I lived the kids stayed with me mostly because I live next door to my mom and dad, and it was real easy if we needed a babysitter for them to walk over across the yard.
Hang out with grandma and grandpa.
Yeah.
How long had that been the arrangement with your ex-wife and your children and living and you having primary custody?
Somewhere, best of my recollection, 12 to 18 months at the time I'd been divorced.
Did you have a routine on Wednesdays?
Well, if I was off, I'd take the kids to school and I'd either go fishing or hunting, whichever was open.
All right. Where did you like to fish?
When I crappie fished, I went to the tie yard a whole lot down around the interstate.
All right. And for those of us that may not know what the tie yards are by the interstate, what are you talking about?
It's the body of water when you start over the interstate going east to be the body of water to your right before you get to the Tennessee River. It just actually hit just a little strip of land between the river and that body of water.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing the map. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that show?
It shows the tie yard and the road coming down beside the interstate, which accesses the body of water.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like that marked.
Objection, Mr. Davis.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Next number to give it.
155.
Yes, ma'am. Projected on that screen is that similar over your left shoulder? Yes, sir. Sorry. Is that similar to what you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that shows the tie yard.
Yes.
Do you remember the weather that day?
It was fair. It was rather odd that when I showed up, there's nobody on the water other than me, but because it's usually prime crappie season, but it was one of those days I've had that type in my time or two, but it was just odd that day that there was nobody else on the water. But it was pretty nice weather.
Do you remember about what time you got down there?
Between 8 and 8:30 would be my recollection because I did drop the kids off at school that morning.
All right. I think there is a pointer near the witness. You could, for the benefit of the judge, you could step down for me, Mr. Hayes.
Yes.
And when you got down to the river, as you said, where did you go first?
I come down this road here and made this turn, come into the boat ramp, which is this area here.
Was that your normal practice?
Yes.
What kind of boat did you have?
At a 1448 aluminum craft, I think is what it was at the time, with a 25 horse Johnson two-stroke motor on.
Oh my goodness. All right. For those of us that don't know what all those words mean, is that a big boat, medium-sized boat, small boat?
It's a medium-sized boat.
Okay. Is it primarily for fishing?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a quiet boat, a loud boat?
The two-stroke motor it's not real quiet. It'd be rather noisy to have a two-stroke motor.
Okay. And you're saying a two-stroke motor?
Yes,
What
that
does that
means
mean?
you have to mix the gas and oil together for it to run, sort of like a chainsaw.
Okay. Is that what contributes to the higher level of noise?
Yes.
What car were you in or truck?
I was, at the time, I think I had a 08 Dodge 3/4 ton. I think that's what I had at the time.
And did you pull your boat behind your truck?
Yes.
Okay. Was it flooded down there? Did you have trouble getting down there?
No, it was not flooded.
Was there lots of vegetation around that kept you from being able to perhaps see other cars or other people?
Yes, when you're going up this area here, there's vegetation that grows up all through here. And you've got vegetation on these two strips of land right here that would make it impossible to see the road from here on this side, which that's the side you'd be going up to fish.
And again, because I wasn't paying attention, and I'm sorry, where on that map are the tie yards?
This area here is considered, the whole thing is considered a tie yard.
All right. And is that descriptor, tie yards, is that commonly used in this area?
Yes.
You said tie yards at a local restaurant. Would they know what you're talking
If
about?
they fish, they know exactly where to go.
Okay. All right. So you put in where?
This end here is the ramp.
And then where did you go?
I usually keep my trolling motor on and would start fishing up this area And somewhere between this area and this area, I usually kick the big motor on to run on up to start fishing this end and this little cut across here.
Okay, there's some words below where you just pointed to. Do they say pond gut?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the main body of this water here.
Okay, so just a little, and I'm sorry, were you floating which direction, north, south, east, or
I'd
west?
be going north.
Okay, so north of the words pond gut on that map is a little cut in that you just,
Yes, right here.
and that's where you were trying to get to?
Yes, that over in here was always a good spot. Up through here, in this area right in here, had lots of bushes in the water. It was always a good spot to fish.
Okay, and did you get there?
Yes, eventually.
All right, how long did it take you to get from where you put in, unhitched your boat? What all did you have with you? Did it take you a minute to unpack your?
No,
boat,
I
truck?
just had everything in the boat and had a crappie rod and one short rod and reel. All I had, and all I kept it in the boat.
All right, pretty
Yep.
lean and efficient. All right, how long did it take you to get to that little inlet where you put in?
Most of the time, if you was fishing it pretty slow, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 minutes, according to where you cranked up the big motor at.
Okay, and were you fishing it slow that morning or
Yes,
fast or
I
medium?
always fish this area up through here till I got in here, usually cranked up because there's nothing here and it's pretty shallow where this is washed out across here. Then I'd usually crank up somewhere right here and start easing up to this point.
Okay. At this point, on this morning, April 13th, 2011, did you see anybody else out there?
No, I did not.
Okay. How long did you stay in that little cut-in and fish?
That I couldn't say it's been so long. I mean, it could have been
Okay.
30 minutes, it could have been an hour and a half, just according to how it was going.
Sure. Did you eventually leave that area?
Yes.
Is there a reason?
I just fished on around until I got ready to sort of go. I'd usually head back out somewhere 12 or 12:30 to head back to get some lunch to work, be home and get the kids when they got out of school.
Okay. Is that what you did that day? Did you
Yes.
just fish for a little bit and then you left at noon?
Somewhere, 12, 1 o'clock, I'd head back because it'd take me a little bit to get back to the house.
Okay. But on this particular day, did something different happen?
Yes.
What was that?
I heard a gunshot somewhere or another when I was going up in this area here. Then I cranked up and run on up because I didn't really think nothing about it at the time.
Was it usual to hear gunshots in that area when you were fishing?
No, that is a federal game reserve and hunting was prohibited there.
Okay. Is it fair to say that that stuck out in your head?
Yes, it was just something that stuck as odd for a long time to hear.
But you didn't stop fishing?
No, because I mean, it was over there and I was over here.
All right. All right. Did you hear anything else after that?
No, not that I can recall.
All right. Did you go back down the way you went up? The body
Yes,
of water?
yes, eventually when I left to come back, I had to bring the boat back this way to get to the ramp to load up.
All right. You can have a seat. Do you know about what time it was when you got in your truck? Do you even remember today?
I'm thinking it was 1:15 and headed out.
Okay. You heard the gun. Did you go back? Did you have a phone with you? Cell
Uh,
phone?
I probably had one. I don't know if it'd been on me or the truck because cell phone service down there at the time, you couldn't call out.
Okay. So it really wouldn't have served much of a purpose?
No, you had to get on up on the hill toward the main road before you could actually use a phone.
Okay. Did you call the police when you got back in your truck and say, I heard a gun down the river?
No,
Did you turn the radio on?
yes.
What did you hear?
Well, during the breaks, I was hearing the Amber Alert go out for Decatur County for Holly Bobo.
Did it occur to you that morning on April 13th, 2011, I just heard a gun at the Tennessee River. Wonder if that has anything to do with Miss Bobo?
Not really. It'd been so far from Parsons.
Sure. Was anybody in the Amber Alerts or any news media reporting, we think Miss Bobo might have been taken down to the Tennessee River?
No, nothing that I'd heard.
I'm gonna ask you, you still holding that
Yes.
map? I'm gonna pass you my approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm gonna pass you some stickers. And if you could mark on there. Is there a pen up here? Nope.
No.
All right. I'm gonna give these to you. You can pick whatever color you want. I'm gonna hand you a pen. If you could mark TY for where the tie yards are, where you got into the water.
Okay.
And then stick it on that map, wherever that was. And then whatever color you want to use, if you could mark on that map GS for where you were when you heard the gunshot.
It would be approximately somewhere up this first line of trees before I got to the gap would be my best recollection, because that's when I'd have cranked up my big motor to get on around where I was going.
Yes, sir.
And it was before I got to use the big.
I've seen some people asking how they're able. So the state can put on witnesses that didn't testify at trial if it, especially if it's going to claims of ineffective assistance of counsel or newly discovered. So obviously the state had no idea that this guy, or is claiming they had no idea that this guy existed at the time of trial. I don't know how they found him. That's what the cross-examination is going to be about. There's going to be a lot of questions. There should be a lot of questions that Doug's going to ask this guy in terms of where he was. I mean, she's trying to cover a little bit. You know, he didn't think it was a big deal. Parsons is way down there. I'll way up here. I don't think nothing of it. You know, I don't think shit. So Doug's gonna grill him. So, but they're putting this guy on in order to establish that there was a gunshot at or around the time that corroborates Autry's testimony. But this guy's not fucking clear on his time at all. So we'll see. We'll see. It smells like hot garbage to me.
Big motor.
Okay. All right.
Recollection, because that's when I'd have cranked up my big motor to get on around where I was going.
Yes, sir.
And it was before I got to use the big motor.
Okay. All right. And I apologize, Judge. I should have had to do that before I moved that into evidence. Okay. Do you want me to substitute another?
That's all right.
Okay.
I was gonna have to do it as well. So
Okay.
is that all you got?
Yes, sir. All right. You got back in the truck.
Yes.
You hear the Amber Alert.
Yes.
Didn't think anything about it.
Not really. Matter of fact, I made a phone call, and I don't remember who to find out what was going on, because I'd done lots of work down at Decatur County and Parsons over the years, and I was just trying to find out. I don't even know who I called, but I made a phone call, and they told me what had happened, and I still didn't know who it was, and I went on home.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the abduction and disappearance of Holly Bobo? Well, let me ask you this. Did the abduction and disappearance of Holly Bobo occupy the media for the next couple of days and weeks and months?
Oh, yeah.
Did it occupy the minds and the activities of the people that lived in this area for the next couple of days and weeks and months?
Oh, yes.
When did you first tell anyone, hey, wait a minute, I heard a gunshot on April 13th, 2011 at the Tennessee River?
Well, I'm going to back up. That was the year that me and my wife got married. And we'd always sit and talk. So that happened in April, and we got to dating. I said we got married. We started dating that year in September, and we'd always sit and talk about where we was at when this come about. And so
I'm sorry, when what came about?
when the abduction of Holly come about.
You two would sit around and talk about
Yes.
where you were?
Yes, and I'd always told her I was at the tie yard, and she said for some odd reason I was at work that day, because that's usually the day she's off work. And we'd sit and talk about it, and still the gunshot had still never come into play till I was listening to the news one night and heard them telling that that's where this took place and that they'd shot. And then that's when I realized the shot that I heard had something to do with this.
Do you remember what year that was?
when they was having the trial. So that would be what, 16, 17? I don't forgot when the trial.
Was in 2017, would that sound about
That
right?
would, yeah, 16 or 17. I couldn't remember when the trial was, but yeah. And then shortly after that is when I run into Agent Brent Booth and was telling him where I was at and what happened,
Okay,
and then what I'd heard.
okay. And how did you know, or did you know Agent Brent Booth?
Oh, yes, I did, from being there at home.
Okay. Are y'all from the same town?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you known him?
As far as I can remember, his daddy used to own a restaurant there, and my sisters, he was a couple years ahead of my sister, which is older than me, in school. I mean, I've just sort of known him my whole life, so I just seen him at a restaurant. We was talking, and I told him where I was at and what I'd heard.
Do you remember what year that was? When you told him?
It would have been right after the trial, so it'd been in 2017.
Or even later, perhaps?
Yeah, it could have been a little later.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Get him, Doug. Get him.
In 2011, who were your kids' teachers?
One of them would have been in high school. The others were, well, you're asking me a question there that I'm not going to really refer to, because I might tell a story. Since my mama worked over at the school, and they had and just had retired, so they was different bunch of teachers over there. At the time, they had like 3 different teachers in the grades.
Okay. What grade were they twins in?
Sure, 2011. You gonna make me back up here?
You don't know without doing the math?
They're probably in either the 5th or 6th grade.
You don't know.
Well, no,
What school was it?
Beaver School,
All right. Where's Beaver School?
north end of Henderson County at Parker's Crossroads.
All right. And what time did you drop off in the morning?
About 7:45.
All right. And would you have your truck with your boat hitched?
Well, yeah, because I didn't live 3 minutes from school.
Okay. And from the school to the boat ramp, how far is it?
Sir, 108, 18, about 20 miles.
20 miles. And did you always drop off at 7:45?
Between 7:30 and 7:45.
All right. So you're fishing that morning and nobody else is out.
Nope.
It's not uncommon during the middle of the week for the traffic to be less.
Yes.
All right. And did you tell anybody you were fishing that day?
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You then heard a gunshot.
Yes.
Was it loud?
Yes.
Was it echoing?
Somewhat down the water, it did.
I'm going to play you a. I can have some technical assistance. I'm gonna have some technical assistance
What are we asking you to do?
to report.
Hey, Captain.
I may have the remote. While my assistant handles this, let me ask you some questions. This was during turkey season,
Yes.
and not the entire area on this map is the federal refuge, correct?
You're asking a question I don't know about who owns what.
Well, it's your map. Who created it?
I just know all the water in the area around that is Federal Reserve. I don't have nothing that shows anything, no maps on there.
Who created the map then? You authenticated it. Who created it?
No, I just said that the reserve was with the water. I don't know who owns what.
Who created the map, sir?
I guess the federal government did because there's a federal game reserve down there.
Who printed the map to bring today?
They printed the map.
Okay, so you
No.
didn't create this map.
No.
You don't know if it's accurate or not.
Well, it looks like the one I've always looked at
What map is that?
on my phone.
Okay, on your phone,
Yes.
and you don't know how close the refuge is and what other properties there are on this map.
Well, I just know that there's a gate on this here that if it's flooded or if the refuge is closed, you can't get into it.
Fair. You've heard gunshots before.
No,
You've never heard gunshots in turkey season,
not there.
but you fish other places along the river
Yes.
and you hear other gunshots.
You know, other than during duck season, I really hadn't.
Okay. And turkey guns, are you familiar with turkey guns?
Yes,
And what kind of guns do they shoot? You shoot
a shotgun.
high powered 12 gauge, 10 gauge.
Well, you can shoot from a 410 up.
You know, turkey hunter who does?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, you have any idea how close you were?
Nope.
You don't really know what direction it was, do you?
Just knew it come from to the up north of me because it echoed from the water that way is all I can say.
You don't know if it was on private property or refuge.
No.
Was it, say, less than 2 football fields, more than 2 football fields?
That would be hard to say with echo and, you know, it'd just be
Okay.
hard to say.
We're going to listen.
What are we playing here, Mr. Mayor?
Your Honor, if I can label it afterwards, I'll explain it if I can not label
It's
it.
one of our already admitted.
It's already admitted. Yes, Your Honor. Do you remember hearing overhead traffic?
Oh, yes, you hear it.
Okay. And the gunshot was louder than the overhead traffic?
Yes.
Okay. That's not an echo, correct?
No.
And that's not what you heard?
Well, I don't know when it's been over recording.
Well, let's back it up. You said it echoed.
It
Yes.
did.
We just listened to something. You said it didn't echo.
Yes.
Fair to say that's not the type of thing you heard.
I don't know if we was in the same spot when I heard it, and
Fair enough.
the direction of the wind makes a difference.
Fair enough. What was the direction of the wind that day?
No, that I don't know.
Did Brent Booth tell you?
No,
What all did you and Brent Booth say that day?
nothing.
Nothing. Did you
Other-
record the conversation?
Other than what I talked to him, we was at a restaurant and he was sitting there with some more agents. I just spoke to him, went on and sat down at my table.
When's the last time you talked to Brent Booth?
Oh, it's been, I'm trying to think, 3 or 4 months ago.
3 or 4 months ago. Interesting. What did y'all talk about?
I was working where he was working at now, and I just run into him. We sat down and had lunch.
What did you talk about?
Nothing in particular.
Talk about the case?
Not really.
When you say not really,
I mean, he just asked me if I heard anything from the DA and all, they'd be in contact. I mean, that's really all it said.
so Brent Booth told you the DA would be in contact with you.
Eventually, yes.
Did you talk to him about possible reward money?
No.
Now, you married Candy Helms Hayes, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she was Facebook page follower of Justice for Holly.
If you say so.
Are you aware?
Not really that she was a follower of it, but if you say so. I don't go through her Facebook page, so I mean, you'll just have to.
We'll stipulate that this man's wife has a Facebook page, that has a banner
He
on it.
hasn't denied it, I don't think.
And she was that before we got married, so I mean,
Right. Can you,
Yeah, he's not denying it.
There's one stipulation that she was a follower of his
So,
Facebook page.
okay.
I'm objecting to
He's
the
still
question.
wanting, he's still wanting this.
Yep.
Okay, now we have an objection. We have an objection to this being introduced today.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's not denying it. These have no relevance.
It's relevance for multiple things, bias and the circumstances of him coming forward.
Well, I'm not sure what the content of this document is.
It's following justice for Holly in 2014.
All right, I'll allow him for bias.
Yeah. You and the Bobos have mutual friends, correct?
I guess now. I mean,
Adam Hayes, who's Adam Hayes?
he's a guy that I've worked with down in Parsons, Tennessee before, and or with a contractor, and he works at, I think, West Tennessee Public Utility District now.
And who's his wife?
And who?
Who's his wife?
That, I don't know.
Okay.
Do
Are you
what?
aware that Adam Hayes is friends with Clint Bobo?
Objection,
No, I
Your
don't-
Honor.
I don't know. I'm sure I know lots of people's friends with him. I don't know.
Again, it's proven bias,
I'll
and
allow him a little bit of leeway here.
you have
He did
mutual.
not know the wife of this Mr. Hayes.
Correct. You have mutual friends with the Bobo family.
Yes, I'd say, I guess I do.
And you want us to believe your wife, who was following Justice for Holly, 2014, y'all got together in 2014. You never once came forward.
Oh, I've told her a bunch of times I was at the tie yard.
And you never said the gun.
It had no relevance to the case till I heard it on the news.
Relevance? I ain't got no, do what? I ain't got no
How
relevance.
soon? And you're saying you heard it on the trial.
Yes. That's when I realized what I'd actually heard.
Prior to that time, you had never came forward and told anybody about hearing a gunshot.
Nope. Did not see where a gunshot had any reference to anything that was important till I heard that on the on the trial.
Dude. It ain't your thing.
And you still didn't come forward.
Well, the trial was about over when I heard it on the news. So,
But it wasn't over.
well, I mean, I still didn't know who I was supposed to contact about nothing.
But you have been friends with Brent Booth for a long time.
Well, that
You have his cell phone? You have Brent Booth's cell phone.
yes, I think I do.
Nothing further.
For the record,
Yes, he says relevance.
Is it fair to
I didn't
say
think
that
they had
there
no
were
relevance.
Justice for Holly signs all over town?
I don't know.
They were all over Lexington, Decatur County, everywhere you just about look in West Tennessee.
And do you remember when you first heard about the gunshot wound? Where were you? Or the gunshot rather, where were you?
I think I was in my mom and daddy's house standing there and she had the TV on. And my first words was when he said he's at the tie yard and there's nobody there, I told mama, I said, he's lying because I was there. And then when he said the gunshot, I had to sit down. I told mama, I told daddy sitting there and he looked at me and I said, I heard the gunshot.
You heard a man say something about the tie yard. Do you know who that man was?
Sure. Autry was when he was on stand.
Was he sitting in that stand
Yes,
in this courtroom?
yes,
Did you know him?
no.
Nothing further.
No recross.
Ms. Hayes, thank you for your testimony. Let me see this, the map first, before you step.
Oh.
He did designate the tie yard with the red sticker and the GS gunshot. It's the area where he claims he heard the gunshot.
Thank you. And that's exhibit 155.
155.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Now the station.
Look up out of here, man, because I
Yes, Your Honor.
don't know what kind of relevance this has. But bullshit. Call me up with this.
Is he done for today, Judge?
He is done.
Yes, we do.
That concludes the state's proof.
There you go. Closings.
All right. At 12:30. Any rebuttal proof?
None.
115 closing.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Straits?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the proof in this post-conviction matter. State concluded now. The petitioner has no rebuttal proof. I'll give them an opportunity for closing arguments at 1:15. We'll recess until then.
All rise.
Okay, we are live. All right, so here's the deal. I got to. The Nook escaped. I don't know if you guys caught that when the doorbell rang. Dude was like, he's a runner. He's a runner. So what I'm going to do, DB sent me a nice little 6-minute vid from our friends over at Trial and Error. And I'm going to play that while I go scoop the guy. Keep you guys, like, we should be getting like 15 minutes or so. I'll be back. And yeah, dude's on the loose. It snowed again. So he saw it. He couldn't help himself. So I'm going to play this from our friends over at the Trial and Error podcast. Dana put a real nice little video just to get you kind of caught up on what we're doing here. In terms of what the facts, the background of the case, it'll be helpful. He does a real nice job with it. And thank you for sending me that, DB. I appreciate it. All right, let me blow this sucker up. Make it a little bigger. Do what? Do what? Yeah, everybody go sub over to those guys. I'm hoping that I can get them on today. We're hoping that Katie Spirica, Dr. Katie Spirica, gets released from the gag. So, all right, let me pull this puppy up, get it up for y'all. Okay. All right. There's Dana. Pull that up. All right, y'all. I'll be back in a minute. Up.
Tennessee, there is a case so mishandled, so warped by pressure and politics, that the truth wasn't just distorted, it was buried. Here's what happened. A young woman disappears in broad daylight. A violent sexual predator who fit the eyewitness description is caught in lies and surrounded by red flags. But leadership at the highest levels of law enforcement orders that the focus on him be ended and new suspects located. The experienced career officers looking at the obvious suspect are shunned, cast out of the investigation, and eventually law enforcement altogether. And 4 local men, previously cleared, are suddenly recast as killers. When I first saw what was happening behind the scenes, I realized this wasn't just a tragedy of errors. It was incompetence, corruption, and cowardice, all wrapped up into one. This is the Holly Bobo case, the case that shattered a West Tennessee community and sent shockwaves across the nation. And nothing about it is what Tennesseans were told. Holly Bobo, a 20-year-old nursing student, abducted from her own driveway in broad daylight with no warning. Almost immediately, investigators honed in on a man who should have been impossible to ignore, Terry Britt, a serial, convicted, violent sex offender. He matched the eyewitness description. He was identified in a voice lineup. His alibi collapsed. And then came the search of his property. Burner phones, multiple hard drives containing violent sexual content, boots matching the description the eyewitness had given, and newspaper clippings of Holly and other young women Britt had been stalking. FBI-trained cadaver dogs alerted on tools in a locked shed and on 2 vans. When confronted with this evidence, Britt offered to plead guilty if he could get under 20 years and serve his sentence with older inmates. And then everything changed. Without explanation, investigators were reassigned. A new leadership team took over, and the orders came down. Stop pursuing Britt. The man who fit the profile, the description, the evidence, simply removed from the narrative, whisked away on separate kidnapping and weapons charges. That's when TBI Regional Special Agent in Charge Jack Van Hooser brought in a retired Memphis cop, Dennis Benjamin, who immediately began operating in the shadows. Before long, Dennis Benjamin had inserted himself into the Bobo family's world, offering help, comfort, guidance. Behind the scenes, he cultivated sources and helped redirect the case. And suddenly, 4 local men previously cleared were back on the board. Zach Adams, his brother Dylan, who had well-documented intellectual deficits, their friend Shane Austin, whose addiction to painkillers and benzos began after a high school shoulder surgery, and Jason Autry, older, with a long rap sheet, but like the others, no history of sexually predatory behavior.
Falsely accused, everybody. Innocent man, falsely accused.
Earlier investigators had checked their alibis and ruled them out, but those investigators had been pushed aside. Zach was arrested on unrelated charges, later dropped without explanation, and then charged with Holly's murder in March 2014 while already in custody. This murder charge was strange, considering that Holly's remains weren't found until September, 6 months later, in remote woods north of her home. While the new TBI team leaned into the rumor mill, Dylan was arrested on unrelated federal charges. As a condition of his plea deal, he was placed in the custody of a man he did not know, Dennis Benjamin. 5 weeks later, Benjamin reported to his buddies at TBI that Dylan had just confessed to the murder of Holly Bobo and implicated his brother Zach, their friend Shane, and Jason Autry. That confession didn't match physical evidence. It didn't match itself. It contained details that simply couldn't be true, and some the state seemingly didn't want to hear at all. Even prosecutors conceded it wasn't believable. You'd think a co-defendant's elaborate confession with grisly details would be a key piece of evidence in a trial. But that confession was never offered in court until years later by Zach Adams' lawyer to show just how ridiculous the confession and the case against him really was. But still, that confession became the foundation for accusing Zach, Dylan, Shane, and Jason Autry, until the narrative shifted again. Facing the death penalty and told that the public had already convicted him, Jason Autry flipped and became the state's star witness. This despite the fact there is no physical evidence linking Zach or anyone else to the crime, and cell phone data and eyewitness descriptions pointing toward a different assailant. The state incentivized other witnesses with threats of the death penalty or loss of custody of their children. And of course, the state had the ubiquitous jailhouse snitches and vulnerable community members whose stories changed only after the incentives arrived. Autry walked with time served. Shane Austin died by suicide 2 years before trial, under the weight of addiction, depression, and growing suspicion. Dylan accepted an Alford plea and was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Zach Adams was convicted by a jury and sentenced to life without parole plus 50 years. Today, Zach is fighting for a new trial. His attorneys, Doug Bates and Crystal Etu, are arguing actual innocence, prosecutorial misconduct, and ineffective assistance of counsel at trial. A forensic neuropsychologist, Dr. Katie Spirko, joined the defense team. During her interview with Jason Autry at a federal holding facility, he recanted his testimony and laid out what he said was prosecutorial and law enforcement misconduct behind his perjured testimony. Dr. Spirko recorded that interview and, after verifying multiple details, released it to the media to expose what had gone wrong. The state was not pleased. And when she uncovered long-buried ATM security footage supporting Zach's alibi, their hostility intensified. Former prosecutor turned judge Jennifer Nichols, disgraced former Memphis DA Amy Wyrick, and the TBI all directed pressure her way. That's where I entered the story, to protect Dr. Spirko from them. And that's how this podcast began. Now, with the final 2 days of Zach Adams' post-conviction relief hearing just weeks away, and with Terry Britt back in the very community he terrorized for decades, we're taking you inside one of the worst miscarriages of justice in Tennessee history. If you want to know how the most expensive investigation in Tennessee history went so catastrophically wrong, and what's being done now to fix it, you're in the right place. This is the Trial and Error Podcast with Dr. Katie Spirko and me, Dana McClendon.
I do know
I'm sure
I
they would be
got to
charged.
find.
Somebody would be if she was really kidnapped.
She was really kidnapped, Terry.
You believe that?
Yes. I know she was really kidnapped.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I don't believe. I don't believe she's in Parsons. I don't believe she's in Tennessee. Matter of fact, I don't even believe she's in USA.
From what? I mean, what makes you think that though?
Okay.
Just the fact there's no signs of her around there.
No. Well, yeah, that too. But okay, like you said before, she's young, pretty, perfect, somewhat body.
Yeah.
Okay, like a toy, some people would think. See, this man, when he goes and gets this female, he's okay. If he's doing it for himself now if he's doing it for somebody else for money, from get her to point A to point B, like I was talking to you before, but it's different. But if he's doing it for himself, for his own benefit, then he's gonna go snatch her up. He can't wait to get her to wherever he's gonna take her to, because he's wanting that body.
Right.
All right. He's gonna make mistakes along the way. I mean, he's got to make some mistakes.
Sure.
Okay. And he's got her. He can do whatever he wants to do to her, with her, whatever. But when he gets done, that's when reality sets in. See, right now it's just fantasy world.
Right.
But here comes reality. Now I've got a body. What am I going to do with it? Because if you keep it, you got to feed it.
Right.
You got to hide it. It ain't gonna happen. And if you kill it, what you gonna do with it?
You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. You can run on for a long time. Sooner or later, God will cut you down. Sooner or later, God will cut you down. Go tell that two-tongued liar. Go and tell that midnight rider. Tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter. Tell him that God's gonna cut him down. Tell him that God's gonna cut him down. Someday God is gonna cut you down.
Trial and Error, Episode 4. The disturbing exchange you just heard was TBI lead case agent Terry Dicus interviewing the man who was at the time the lead suspect in the disappearance and death of Holly Bobo. The bright, beloved 20-year-old nursing student abducted from her carport on a cold April morning in 2011, just after sunrise, as she was heading to school. Her parents already left for work, and her brother still sleeping inside. The suspect was right about one thing. The abductor did indeed make some mistakes. But they were not the mistakes of a novice. No, this man was practiced, calculated. He subdued a struggling victim, gathered her belongings with unsettling calm, and disappeared into the woods. Not rushed, not panicked. He chose routes known only to locals, giving away his familiarity with the back roads, even bypassing a recently downed bridge. He avoided traffic, he avoided surveillance, but he didn't avoid suspicion. Terry Britt, a name known to law enforcement for all the worst reasons. With multiple previous convictions for sexually violent crimes, he had been identified by 7 stalking victims, local to the area since his last release from custody. Not long before Holly's disappearance, Terry Britt had entered a house party hosted by a mutual acquaintance of Holly's cousin Natalie, who Holly was close with. He made an advance at Natalie, invading her personal space and stroking her hair. Creepy. Entitled. At that same house party, he had suggestively asked the age of another woman's 13-year-old daughter. Terry's wife stood by barely noticeable until coming to his defense and making excuses for his behavior as they were thrown out for his unwanted advances. That probably embarrassed him. It probably made him pretty mad. Natalie would later recall being followed by Terry Britt, or Chester the Molester as he was known to local women, when she was with Holly shopping at Dollar General. When law enforcement then asked Terry Britt about having been in Dollar General and seeing Holly Bobo with her cousin, Terry Britt denied ever having been there. His bank statement said otherwise. He had a purchase for just over $10 in February of 2011, just as Natalie had reported. When the news broke of Holly's disappearance, Terry Britt did not rush to help, but he did leave his home immediately. His ex-wife, who was a previously known accomplice on prior sexual offenses, called Terry Britt at 12:17 p.m. to tell him the whole town was looking for this young woman. Surveillance then caught him driving down the very road where Holly's cell phone would soon be discarded, passing Am Farm at 12:25 p.m. in his Ford F-150 pickup. That phone, once held hostage, just like Holly, pinged towers for an hour and 40 minutes until it too went silent just before 9:30 that morning. Terry Britt claimed and later testified he had no cell phone. He had a cell phone, one he used regularly and even listed in an ad placement for local handyman services. He claimed he was with his wife all day, but he and his wife's cell phones were in communication with each other while bouncing off different cell towers. He claimed he was home by noon that day, but neither his nor his wife's vehicle was at the residence when deputies initially stopped by midday and again early afternoon canvassing the area for local sex offenders. The home was still, silent except for the dogs barking. And speaking of dogs, FBI sent dogs highly trained in detecting human decomposition later alerted not once but twice to specific tools in Terry Britt's locked shed during a search warrant served in January of 2012. A shovel, 2 pickaxes, and a hammer, all re-identified by the dogs without fail after being scattered elsewhere on the property with different handlers. The human remains dogs hit on 2 vehicles as well. These dogs are specifically trained to detect human decomposition, distinguishing it from human blood and non-human bodily remains. Listen in as Terry Britt discusses this revelation with his wife, Janet, by telephone.
Hello?
Are you gonna eat something?
I just finished eating my chili. Well, most of it. Hello?
Hang on a minute.
It's a text I just sent you. I have a problem I just sent it.
You said, yeah. Okay, I just thought of something too. He says human flesh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now that could be any kind of flesh. That could be burnt meat, blood. We've hauled a lot of scrap meat in that old van.
He said they can tell the difference. I mentioned that too. He said they could tell the difference. It'd be human only.
Well, then somebody else put some fucking human in that motherfucker, because I ain't putting.
Well, what about when you're doing work and you hit your knuckle or something and you wipe it on the carpet or you know, I mean,
Well,
I don't know if it's that or not. I mean, something like that. If it's something like that, would do the same thing or not?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to put.
I have no idea. I just know that we haven't put anything in there.
You know, I've said it all along. It's wrong for them some bitches to get mad because they can't solve a case and go try and cost somebody else money and cause them all kind of problems just because they can do that.
I agree.
Well, there ain't been no fucking human flesh in that old red van. Not since I had the motherfucker.
Well, hasn't been either of them.
Janet seems to have caught the same thing I did, that after Human Remains Dogs alerted on 2 vans owned by Terry Britt, his response is, there ain't been no fucking human flesh in that old red van.
It's quite a story arc for Terry Britt in this case, because within a short period of time after Holly Bobo's abduction and before her remains are recovered, Terry Britt is the focus of their investigation. And yet 6 years later, by the time they get to trial, the state calls Terry Britt to mock the law enforcement officers who had the audacity to suspect him and to vouch for his own innocence with the assistance of the district attorney prosecuting the case. Quite a story arc for Terry Britt. So to remind everybody, Holly Bobo is kidnapped April 13th, 2011. She is last seen being led off her property by a man that her brother describes with some detail.
About 5'11", 180 to 200 pounds, broad shoulders, barrel chested, looks like he's someone who maybe used to work out but doesn't anymore. Long, dark hair that was ponytail length that was tucked into the collar of a camo jacket he was.
So gives them a pretty decent description of a Caucasian male with those attributes.
And matches Terry Britt to a voice lineup not once but twice.
Terry Britt was a multiple times convicted sex offender who was classified by the TBI as a violent sex offender who'd been in and out of prison several times for abduction and rape, who lived not far from Holly Bobo. One of the officers who's involved in this case, working in the team, is a guy named Brent Booth, and he's a TBI special agent. And in January of 2012, he goes to the trial judge, or the judge in the community who later tried this case, Creed McGinley, and he submits an affidavit of all the reasons that he wants the judge to approve a wiretap. Now, law enforcement can't just go out and intercept your phone calls or place bugs on you without getting advance permission from a judge. And to get that advance permission, somebody has to file a fairly extensive fact-based affidavit. And in January of 2012, Brent Booth, who would...
All right, so pretty good, right? Make sure you guys are going over and subbing to Trial and Error. Katie and Dana are awesome, and they're deep in. Super informative stuff. And yeah, good old Brent Booth rears his ugly head. I did a neighbor snagged him. Takes a village with a nook, you know. All right, we're gonna switch right back over because we're about to do closings right now. What the dog doing? He's chilling downstairs now. All right. Yeah, I've got my mic cranked down. Here, I'll move it up a little bit. I'm at like a 29. There's a 64. How's that? Is that pretty good? I did find a nook. Well, like, you know, everybody in the subdivision, he's a runner. So, but he didn't have his collar. So this house had like snagged him before, because he likes their yard, and I think they have 2 dogs. So he roots around over there. So they had my number from the last time, thankfully, because we're still waiting for his collar to get mailed back.
All
right.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
It's
And,
more.
Your Honor, would the court permit if anyone comes in late to be allowed in during closing? Is that?
Sorry.
Your Honor, I'm going to break my argument down into 4 parts for the court, but before I do, I must say what part of this case is not in dispute. That is that Ms. Holly Bobo and her parents and friends and family are the people who make West Tennessee a special place. The horror of April 13th, 2011 remains an unmitigated tragedy, and nothing I say diminishes that. An outrage that this crime took place is not relevant in these proceedings. The 4 parts to my argument are the story of this case. I'm going to address constitutional violations. I'm going to address the proceedings themselves, these post-conviction proceedings themselves, and end discussing the obligation that the court has. Before I get too technical in the legal arguments, I'd like to just summarize this case. April 13th, 2011, a beautiful young nursing student was taken from her home, traveled in a clockwise manner until her cell phone stopped traveling for 30 minutes. This is where U.S. Marshal tracking expert suggests she was killed. No evidence before that was found along a route. A bullet consistent with a defect in her skull was found next to her remains. Evidence was thrown out for personal belongings from that location along the route that ended at Gooch Road. Most of her personal belongings were found next to her remains. I will not belabor the evidence that made law enforcement and General McAdams submit there was probable cause that Terry Britt committed this crime. Britt had a search warrant served on him and installed, while he was briefly incarcerated, various wiretapping and bugging devices. Soon after he returned, he was told they probably are bugging you. Nothing happened. 2011 turned into 2012, turned into 2013. This case was becoming a cold case. Terry Britt told Marshal Walker to get an agreement giving him certain prison time. He just wanted his wife Janet kept out of it. He was not Mirandized. He took 15 years on old charges that Janet Britt was let out. By the way, if he had been serving for that crime that happened in Madison County, he would have been incarcerated on April 13th, 2011. In the words of Brent Booth, this case is haunting. As time developed, TBI blamed the Bobo family. The Bobo family blamed TBI. Nobody could blame them. What follows that began in late 2013 can only be explained by understanding the juxtaposition of impenetrable truth that scientific data provides and the manipulative propensity of what people say. And these people who are either scared, want reward money, or have their memory replaced with inferences and impressions to regurgitate or, quote, nail down. Enter Dennis Benjamin. He begins working with TBI head agent Jack Van Hoosier, retired cop, becomes the go-between between the Bobo family and TBI. His job was to get some arrest. Enter Sheila Kilser. Her son was arrested with Jason Kilser. Put aside that both Sheila and Jason had already denied knowledge or involvement. Sheila and Jason get law enforcement to believe Dylan knows more. TBI pounces. Even though what Sheila heard was false, TBI begins the belief that continues throughout that they have the omnipotent superpower to know what the truth is. And thus anything that points to arrest is true enough to further their aim. This is a central theme of everything you've heard. Dylan is pressured from jail. He gets a sweetheart deal, the contents of which are under seal. I will not discuss that. I would just ask the court to read it. A word about Dennis Benjamin. He had been told in February of 2014 by Victor Densmore that Dylan was the weak link. In March of 2014, Benjamin is back in Indiana telling Densmore that he's going to get the death penalty if he doesn't tell him where the body is. In dismissing Benjamin, Densmore says, "I'm not even interested in the reward money." We are to believe that a drug addict's statement to his girlfriends, his drug buddies, and other jail inmates are gospel. All are statements that were provided or not provided or misconstrued to the most vulnerable of our citizens. They were worried about arrest, losing custody, reward money, and thus everything the state has mustered in an ambush of these people, or to put it into their words, run to the ground. Persist until they say enough to implicate these four, even if it's inconsistent, even if it's demonstrably false. It doesn't matter. I could not summarize this part of the case better than Agent Joe Walker did on page 483. There were a lot of statements that ended up not being true. Now it's time to find the credible points of data that corroborate this scientific data that cannot be manipulated. None exist. Every single part of their life was searched for DNA evidence. None. Fingerprints. None. A gun that could have been used in the crime. None. Nothing. Not the palm print at the Bobo house. Not the crop print. Not a single thing. They have that a meth addict scratched his arm. Dylan's statement is thoroughly rebutted by the cell phone records. It's no wonder why within weeks of Jason Autry's story being released, his attorney wanted the cell records just one more time. Instead of saying Dylan's story was not true, the state has tried more creative avenues by saying it was too self-serving. After he made the statement, he was politely escorted to jail where he has been ever since. Fugitive tracking experts placed the location of death where the remains were found. He was needed to be an expert when the state was trying to solve this crime. You heard from Agent Frizzell today. When his opinion did not fit within the strictures of the manipulated testimony, he was discredited. Could not show it any better today. Agent Frizzell and I recreated Marshall Walker's map. The foundation of my entire trial has been trying to explain April 13th, 2011, and when I finally had Agent Frizzell under cross-examination, he showed the same thing. Bank records were pulled of Shane Austin to call his bluff to see where he was. They confirmed where he was. He said he had a satellite guy coming. That too was corroborated. Cell records put these 4 throughout Decatur County and Benton County, and it never put them in Swan Johnson Road's location. Zach Adams' phone, that apparently was with him all the time. 8:19, he's receiving incoming text. 8:17 and 8:26, Miss Holly Bobo's cell phone is on a completely different tower. Facebook showed Zach online that morning. Nothing made sense, and yet these men were on trial for their life. Zach Adams' defense attorneys were told, get the ATM video by Dr. Norton. The bank said no such software existed, and TBI agent said the ATM transaction was not covered by their videos. Someone had mislabeled them to be a BP video. Thompson couldn't even open whatever it was labeled BP. And a word on an alibi. We heard Delicious. They said that this ATM was baking an alibi. Well, one thing about baking an alibi, you tell law enforcement. Why didn't they tell law enforcement about the ATM? You heard Walker and Booth say, I don't remember the last time I went to an ATM. I doubt anybody in this courtroom remembers the last time they went to an ATM. They say that every time they gave law enforcement, they lied. They're on drugs. They're saying what the things they remembered of that day. The state says all of the things Zach Adams said, all of it under the influence of drugs, it was gospel. Terry Britt talking to an agent in jail was sarcasm. In the face of this, Jason Autry chooses a better option. Recreate his day with cell phone locates. He says he remembers 6 years earlier, while under the influence, somebody mowed his yard, somebody mowing their yard. Interesting that Brent Booth said, remember Autry said he remembers the guy mowing the yard. The state never once yielded any misbelief about the totality of his testimony. They told the court Autry told the world that day. You can read Jennifer Nichols' closing argument about Autry. And she says specifically, Jason sort of covers the whole morning, page 2,727 of the transcript. Sure, they got the gun wrong. Sure, Autry got the gun wrong. That could be fixed. The .357 became the .38 revolver with a .357 barrel became the murder weapon. Disregard Dinsmore vouching 6 days prior that it was a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel, and he knows his guns. Disregard that he says, now my wife also threw out a .32 revolver. Disregard that. There has to be objective data that the state needed. The defect was .36. The bullet casing next to it was a .380. It's excluded. Nobody pull your phone out to just see for yourself. They say, oh, Bradley Strawn sold it to Shane Austin. Disregard Bradley Strawn's testimony. That never happened. Problems again with Jason Autry. Okay, the white truck was never in the picture. That was the murder getaway vehicle. Dinsmore must have just forgotten that, quote. Let's send Booth up there to, quote, nail it down. One wonders how much testimony in this case was nailed down between Dennis Benjamin, Brent Booth, Victor Dinsmore, and the rest of the agents and witnesses. And halfway through this witness's testimony, the last witness, Mitchell Hayes, I wrote down my first question. I wonder if he knew Brent Booth. 5 minutes later, we learned they had friends and have each other's cell phone. The case went to the jury. Autry does his job. He saved his life. He gave the state what they asked for. The trial judge said it was the most persuasive and credible testimony he'd ever received. Put aside what we've heard in 2025 from General Wyrick's questions, which is all of us are presumed to think co-defendants, participants, immunity agreement witnesses, they provide self-serving and incomplete truth. That's surely not what the jury heard. Put aside Brent Booth had substantial questions about the truthfulness. Put aside Kathy Ferguson flat out thinks he raped her. Put aside all that. The conviction withstood the appellate scrutiny. But then one canary in the coal mine had not been forgotten about. Buried underneath 4 terabytes of discovery, everyone seemed to have forgotten it existed. And I am discussing the video of these gentlemen at the ATM. The backstory we know is Terry Dicus and Ricky Inman were going through trying to find between 8 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning and 9:40 in the morning, trying to find locations of Holly Bobo or somebody who might be driving. The records show exhibits where they were labeling, but stopping at 9:40. They had a treasure trove of this surveillance video that they dutifully labeled and then just stopped. And here's the interesting thing. Zach Adams fills his pro se petition, and he didn't forget what he had been told. We were at the ATM. From Dr. Norton to his attorneys, the bank records show we know you're at the ATM. We just got to find it. So it's part of the post-conviction proceedings. And this is where it's interesting. Adams is talking to somebody he would not be here without, Dr. Katie Spirko. Adams, and this is recorded and listened to by Kathy Ferguson. Kathy Ferguson testified, we heard them talking about this video, the potential of it. We heard Zach say, I remember going into the ATM backwards. When I issued a subpoena to get this, the state was advised of the subpoena, they issued it too. It was limited in time, what Ms. Ferguson says, Agent Ferguson. The state was dangled the original software, and they went and got it. We'll come back to that. Months ensue. I finally filed a motion because in the January hearing on the amended complaint about this, General Boyano brings the laptop that has the still shot of the truck going backwards. The same still shot, the state also argues, shows nothing. It showed something for them to have it on their screenshot when they argued in front of you. And at that time, Zach Adams says, that's me. No one knew about it until these pleadings. No one. Agent Booth, then General Nichols lied to you about it. They said, we remember seeing it before the trial. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate Kathy Ferguson for honoring her oath and saying Booth's mistaken because it's not true. It makes perfect sense nobody saw it. General Hagerman says he was the expert of the 4G terabyte hard drive. The 4 terabyte drive, he was the expert. He never remembers seeing it. Terry Dicus stopped surveilling at 9:40. Agent Ferguson was the lead administrative agent. She never saw it. It was only relevant in these proceedings. Walker, who was in charge of going from the bank records to seeing if they were covered by the videos, he said, I didn't see it. because I didn't look. It was mislabeled by an intern. Again, Zach's lawyers couldn't open it. What does it do? And I have belabored this. All of Frizzell's cross-examination is now consistent with Walker and Reeves. There is virtually no space between them. It shows at 10:32 when Zach is on tower 39077, and then at 10:35, 39079. He's traveling on the interstate to get to their home, to pick up the rest of his drug buddies, to get down to Parsons, and that's their day. You cannot go from where Autry says they were along this route and make it to the ATM by 11:12 a.m. We've proven that. Nothing the state can ever show rebuts what the objective science reveals. All the statements in the universe, including the guy fishing whose wife was a Facebook friend and he's buddies with Brent Booth, does not rebut what the cell records, the bank records, and the ATM video show. That's why I've spent all of my time on this dry erase board. When you understand April 13th, you understand everything. I asked Agent Booth, as an investigator, is your job to tie up independently corroborating bits of data like bank transactions and cell records to say where somebody was? Answer, I didn't do that. I don't remember that. The court must ask itself now, how can this be? And I submit it is only for the constitutional violations that took place. Your Honor, I submit first under Dellinger, I have proven that the ATM is new. It exists the same way all other new evidence exists. It was out there in the rules of quantum physics that existed. Nobody knew it. Nobody. And the fact that Agent Booth and General Nichols were not credible validates it, because Agent Ferguson and General Hagerman, you can test their credibility, validates it's new. It proves actual innocence. If I have argued actual innocence throughout this. If the court does not find by clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence, then the court's analysis falls to whether first, standalone constitutional violations warrant a new trial, and if not standalone, ineffective assistance of counsel. This evidence is largely interwoven with each other. I suggested in opening, I'll suggest again, find your facts, and then you'll understand when you apply the law how to apply. A defense to the standalone grounds is whether it's been waived or whether it's been previously determined, such as if you have a suppression hearing, you can't argue in a PCR. The standalone, the Brady violation of Jason Autry's sentence was not revealed to the jury.
Thanks, guys.
The state had decided, General Hagerman, the state had decided they had virtually no case. They never communicated that to the defense. Autry, as a state agent, he was provided an immunity agreement, and he came to the court and he lied. I'll talk more about it briefly. Prosecutorial misconduct and or Brady violations. I'm just going to briefly touch on them. I'll get to them in a second. Jennifer Nichols telling the jury the 380 was excluded. No, it wasn't. that the truck had been put in the Dinsmore's garage. No, it wasn't. That the ATM video was buried in discovery that nobody knew and then mislabeled. And at this point, I think the court can see, when I asked Agent Frizzell, did anybody try to go back and look at this surveillance data? I mean, just think for a minute, the millions of dollars, it's in the transcript, the millions of dollars the state had for this. But they act like it's an inmate and an appointed attorney's job to find a better, more clear version of ATM surveillance data. I think I've covered sufficiently how the ATM came to be. I want to go over some of the things the state has said in regards to it. They argue both it's nothing new. We knew they were in Parsons, who cares? And also argue perhaps a canine was driving it. They argue you can't tell if it's them. You can't tell if it's their same vehicle, although to his credit, General Hagerman says, yeah, the same hubcaps, it looks very similar or similar. It's the exact vehicle they had impounded. And what nobody in the state has said is, if that's not them, what vehicle was Shane Austin in? Because the transcript shows they knew his vehicle was inoperable. And they knew that bank transaction took place.
That vehicle's the white truck, right? That was inoperable, babe?
Dylan Adams said, that's me, the BP, standing there. Dylan Adams said, that's me in the car. Zach Adams said, that's me in the car. Jim Simmons testified, so far as we knew, there was no video. He's the one that subpoenaed the bank for the video. They both said they never saw it, and they said how important it was. Gonzalez remembers no conversation about the ATM video. Its importance was understood at trial. That this route that I have discussed about Autry's lie, if you read the trial transcript, and General Nichols, she knew when to object. Page 1,313. And remember, the testimony is that TBI agents, they ran the route themselves. They knew the route that Autry was going to testify about. The question discussing the way back. Question on line 10. So then where would you have gone after that? Answer, at some point in there, it was determined they were where they was, and I proceeded to make my way to 30 Yellow Springs Road. How did you make your way over there? Answer, maybe through Coxburg West, comes through at Eagle Creek. General Nichols, Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to when the witness says probably. If he doesn't know, I'm going to object him just guessing and speculating about which way he went. She knew exactly what she was doing, as if she knew the route was impossible, because she's the one that says today or in November, we knew they were in Parsons, big deal. We'll come back to that when we discuss sanctions. The gun. It's not merely what gun was used. The gun, the .380 round next to the remains, is important because it is another bit of data that validates John Walker's map. I was more worried about this because I prepared this before Agent Frizzell testified. We are now in unison with that fourth ping added to Miss Bobo's phone. But the gun, the .380, shows the 30 minutes from Shiloh Road to Truck Tower Road is where Miss Holly Bobo was killed. everything makes sense. There's no evidence thrown out before. The evidence is thrown out after, except most of the physical remains of Miss Bobo are by her remains. Six days before the 32 revolver was pulled out, Victor Dinsmore says, I'm 100%, I know my guns. It's a 38 revolver with a 357 interchangeable barrel. Jason Autry initially said it was a 357. Why did he say it was a 357? Well, maybe he knew the Austins had a 357. Maybe it's based on discovery that a 357 had been pulled out. But when the state pulls out the 32 revolver, they don't say, maybe we're being lied to. You know what we haven't found in the 2 years of this post-conviction proceeding? The 32 revolver that Victor Dinsmore says they threw in a pond. That May 2017 recording not only revealed the gun issue. If that's not suborning perjury, I don't know what is. It's rare you see the sausage being made in an investigation. We're 6 years after. Brent Booth is asking Victor and Sandy Dinsmore, could it have happened? No, not happening. Brent Booth, I'm trying to get all these details nailed down so I can settle this damn case. His words. Victor says, there's no way that's happening. You never know what a jury will do. Booth says something interesting then. He says at the time they were hiding the garage, they were cleaning the truck out to hide it. There is no scenario where that's possible on April 13th, 2011. None. Victor says, let's go with it. Let's put the truck in the garage. In the state, the prosecutors don't say, well, I'm cleaning my hands of Victor Dinsmore. I'm cleaning my hands of Agent Booth. The words were, they were unimpressed and he was leading. Jennifer Thompson knew enough to have it transcribed, but she didn't understand Rule 803.26. She didn't understand none of it's offered for the truth of the matter. She should have cross-examined them. She should have talked in opening statements. But when she tried to bring it up, shrewd as always, General Nichols objected. Can't talk about that. When we started these proceedings, Your Honor, I did not, one thing I forgot. It's interesting, there are moments where you see how Autry recreated his story. The truck in the garage is one of them. Valerie Trout's IR discussed that the Dinsmores remember a truck being hidden there. But Trout said, no, it wasn't the day of. She came here and testified. It wasn't the day of. If it was the day of, I would have put it in my report. But Autry gleaned from that, I need to put the truck hidden in the garage. When the case started, the first day I lost the motion in limine on Autry's testimony, I did not think I could prove to the court Autry lied. I didn't have his recanting. And it's interesting, the state said it's not credible because Autry was under the influence of drugs when he's talking to my agent at the Memphis jail. But now when this drug addict's talking to other drug addicts, trying to intimidate them, it's gospel. When we started the case, I don't think the state had the understanding of Dylan. Because all you have to do with Dylan, and I know the court said it's going to watch the tape, you have a transcript. I can't request enough. Absorb it. Dylan says whatever they wanted him to say. And so initially, during these proceedings, I was asking, they started off with Mark Lewis. And we get into this, what I'll refer my words as hedging. Again, to the jury in 2017 is totality. Autry's plea, Autry tells the world. Judge McGinley, most persuasive, credible testimony I've ever seen. Watch what happens in 7 months. General Wyrick is asking the first TBI agent to testify, Mark Lewis. Question, this is page 238. Is it fair to say that Jason Autry's statement that he's given to law enforcement over the years, as well as Dylan Adams' statement that he's given to law enforcement over the years, are not mirror images of one another? They're not mirror images. How many homicide statements have you participated in your career as a TBI agent? I don't know what the number is, but it would be a lot. Okay. How many of those have involved a co-defendant? A fair amount. Is it typical with co-defendants pointing the finger at one another? That's not uncommon. It's typical. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they give you a little bit, try to mitigate their own involvement. That has happened, yes. Give you just enough to let you do your work without completely, and I object. I said, Your Honor, is the state acknowledging Jason Autry's statement and testimony was false? Because that will save us a tremendous amount of effort with this line of questioning if the state is acknowledging that Jason Autry's statement was false. General Wyrick, I'm nowhere close to that, Your Honor. No, sir. Now, fast forward to Kathy Ferguson. May, August. General Wyrick asked Kathy Ferguson, of the 4, who do you think raped Holly Bobo? She said Zach Adams, Shane Austin, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry. Oh, so you think Jason Autry raped him? Yes. All because you just listened to Dylan Adams' statement. And you realize it's a lie. Now, General Nichols says 2 things on her testimony. She said, initially, I knew it was false when I watched it. She and I agree on that totally. It's interesting, though, he got incarcerated immediately after making it. I know of no other crime where you say a lie about your involvement in a crime and you're not arrested. The problem is when Jackson and Booth are good cop, bad copping him and saying all this, nobody had the cell phone data. To say that this is not a mirror image of Jason Autry is an offense to the mirror. Dylan has this concoction coming up over the entire night and has Autry the ringleader, has Autry throughout the day raping her, has Dylan raping her, has Zach raping her. Then when you watch it in full, you'll get to the point when they say, and they were hiding her in a basement. It's like, whoops, they're talking about a trailer. So it starts all over. And you go back to the sealed transcript of the plea deal. And you think about Dennis Benjamin and what we heard from him. February, meeting Dinsmore's a God thing. He's got a friend in Indiana. March, he's lying to him saying you're going to get the death penalty. And that's who the vulnerable one lived with. I want to say this about Autry's lie. Credibility matters. I got the pattern instructions. Pattern instruction 42.04. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. By the way, the dedication to this year's pattern instruction was to Judge German. Judge Riley wrote, Dickey abhorred anything he considered to be an injustice. But the state says, okay, in 2017, we said Jason Autry, total mourning, total testimony, total truth. Now they say, oh, you silly jury, you should have known better. You should have known that co-defendants do this. You should have known that it was a self-serving statement. You silly jury. I have custody cases all the time where you lose custody of your child if you lie. I don't say to the judge, I mean, listen, dads lie, moms lie. You know, it happens. Don't follow the law. The fact that their lead agent says Jason Autry was not truthful, but they find a friend of Brent Booth to come here and say on a random day crappie fishing, he remembers a gunshot going off and he remembers it echoing, and the court will listen to the exhibit. You listen to them. They're labeled how far apart they are. You listen if you hear any echoing. When he got up about halfway through, I wrote to write this question before he said anything. I wonder if he's friends with Brent Booth. Called it.
Didn't he say this already?
Yeah. We did not know, the record did not know that Dylan, it's all started with Sheila Kilzer. Kudos to Mark Lewis. He testified Sheila Kilzer wanted her son to get a deal. Kudos to Mark Lewis for explaining that. Your Honor, I think this record has been aided by what Dennis Benjamin brought to the court. The court's heard several issues regarding Sheila Kilzer, Rebecca Earp, who said the truth when she was interviewed by Valerie Trout. Again, the cell phone records have Zach and her arguing throughout late at night. And she's asked, did y'all spend the night together? And she said, I honestly don't remember. But that wasn't good enough for the state. They had to nail that detail down differently than her memory. Dinsmore, and this was something that Jennifer Thompson did not bring out. There's moments when there's these witnesses lining up, and then there's these moments when they don't know the latest thing to line up with. And so Dinsmore is saying that while these guys were there buying drugs on the afternoon of April 13th, they're talking about who's going to hit it first. And there was a while where the state believed that to be true. And then the cell records come in and like, whoops, that's not true. And Autry's painted a story with cell records. The victim's already dead. And you hear Dinsmore says, oh, like, whoops, somebody forgot to tell him. But he still said it, and it made no sense. And Ms. Thompson did not isolate on this. John Walker, I appreciate Agent Frizzell. You know, if the record reflected at trial, the only thing he was wrong about was a road here and there, that would have been pretty different. I've thought about this. What's more accurate? The map John Walker prepared that the court did not allow in 2017, or the exhibit that Agent Frizzell prepared with consultation with the state that had the fourth ping missing that showed the direction of travel of the cell phone of Holly Bobo that morning.
Sneaky. That just happened
When
here?
Agent Walker
Wow.
was preparing Miss Thompson,
Wow.
his testimony was it was for an hour. She did not pay attention and she was drinking wine. The credibility of Jennifer Nichols and Brent Booth. They're the only two who said, I saw the video beforehand. Your Honor, I submit there's credible evidence that the court received then General Nichols, who testified in November, was the least credible witness this court will ever see. She objected to some of my questions from her chair, ridiculed, deflected. It was beneath the positions she has held.
Sounds like the
At times when she couldn't find the right answer, she attempted to gain sympathy from the court. Interesting, she said something I'd heard from Jason Autry that said, if your records reflect that, I don't dispute that. Interesting. I wonder how that came to be.
Line. Where'd you get that line, buddy?
At one point, not wanting to answer the question, she said, when are we going to talk about Jennifer Thompson? I thought that's why we were here. Listen to her at the trial. Jennifer Thompson, all she had a guy who measured the 380 round in the casing. And she told the jury, he didn't know to take the bullet out of the casing. Bless his heart. As if somehow the bullet's going to get bigger than .355 when it's removed from the casing. As if the sock is bigger than the shoe. And then when you ask these people simple questions, just think about this. Simple questions. Do you know the diameter? The honest people, Agent Ferguson said, I didn't, but I've learned it. Jennifer Nichols, no. Have you Googled it? No. Brent Booth, have you looked it up? No. Just admit we were wrong. The sanctions that the court has taken under advisement. The state is asking for the court to see that somehow that video that is in discovery either shows nothing, or if it does show something, it shows nothing new because everybody knew we were in Parsons. They said, but Katie Spirko can't go get it because it's evidence. Which is odd. From 2011 to 2024, the state did nothing to go and get the actual recorded software. Only when Katie Spirko tries to get it through a subpoena that only I have the power to get, then all of a sudden we got a problem. And you can look through the record of this transcript to see their only defense to the ATM video is it's not clear enough of a picture to see who's in it. It's almost as if the real reason they went and got what's exculpatory evidence was to make sure if there's a clear video of it, defense didn't have it first. And when I asked her whether it was important, whether she communicated to me first, that they went and got it, and they told the person who gets it, don't tell anybody, Jennifer Nichols says, who cares? It's an obligation under the rules of professional conduct when a prosecutor knows of exculpatory evidence. And you saw Jennifer Nichols' attitude. All of these things, Your Honor, combine for these standalone issues I've addressed in my pleadings. I'm now going to address ineffective assistance of counsel, and I have 12. I'll not belabor the point. Again, if I have not proven these are worthy enough on its face to survive the Rule 28, Section 5 defenses, these fall to ineffective assistance. Number one, Dylan's video. And it was odd to even watch in real time. The question was, how do you authenticate the video of Dylan's September 2014 hearing? Jennifer Thompson says, I don't know. It's pretty easy. You call one of the 3 TBI officers who were there. And it's not a confrontation issue because, first of all, it's not being asserted for the truth of the matter. And second, the defendant calls it. And look how the state, they couldn't wiggle out of it. 2, she never recreated the day of April 13th to make it sense with the objective data. 3, the gun, her question to Dinsmore was, yeah, but didn't you say it was a 38 or a 357? That's fundamentally different than you said it's a 38 revolver with a 357 interchangeable barrel. Number 4, the truck in the garage, she had the transcript. Play it at opening. Say, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the evidence has been created in this case. All of these witnesses said different things until the state said, that's enough, stop. The detail is nailed down. Jerry Gonzalez says she wasn't listening because she was constantly trying to get boxes because the state wouldn't tell them who their witnesses were. And the state during these proceedings said, no, that wasn't done. General Hageman tried his best. When we asked a couple of weeks ago to the state, who are your 6 witnesses? Their response to the court seen it was, are we required to do this? Britt, technical difficulties regarding the wiretap. Britt admits there's listening that you're told they probably wiretapped your home. This idea that there was not probable cause differences, Your Honor, I've gone through this. It's not the case. There's a probable cause for an administrative subpoena, investigative subpoena, that's different by statute. Everything else, the definition of probable cause is you believe somebody did it. That's it. Think how I went through point by point of Brent Booth, who initially said, I never said there was probable cause. And then I get the record out. And he's like, whoa. And we went through point by point. Terry Britt lied about his alibi. Terry Britt lied about his cell phone. Terry Britt's prior knowledge of Holly Bobo. Past behaviors. Thompson could not open a video. She should have gotten IT help to open it. In fairness, she did repeatedly bring up issues to the court. The transcript of the motion hearing speaks for itself. She failed to isolate the Dinsmore when Dinsmore said, yeah, those guys were talking about who's going to hit it first. And then I didn't know what they were talking about. Now I do. I feel terrible. So she said, wait a minute. But crime's already taken place and she's dead by this time. She didn't isolate how all of these witnesses, just because they say some things that sound similar to other things, it doesn't make it true when you have people who are facilitating these witnesses back and forth. She should have played the ERP video. Honestly, I don't remember. She didn't force this fundamental question of the day, which is, they've just pulled off the crime of the century. They just get back to Austin's house. The records show their call was at 8:50. They now have no idea what to do with the body. So they call Jason Autry, who comes in where they drive to the river to dispose of it. They then don't dispose of it, and they drive all the way back. Put aside they drove, and you'll watch the video of Paul Dillon's route. It's nothing but woods. But they're still driving. And then at this point, even though you cannot get to this route, Thompson does not say, does it make sense now that they say, all right, we know a satellite guy's coming at Shane's house. Let's just leave everything here and make our way to Sonic. That's what the proof that Autry bound them to. Put aside this issue. The remains were found with personal property. How did personal property get there? If they were throwing all the evidence out, wouldn't they throw all the evidence out? Instead, they made sure to keep some belongings together, and there's no explanation for how that could be. Because they say the truck was hidden in Dinsmore's before all of this. It's impossible. And Thompson never drove that point home. She should have told, number 11, she should have told Zach Adams, Zach, you're on trial for the death penalty. I need to let you know I have antidepressant medicine that's being upped up because of how I'm being treated in this case. You say, well, that's true, but somebody was being mean to her. Is the attorney's job to not at least tell the client, you need to know my mental health is deteriorating, which is the 12th point she should have withdrawn. I could not say it better than Forrest Richardson. He analyzed quantity, not quality. Jennifer Thompson's problem is not that she didn't know the case. She couldn't tell the jury about it because by September 2017, she'd been ridiculed. Her own co-counsel filed a motion to withdraw, saying her problem was she believed him too much. I'm curious what the state's position is. Is it that she was competent, or in the words of Jennifer Nichols, dishonest and unethical? For recording her work. Can you imagine if we didn't have the recording of Dinsmore and I was trying to tell you, Judge, I think there was perjury suborned during that day. I think Dinsmore said he didn't remember. If I didn't have a recording, they'd be like, whatever, trust us. Which brings me to the third large point. When you reflect on this case, whose presentation provided you the most credible proof? Whose statements to you were true? I told you from the beginning in May, Your Honor, Katie Spirko won't be a witness. You look in the record right now to see if there was ever a subpoena issued for her today, served on her today. I said it's for a nefarious purpose. Opening statement. The state said, if there's anything new that comes to this court, it's not going to be credible. I submit I have presented to the court objective scientific data that cannot be manipulated, like testimony of a fisherman 14 years earlier. The state has provided testimony from witnesses who lied about everything until their lies were nailed down to the lies of others. It was, at one point I asked a question and General Hagerman volunteered, this isn't gamesmanship. What else is it? If you don't think Jason Autry did it, then why continue to try to put him to death in pleadings? And his answer was, Well, we didn't know who was going to be tried first. This is not a game. I've told you about the .32 revolver that we've never found from Dick, the second one, apparently. It's been in a pond. Think about this. The state has asked you to consider the prior evidence, which is part of the record, that Zach made all these statements to drug addicts, to friends, to girlfriends he was fighting with, as somehow confessions. They have incarcerated him since March of 2014, had the ability to wiretap every single thing he's ever said, listen to every phone conversation he's ever made. They don't have the first sentence uttering a single statement that he had any knowledge of what happened to Holly Bobo or any involvement. They say that he threatened his brother. If that's the new element for first-degree murder, every parent who has children better watch out. And look at the people who supported the scientific evidence. Look what happened to them. Terry Dykes taken off the job. John Walker reported. Jennifer Thompson, antidepressant medicine. And Your Honor, I submit, I have shown this to you, and in this case, I have taken their witnesses and their evidence, with the exception of Paul Dillon, Alberto Davis, and Bradley Strong. No, sorry, that's their witness. And the lawyers involved. I've taken their IRs, their agents, and shown you the truth. Your Honor, we're now time for me to tell you the fourth part of this argument and the last part of this case, which is your signature to the order. This procedure, this post-conviction procedure, Rule 28, and it's codified, reflects our country's dedication to the importance of our Constitution. Just as Marbury versus Madison said, some laws, however popularly passed, will not stand if they're unconstitutional. Neither will a jury verdict stand if it's the product of a constitutional violation. These provisions are not trivial. Due process, effective assistance of counsel. I will not lecture the court on the Constitution. I will just say this. It's what our men and women in uniform defend with their lives. Every judicial oath states you solemnly promise to support the United States and Tennessee Constitution. Each generation of Americans inherit the obligation to honor it. And if they don't, it will not stand. At times, it requires good and honorable men and women to speak up and stand up for it against powerful and popular forces. Is your signature going to be easy, Your Honor? It's not. The Constitution doesn't care if it's not easy. To put it in more practical sense, can TBI officers go around telling other witnesses to change their testimony to nail down with other testimony, and can prosecutors say, that's fine, let's use it? We'll find out with your signature. Can a prosecutor lie to the jury about a bullet size? We'll find out with your signature.
Damn.
Can a citizen honestly be said to have had effective assistance of counsel? If the attorney was ridiculed, her first chair abandoned her, she had mental health problems, she never presented alibi evidence, she did not understand what evidence is important and how to get it admitted. We will find out with your ruling. Can the state mislabel, then lie about its existence? Evidence that either exonerates or tends to exonerate the witness, and then when they find a more clear version of this evidence exists, can they surreptitiously obtain it and tell the custodian, don't say a word about it? We'll find out with your ruling. Here's the irony, Your Honor. This ruling's not going to affect me. I'm going to go back to Hickman County and divorce people. I can tell you who is waiting on your ruling. Every dishonest member of law enforcement and prosecutor that is faced with a weak case. Your green light, if you condone this, will be the best they could have ever hoped for. And to be clear, I am not saying every law enforcement or prosecutor in this case or throughout the state is either dishonest or corrupt. We live in a state that prides itself in law enforcement, and we should. Those who do their job honorably have the utmost regard for everyone in this courtroom. It is to them this court owes the duty to not reward the bad conduct that besmirches their life's work. I would read to you from page 504, retired agent Joe Walker, to be your guiding light. If there's evidence that cannot manipulate that Zach Adams was not part of this crime, you want him out of jail, don't you? If Zach Adams was in jail unnecessarily, sir, I couldn't sleep at night. I can promise you that. Is today the first time you learned that you did not look at the right video? Yes, sir. Do you feel terrible? Again, sir, I don't know. I don't feel terrible until I know for sure. You're worried, aren't you? I would hate to think that it would be, but I'm not certain at this point. No, sir. Chaucer wrote in Canterbury Tales, if the gold rust, what chance does the iron have? If Chaucer were here, he would say it this way. If this conduct in this case is not corrected in such a high visibility case, what's going to happen to the low visibility ones? Your Honor, subject to any post-trial filings as the court requires, this largely concludes my appointment to the court under Rule 28, Section 610C2, whereby I have reviewed the pro se petition, filed the amended petition asserting other claims which the petitioner was arguably entitled to, interviewed relevant witnesses, diligently investigated and presented all reasonable claims. To say that this has been disappointing and at times disgusting and even intimidated to present to the court would be an understatement. I read no such exceptions to Rule 28 that could have made this easier for me. I would be lying if I did not say I wish such exceptions existed at times. I found myself this summer working late at night often on this case and moving offices across the square in Centerville. One artifact I came across was an article in the Hickman County Times from 1981, where the then assistant prosecutor resigned because he was so upset at the corrupt, dishonest judge who presided over the court. The prosecutor not only wrote the resignation to the judge and the DA, he allowed it to be run in the Hickman County Times. The letter reviewed in detail the horrible acts from the bench this prosecutor had witnessed. And he ended it by acknowledging that this resignation made public will cause a financial cost to his future that he regrets. But he would rather his children grow up poor than to witness him stand silent in the face of such corruption and dishonor from the very institutions we cherish most in our country. The author had a daughter who has since taught history and government, and a son who followed in his footsteps. For the reasons I have cited to you, Your Honor, I'm asking you to not stand silent either. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the state of Tennessee,
Let's take a quick breath.
on behalf of every law-abiding citizen, on behalf of every law enforcement agency in this state, and particularly those that had anything to do with this case, whether it was from the early moments of the morning of April 13, 2011 to today, we do not care where Zach Adams was at 11:12 in the morning on April 13th, 2011. The state of Tennessee could not care less where he was at that time on that day. Out of their own witnesses' mouths, Agent Terry Dicus, the operative, the key, the essential time period in this case, in this investigation, 9:39 in the morning. He elaborated a little more and said from 8 to 10:30 in the morning. That was the key time. Their own witness. This court has heard proof since May. The jury heard proof for a week. Thousands of pieces of evidence have been admitted before Your Honor, before Judge McGinley. Often when we wrap up jury cases, we say to the jury as prosecutors, particularly cases like this, it's hard to give it to you. It's hard to turn this case over to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We know you've been listening. We know you've been paying attention. We chose you. We know you're going to follow the law, but it's still hard to hand that case over. Your Honor is the jury here. And the state of Tennessee has the utmost confidence that Your Honor is going to do the right thing, that Your Honor is going to follow the law that says that they have to prove beyond clear and convincing evidence, or with clear and convincing evidence, that Jennifer Thompson and Jim Simmons and Jerry Gonzalez performed below reasonable standards, not magician standards, not wizard standards, not could you maybe bribe a juror and get them to hang this thing up, but did they perform at reasonable objective standards in the moment? Not looking back. All these years later, with hindsight, and I'd have done it differently. I'd have done this instead. Did they meet that standard? If they did, we're done. And Your Honor can proudly put your signature on that order. If they didn't, they still have to prove that it would have made a difference. That when that jury came back into this courtroom, if they heard everything that Your Honor has heard today, plus everything that they heard during the course of the week of that trial, that they would have come in here and said, you know what? I don't know. Or just one of them. All it takes is one to say, state didn't meet their burden. I can't sign my name on that. Would any of this have made a difference? State submits that the only difference what has transpired in this courtroom since May and outside of this courtroom in an attempt to manipulate these findings, in an attempt to manipulate and threaten witnesses, that the only thing that has changed standing here today, December 29th, 2025, is we know even more certainly how guilty he is. When we started these proceedings in May, the state pointed out that he, the defendant, sits before you, a convicted murderer in the state of Tennessee. And it's louder today than it was when we started in May. Because what the petitioner is asking the court to do is to look at the proof through a straw. Please don't read all of Mike Frizzell's report. Let me just scream and carry on about how the state hid evidence. If it wasn't so tragic to sit here with the Bobos in 2025 and watch them go through this. To carry to its ultimate conclusion what the petitioner is asking the court to believe. Please don't look at all of Mr. Frizzell's report. Just focus on the fact that he put that fourth ping on a later page. At no time did Mike Frizzell today or ever in front of that jury say, just look at this little piece of what I found. Look at all of it. Everyone who testified in this courtroom before Your Honor and who testified before that jury, with the exception of a few that I will talk about, everybody from law enforcement, look at all of it. Got it all. Here it is. I would hazard to guess that never in the state of Tennessee, perhaps in any state, I don't know, but in the state of Tennessee, never has a trial been conducted where the defense team had everything the state had. Everything. So this same petitioner who wants the court to believe that we're over here manipulating witnesses and telling people what to say and hiding stuff in our bags, I don't know, they had it all. They had it all. And we were at their mercy to receive the information. We were at their mercy to receive the information that Jennifer Thompson decided to trickle in bit by bit. To stand before this court and accuse in the way that petitioner has done is offensive to not only the men and women that have worked this case, but everybody that's out there right now. Because to sign this imaginary order that the petitioner is asking the court to sign, you would by doing so say, it's okay to come into court and make up stuff. It's okay to come into court and have selective amnesia about things. This same defense attorney who put in 3,000 hours on this case shut down her whole practice. And we only know what we know from the time she was appointed. She was hired by the family for a year prior to that. So we'll never know the grand total of hours that she put into this case.
It was an obsession. She put makeup on him every day. She dressed him in her husband's suits. They got along famously. They talked, they communicated, they met. The little that he would talk. And in the thousands and thousands of hours that Jennifer Thompson put into this case, she still believes he's innocent. That's clear by the fact that she came in here and testified the way she did. It is absolutely unbelievable, not plausible, not credible. I don't really remember what he told me about where he was that morning. That was her answer to my question. Well, you had conversations with him. Yes, of course. You met with him many times. Of course. You talked to all these people. Yes, of course. Well, okay. We're all dying to know. Because I can tell the court this as well on behalf of the state of Tennessee and on behalf of every law enforcement agent across this beautiful state, that if an innocent person is sitting in prison, we want to get into action as quickly as we can. Please, by all means, show us.
Sure. Sure you do. Sure you do.
Point it out. He can't. He can't. He hasn't. And he never will. Perhaps the truth, if he's been paying attention, is a little bit clearer to him now than it was during the trial. The proof that this court heard, the proof that the jury heard, was that this defendant was with Jason Autry the morning of April 13th, 2011. No one from the state of Tennessee has ever presented a theory in which this defendant is the one who grabbed Holly Bobo from her carport. I would submit that that's never been a theory that's been argued, articulated. He was calling the shots. You see, none of this was supposed to go down the way it did. We'll never know, for whatever reason, what motivated them that early morning to grab Holly Bobo. We'll never know. It'd be great if there was a turn of conscience, like Jason Autry and Dylan Adams had, of just giving us a little bit, but you got to go to hell to catch a devil. And that's where we've been for a long, long time. Holly Bobo was not supposed to fight as hard as she did. Holly Bobo wasn't supposed to fight for her life. Dylan Adams was never supposed to talk. The proof, it was heart-wrenching to watch. And if, again, the petitioner's petition is that Jennifer Thompson should have put Dylan Adams on the stand for the jury to hear, perhaps the only thing that would have come from that lame move was that the jury would have been out and been back with their verdict a lot faster. Jennifer Thompson managed to keep that jury out for 2 days. If the jury had seen the manipulation and the fear of Dylan Adams, that's what this is all about. Of course, Dylan Adams is going to do what I tell him to do. Get rid of the phone, get rid of her stuff. Jason and I are going to go get rid of her body. You all get rid of this junk, and we'll meet up here later. And we know all this from the cell phone records. We know all this from the towers. The court has the proof, and the state has great confidence that the court can see through the smoke and mirrors, the emperor is wearing no clothes case that the petitioner has put on. The only thing that would have happened had Dylan Adams testified was a faster verdict. The only thing that would have happened had the defendant testified in his own behalf was a faster verdict. She kept that jury out for 2 days, and she kept him off death row. One of the most heinous, complex, violent, indefensible cases in this state's history. Absolutely no motive other than bragging rights. That's it. If I pull this off, the stories I'll get to tell. Holly wasn't supposed to fight that hard. And gosh, she wasn't supposed to be alive in the river. The court will recall they drove to the river, an area that this petitioner was familiar with, testified to it finally in 2025, probably never told his lawyer he'd been down there before, despite the graffiti and the countless times he'd been down there fishing and doing what else. They took her down there to gut her body because that's going to float, or not float rather, that's going to sink. And then we're out of here. We're out of here. We'll drive into town. I gotta get Jason back, and we'll get into town, and we'll be seen. This will be great. And think of the bragging I'll have. Holly Bobo. The big prize. So they get down to the river. And she's still alive. This is not going as planned. Thank goodness. We've always got a gun.
This woman is literally standing up here making up a story with no evidence to support it. This isn't a fucking trial, lady. There's no jury, lady. What are you doing? That's not what post-conviction work's about. Are you trying to give a closing for a trial? What the fuck? What is she talking about? This woman's literally just telling a story right now that she's cooked up in her fucking head based on what Jason Autry cooked up in his head. And she's adding all kinds of neat little facts. This woman is trying to just squeeze the pathos out of the judge wearing victim skin. I cannot stand prosecutors like this. This woman is part of the problem. Shame on you.
A bullet to the back of the head. If the court wants to disregard Mitchell Hayes' testimony, of course the court has that purview and power. Just like the jury had the purview and the power and the responsibility, and they took the oath to judge every witness's credibility to testify. And let's not lose sight of the fact that Jennifer Thompson put on quite a defense. We've all participated in criminal prosecutions where there's nothing done on the other side. An objection here or there, cross-examination here or there. That's it. Jennifer Thompson is a fighter. She was dogged and relentless and focused on one thing and one thing only. Walk him out of the courtroom. She's still proud of her work on this case. It's one of 3 featured cases on her website. If she was so distraught about her performance and her participation in the denial of his constitutional rights, why didn't she report herself? Why didn't Jim Simmons report her? Why didn't Jerry Gonzalez report her? From the river, they go back 100 miles an hour. Some of what's come out of his mouth in terms of the distance they're traveling. They've got a dead body in the back of the truck.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The body was supposed
Let's
to
do 100 with a dead body in the car. Good story.
Because she was still alive. We had to shoot her. And we heard a boat. Your Honor, met that boat driver today. The state submits to you one of the most credible witnesses to ever take the stand in this beautiful courthouse or any other across the state.
Oh my God.
Here's what I heard. We do not know, sitting here today, where the defendant was from 7:50 in the morning until they land in Parsons and his phone starts pinging around 11:12, 11:15. Except we do know a little bit about what he was up to. The problem is he can't be honest about it, because to be honest about it would be to admit once and for all, as Jason and Dylan have done, his role in this. But he is praying and hoping against everything he has left, against the power of the podcast and some veiled, I don't know, threat to the court about ignoring the facts and ignoring the law, that the truth will be buried in the same way he was instructing Mr. Bates' agent, Ms. Spirko, to bury something on a piece of property. Here's where you go. Here's what you do. Don't take a phone. They might track you. He can't own up to what he's done because it's too horrible. And this game is too far gone. But we know from all of the cell phone evidence, from Jonathan Reeves, who Mike Frizzell said it today, he said it during trial. I agree with him. Jonathan Reeves and I see eye to eye on this thing. The only one that Mike Frizzell takes issue with is Johnny Walker, because he said there's no empirical data to support the limb that Johnny Walker got out on. And I would remind the court that petitioner's own witness called Johnny Walker incompetent. Jerry Gonzalez smirked at the skill set and the level of incompetence of Johnny Walker when he was on the stand. The same Johnny Walker that when, in his mind, he manages to crack this case, he marches into that jail and gets Terry Britt to confess to kidnapping and murdering Holly Bobo. What does he do with it? He sends an email to himself and closes his computer down and goes home for the weekend. Even he knew it was worthless. Even he knew he was being played. This same petitioner who's asking the court to free a convicted, guilty murderer wants the court to order the charges against an innocent man. Much of the petitioner's early documents and position in this case is that we got the wrong person. Terry Britt is who did this crime. Terry Britt killed Holly Bobo. There is zero proof of that. Out of Terry Dykes's own mouth, the only proof he had was that Terry Britt is a registered sex offender. We'll all agree to that. He's got a revoked license and he lives near the area. Is that really the society that we want to live in? Is that really the criminal justice system that we want to proudly be a part of? To ignore the mountain of evidence against the convicted murderer and lock up the innocent guy. Because this just didn't turn out the way it was supposed to. Holly wasn't supposed to fight so hard. Jason Autry was not supposed to testify. Dylan Adams was not supposed to talk. And just one person on that juror, needed to not be convinced by the highest standard in jurisprudence, beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. I want to make sure I get these times right, because there's been a lot of attempts to, again, look through a straw and not look at everything. Terry Dykes, 8 o'clock to 10:30 is the relevant time. 11:15 to 12:15 is not relevant. He said it. Everybody said it. The state will say it again. We could not care less where this defendant, where Shane Austin, where that alleged Silverado, where Dylan Adams, couldn't care less where they were at 11:15 in the morning on April 13th, 2011. What the state does care about is where they were from 8 to 10:30. And what we know about the phone information from 9:12 in the morning to 9:50 in the morning. 9:12 in the morning to 9:50 in the morning, Zach Adams is inactive on his phone. There's no activity going on his phone. 8:55 to 9:42, Jason Autry's phone is inactive. They'd been talking before together. Their phones had been active before as they're making the plan. Hey, this has all gone amok down here. I need your help. We got Holly Bobo and this is going to be fun. But during that vital time period, out of every law enforcement officer that took this stand, regardless of who called them to the stand, that's our key point. Total inactivity. 9:50 to 12:18 p.m., 9:50 in the morning, on the tower, closest to the river, Birdsong, back toward the truck stop tower and on into Parsons, this defendant is wearing those keys out. There are 25 communication activities between 9:50 in the morning and 10:30 in the morning from this defendant's phone. He is frantic, absolutely frantic, because she wasn't supposed to be alive at the river. The state wishes, for purposes of this presentation, but to be quite honest, Your Honor, more importantly for the Bobo family, the state wishes we could tell you when they dumped Holly Bobo's body. We know where it was found. Again, through the straw that the petitioner is holding and asking the court to look at the evidence through, there was a .380 casing, not bullet, despite their repeated attempts to use that word bullet, casing, found near her body. Well, guess what? There were also about 100 other items found near her body, all of which were collected. Laura Hodge with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation took the stand and testified at trial, and there were 82 items put into evidence alone while she was on the stand. That's how much stuff there was out in the area where Holly Bobo spent her last moments on earth. Lots of other ammunition was found out there and a myriad of other things. It doesn't matter. We still don't know when the body was put there. It's pretty clear from the cell phone testimony and from what Your Honor has seen in the beaten down testimony of Dylan Adams. And again, it was hard to watch as a human being. It was hard to watch him on the stand. I think we all probably caught ourselves having to remember the role that he played in this rape, kidnapping, and murder of an innocent young girl. But if you didn't believe before he took the stand that he had spent his whole life being physically, emotionally, and psychologically abused and beaten by the petitioner, it was pretty clear. The same petitioner that shot his mother, the same mother who the court heard on the jail calls, threatening him, yelling at him, to the point that he cried in the jail calls and he cried here. 14 years later. The same frantic murderer who's wearing his phone out from 9:50 to 10:30 in the morning. He's calling Rebecca Earp. He's calling Dick Adams. He's calling Joe's Video. He's calling everybody he can think of because now he's got a truck with a dead body in the back and he's got some work to do. Where can I go and safely take this truck? Is my grandfather home? That's why he's calling Dick Adams. Will Rebecca Earp lie for me and be my alibi? No, she wasn't going to do that. And the jury heard all of the attempts of an alibi that this petitioner made, both in the days and weeks and months after Holly Bobo's murder. And I will not belabor them, but they were all blown to bits. Jason Autry, first time he was contacted by law enforcement, came up with some story, but I was working, gave them the name of the guy he was working for, exactly where it was. Law enforcement, I know, ran it to the ground, as they do, as they are emboldened and empowered and expected to do. Ran it to the ground, and that man said, I hadn't seen Jason Autry since I don't know when. Their alibis were falling apart, but the lead officer was ignoring it because he was looking through a straw. The same straw that the petitioner is asking the court to use. He's wearing that phone out, trying to figure out where he's going to go and get rid of this body, get rid of the white truck, the same white truck that jurors heard witnesses testify had been driving down the Bobo Street in the days leading up to Holly's abduction. White truck, I got to get rid of it. The black truck was probably the one used to drive around and get rid of the evidence. We'll never know. We'll never know the order of things, and we will never, ever, ever, ever know unless he has a moment of weakness when Holly Bobo and her phone were separated. No one took this stand with any credible proof to say, I saw it. And that's all we have is speculation and theory. But every expert that is truly an expert, that truly has credible experience in this line of work said there's no way to tell. There's no way to tell from this data when she was separated from that phone. He's frantically trying to figure out where everybody is so he can get his story straight. And then that same day, or in the days that follow, well, let me back up. I'm sorry. Later that night, this same frantic petitioner is trying to steal cars and guns from his grandfather. And the court heard those 911 tapes. They're on a first name basis with the Adams household. The same Dick Adams who, when asked if Zach had anything to do with the murder and rape and abduction of Holly Bobo, said, if he did, he's probably good for it. Imagine that being your grandfather's response if you were accused of one of the most heinous crimes to have occurred in West Tennessee in modern time. Yeah, it does not shock me that Zach might have had something to do with this. Because that very night, Dick Adams came face to face with the frantic murderer. And nobody but family, nobody knows better than family what he's capable of. He's out of control, trying to get out of town because he's worried that it was sloppy. It did not go the way it was supposed to go. The court heard endless testimony, as did the jury, of all of the bragging. And the only really reasonable question to ask there is, why would you say those things if they weren't true? Why in the world? What is the motive? There's been absolutely no credible proof about those statements, about misunderstanding of those statements. You half expected for somebody to come in and say, oh, we were all in the same room together when he said it. These people are scattered all over the state, in various places, coming in contact with him at different times. No body, no gun. Before the body and her skull with the bullet to the back was ever found. The bizarre, frantic behavior of washing the mattress and the officers that testified to that, those are not the scratches of a meth addict. And if they were, why lie about it? If they were, why lie about it? Because he can't face the truth. It's too ugly. The first time anything about a bank is mentioned is in September of 2014. This defendant and his meth monkey team, the A-team, whatever they like to call themselves, had been talked to who knows how many times by law enforcement as they combed this area, looking for Holly, looking for anything, anybody who knew something, saw something. Never did any of them mention, until it was Shane Austin's parents in September of 2014 that said, I don't know, maybe there was a bank transaction. Okay, thanks. Your Honor's seen the still. Your Honor's seen the video. More importantly, the court has heard from everyone who has taken the stand, with the exception of the convicted murderer and his beaten down brother, Dylan Adams, that it's not worth the paper it's printed on. It shows nothing. The emperor is wearing no clothes. The murderer has no defense. Even Jennifer Thompson never know why, what motivated her to take the stand and answer the questions in the way she did. Even she looked at it and said, I don't know what this is. No, I can't see anybody in there. Of all of the people on the planet who would have loved to have proven us all wrong, to have gotten one up on Judge Nichols, I mean, the court's heard ad nauseum about their lack of a friendship. Who would love anything more than to be able to say, you all are so dumb, here it is right here. But even she couldn't do it. The only two that see anything in there are the one that's doing life and the one that was told what to say. Every other witness, whether petitioner called them or whether we called them, I don't know what that is. It's got no value. But even for the sake of Your Honor's responsibility and the incredible job in front of this court, let's just say, for the sake of this argument, that it is clear as day that you can see the A-team in the front of that truck pulled in backward at the bank at 11:12 in the morning. Who cares? Holly's already dead. If that video had been taken between, let me make sure I get the times right from Agent Dykus, between 8 and 10:30, and you could see anything, yeah, that's a pretty good alibi. But the time is irrelevant. The state couldn't care less, nor does the law care where this convicted murderer was after he'd already killed Holly Bobo. And all that the court heard in terms of alibi from Dylan Adams and this defendant was where they were after they killed her. Don't look too closely at what the proof shows as to where we were while she was being kidnapped, raped, and shot in the back of the head at the Tennessee River. Don't look too closely. Jennifer Thompson whether she looked at the video or not, she did spend time before going to law school as a computer programmer. And I think the court can see from the evidence that was admitted, the tech savvy ability that she had. She knew what she was doing. She was an experienced attorney at the time the family hired her. She served then, she serves today on the CJA panel. Every accolade that you can have thrown at you as an attorney has been thrown at her. This one just didn't turn out the way she wanted. Whether she saw it or not, it doesn't matter. Because she had a strategy. And she had the best defense that has ever been handed to a defendant in the history of the state. And his name was Terry Britt. He looks and walks and talks like and is a registered sex offender. And it only takes one to not listen to all of the evidence and all of the facts and all of the law. That was her strategy. Imagine if this were all reversed and she had put the defendant on the stand and he had done a bang-up job at trial, just like he did before the court with his selective amnesia. Oh, I don't remember where I was. Oh, I don't know where I was. No, I didn't say that. That was just a joke. Imagine if she put him on the stand and he had testified and that jury went back and convicted him. Then the accusations from this side would be, you should have blamed Terry Britt. You've got this walking poster child. Every defendant accused going forward is going to point at him. Why didn't you put on Terry Britt? Why would you ever put on proof putting these guys together? That's why the video is useless. Even if it showed anything, even if the time helped, why would she want to put them together? Her defense was to distance him from the others, the A team, and to pin this on Terry Britt. But in addition, she didn't just sit back on her laurels with that as her sole objective. She cross-examined the fire out of just about everybody that took the stand. Can we sit here in 2025 with hindsight and say, oh, but you should have asked it this way? Sure, I can do that all day long. Thankfully, that's not what the law requires. The mandates of the law are for the court to look at the totality of the case at the time. And at the time and in the moment, and given what Jennifer Thompson and her team of 24 people that were working day in and day out around the clock while this case was in trial, their strategy was golden, easy, succinct, easy to understand. Very rarely does a defense attorney have a name to put on the some other dude did it defense. This jury got to meet him and size him up and listen to her cross-examination and take it all into account and weigh it all. The state has great confidence and faith in this court. And just as much confidence and faith in our system. A system that provided this convicted murderer with every piece of evidence that the state gathered to prove his guilt. A system that allowed his team of lawyers and experts and jury consultants and forensic experts, and I mean, the list is as long as this aisle. A system that never said, no, that's too much money. We're not going to pay for it. Everything that Jennifer Thompson requested was granted. A system that selects from the community men and women, not lawyers to second judge and second guess. Men and women of a community to listen to the law, to listen to the facts, and to never, ever, ever leave their common sense behind. A system that instructs that jury of their incredible responsibility, that you must, every one of you, all 12 of you, find beyond a reasonable doubt that Zach Adams raped, kidnapped, and murdered Holly Bobo. A system that made everything available to him. Ms. Thompson was hired by his family and then convinced the court to appoint her. She kept him off death row. And a system that allows Your Honor to look at everything, what the jury heard, with the added benefit of what the court has heard now. And the absolute unbelievable testimony that she just doesn't recall what he said, or that all of those communications with her client, every note she took, is missing. It's not plausible. The focus group that we asked her about, for a minute there I thought, well, geez, did we read something wrong? And she had zero memory of that. And the court saw from the bar graph this morning from Forrest Richardson, 40 hours spent on a focus group. Dogged, relentless, obsessed. Zach Adams was afforded one of the greatest defenses and defense presentations and defense teamwork
In Tennessee history?
any accused criminal in this state.
Wow. Holy shit, dude.
$275,000 for Ms. Thompson alone, just during the time that she was appointed. The standard that the law requires is light years beneath what she gave him. And even her dogged, relentless, obsessed attention to detail, quest to win, desire to beat Jennifer Nichols, none of it mattered. Because in the great state of Tennessee, in these courtrooms, the law is the boss. The law that that jury followed and proudly walked back in here and returned their verdict to Judge McGinley, and the same law that Your Honor will follow. Same law regarding credibility of witnesses, reasonableness, prejudice. Would any of it have made a difference? The state submits the only difference is that verdict would have been a lot faster.
Thank you, Ms. Wyder.
Oh, good God.
All right, council rule 28 requires 60 days in order in this proceeding. I'm hopeful we get transcripts inside of 60 days. Oddly, it says I can extend it 30 days for unforeseen circumstances. I think it's quite foreseen right now that it's going to take more than 60 days. I hope you'll understand. I do have a regular docket, a regular trial docket to run as well. So, that said, I'll get it to you promptly. And I will probably file it first and give you file copies, so there's no distribution of a signed copy that I'm submitting to the court. I'll wait for the clerk to file it. But rest assured, the day that I file it, you get copies, at least emails to you. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else we need to cover?
Not for the state, hang on.
Bates?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you all for your dedication to this case. Both sides.
Yes, sir.
You put a tremendous amount of work in this, that's clear. Now it's my turn. This matter is adjourned.
All right.
So did he say he might not take all the 60 days, or he will take?
No,
the
he said he'll definitely take the 60 days. Says that doesn't even know if he'll get the transcript within 60 days. He foresees that it will
go beyond.
will
60
take
days? 'Cause I
it'll
think
take a
there's-
little bit longer.
I mean, in Illinois, they've got a window by which they must respond to a post-conviction petition, or it's like, but I think this is different because they're having this hearing. So typically, the moving party gets to go again. Counsel didn't even attempt to stand up, and the judge didn't ask him, and the judge just started talking. So I was like, I wonder if that could be like the judge is like, I don't need to even hear from you again, or they just don't do that since the other lawyer didn't even seem like he was starting to budge.
Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to look at Rule 28.
So let me ask you, because I heard some of it, missed some of it. So I thought that the defense's closing was very good from what I heard. You know, remembering that the focus is newly discovered evidence outside of the record. So you've got the lawyer, everything she said, and you've got that video. And then the other things that he argues could go to just showing that the case overall is weak, and the actual innocence claim, which has to piggyback the newly discovered evidence as well. But I didn't catch 99% of the prosecutions. I caught like the very tail end where she was saying, and what I heard was, and that's why she didn't use it. She was trying to separate herself from this one, and she's trying to blame that one. What was their argument in that regard? The state's argument.
She was talking about his brother and his lawyer not wanting to put his testimony on at trial. Dylan.
Not the video from the ATM.
No, that would like, you know, the defense's position is that was
lost,
buried,
right.
You know,
I didn't know
intentionally,
if
and
the
that
prosecution tried to argue, oh no, she had it. She just had no reason to use it.
no, I mean, the state's argument with that in a nutshell is that they don't care because 11:12 a.m., you know, in their minds, they can make it down there, even if, assuming arguendo, it's true that it's them in the truck, which it is, you know, that it doesn't matter because the time that matters to them is between whatever,
Because
8,
the other guy could
8:30 and
just have gotten
10
the time wrong,
and
'cause
10:36 or whatever. Yeah, I mean, she's
that's
like,
piggybacks that, like, because the other guy, the one that testified that at that same time they were wherever, just happened to have the time wrong. Is that their argument with that?
she didn't even really get into that Autry just had the time wrong. She just said that they don't care if it's at 11:12, that they had time to make it down there because Holly Bobo's dead.
All right, so just to chime in here, what everyone needs to know as far as bracing ourselves and being realistic is the burden in a post-conviction case is extremely high. You've heard us talk about it in an appeal, and when we had Andrea on about how hard it is and how most get denied and how the burden is stacked against the defendant. I mean, this is even worse because, as you know, like, your best chance at relief is your direct appeal. Once you get to post-conviction, the burden is intense, and it only matters things that are newly discovered and things that are outside of the record, assuming that you have raised them timely. Like, I don't know how long we are between his direct appeal and this petition. Like, was it a timely filed post-conviction petition?
I mean, well, had it not been timely, wouldn't that have been litigated prior to getting to an evidentiary hearing?
Well, newly discovered evidence can tweak the time. So that's timely based on when it's discovered versus when you raise the petition. But things like your typical ineffective assistance of counsel has to be timely unless there was something that you didn't know before and couldn't find out before. Like, I don't know, like she was saying, I wasn't going to admit before that I was on antidepressants, you know, which I think is a little, you know, like when he says she was on antidepressants, I think what's important is that she was significantly increasing her dose or something like that, because, I mean, plenty of people are on antidepressants, and just the fact that just this case and the goings on of this case caused her to not only go on antidepressants, but to need to keep increasing them. I don't know. So what did you think about the prosecution's response legally? I guess you can give us just like the non-legal answer and then your legal answer.
Well, I mean, legally, I don't think she really addressed anything other than she tried to drive home the point that, you know, it's clear and convincing evidence that the defense must present in terms of her ineffective assistance, you know, and it was basically her just saying the same shit, dogged, obsessive, you know, her representation of Zach, and that she had the, you know, she had the greatest defense known to mankind. She had Terry Britt
and
to point the finger at.
She cross-examined everybody. I heard her say that part.
Yeah, for the most part, right. So I mean, that's how she dealt with the ineffective claim, and how she dealt with, and there was no real legal argument at all.
Well,
I mean,
and
you didn't miss any legal argument. And her argument as to the newly discovered evidence, which is the ATM, is we don't give a shit. The state of Tennessee doesn't care. That's like it. And she said, let's pretend in a world that the video or the still shot was clear as day, and you could see that was them in the truck. Who cares? They sped 100 miles an hour after they killed Holly and got down there. Perfect. Now we have, look, we're all the way down here. How could we have done it? You know, so I mean, that was it.
Did she raise it's not really new because it was in discovery, or she didn't broach that? So it seems
Well,
like
she said they had it all. They had it all. You know, I mean, that was the extent of her argument.
See, in Illinois, you wouldn't get to this hearing stage if they decided it wasn't newly discovered. I guess here, whether or not it was newly discovered was a question of fact. So maybe they did need a hearing. But I did want to say, like, for ineffective assistance of counsel, like, hearing the tail end of the prosecutor's argument, as infuriating as a lot of it was, you know, just second, you know, what's it called? Third, you know, Monday morning quarterbacking, you know, that the lawyer could have done this better and should have asked this question. And those kind of little things are not going to cut it on a ineffective assistance of counsel claim. Now, I think what the defense was doing with what little I heard is developing the fact that she didn't know everything she could have known, or she would have asked these other questions, you know, or she wasn't as, you know, like, I don't know. But one of the arguments I heard the prosecutor make was, you know, like, this was her defense and this is why. But if she had known there was this video placing her client at the ATM at 11:14, she could have revamped her entire defense. I don't think that that's a valid argument for them to be making. Well, no, her defense was perfect based on the evidence as she knew it existed. What about the evidence she didn't know existed? That could have, you know, been the beginnings of an entirely different defense. Could have changed the framework of everything.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately what the state is hoping is that, yeah, they land on that those were just strategic decisions by her. You know, that even if she had that video, that it wouldn't have trumped what she ended up using, which was Terry Britt.
But that's not
the
what
guy.
she testified to, is it? Do you remember?
No,
Right.
she didn't. No,
That was the other thing. I'm like, you don't get to argue something different. You had someone came in and testified. You need to counter that, and you can't. There is no counter to her testimony.
right. There's no counter to her saying I was ineffective and I was taking, you know, prescription medication because of my depression and whatever the case may be.
Differently if I had known about that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the strategy, I think that argument will fall flat. But like you said, I mean, these things are, these are really, really tough to win. They just are, and I mean, I made the comment, it was really like she was closing in front of a jury. It was there was little to no legal argument. It was really her, wearing victim skin, talking about the Bobos, having to sit through this nightmare in the courtroom, all that shit. And it was very little substance.
Did the defense make legal argument, cite case law, and apply it to?
Not really. I mean, but he did an excellent job.
Yeah, I from when I watched the closing, I felt it was.
He did an excellent job.
But,
I mean, he certainly laid the standards out there, and he got into the constitutionality, what he deems are constitutional violations. I thought it was powerful. I thought he did an excellent job with it, and it's tough. It's an uphill battle.
Did you get to everybody's questions and supers and new members?
New members we got to do. New members we got to do.
All right, you got.
So I'll go through them. I'll click them. Because otherwise we'll be knocking each other off. So Mama Cass, KT, new member. Family hug to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Donna White, welcome back. Long timer. Family hug to you. Member for 11 months. Happy holidays, Matas. New Year's, new cases, fam. Indeed. Happy holidays to you, Dr. Jen. Stephanie Harmon, new member. Family hug to you. Welcome. Hugh Stola, new member. Hug to you. Big family hugs. Kelly V. And WV, new member. Family hugs to you. I don't even know if I put these all up because these were earlier in the morning, so they might not even be here for their family hugs, which is sad. Maria, family hug to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Love having new family members. Military Mama, question for later or break. What is the latest in Aaron Spencer? When is the next hearing? Are you still planning on attending? Aaron Spencer, I think pretrial hearings, motion limines are done. There was a couple of days of hearings. Basically, everything's getting admitted that the state wanted to get admitted. They're bringing it all in. There was one pending issue that the judge had to go back and look at a particular video before she ruled, and I think we're still waiting on that. Trial is set to start January 26th. The judge, I think, denied the destruction of the evidence in terms of the relief that they were seeking with respect to that micro SD card. Yeah, that's
camera footage from a camera in, what's his name?
Who?
The guy that got shot.
That's it. The dash cam from his. That's the one that had the micro.
I couldn't remember his name.
Michael Fossler.
Fossler's car.
Yeah, and yes, we're going.
I can't call him the victim. I'm sorry.
We're going to be attending that, so that's where that's at. I'm kind of waiting for. I haven't seen if an actual order came down. I've got a couple of people had written up what happened in there. That always makes me a little nervous. I like to actually see a court order with the judge, just in case it's a non-attorney. They may sometimes misconstrue something that was said, and I don't want to get bad intel, but I'll be keeping an eye out for that order if it is out, or if it is out, I'll see if Tracy's usually pretty good about getting me orders, and I don't remember seeing it. And there was a lot that was ruled on, so she might be drafting like a more wordy type order than as opposed to just kind of going through it and saying this, and this.
And yes, Bob will be attending, and we will be covering it.
Oh wait, you're not coming with me now?
We are attending, and we are covering it. If I can, I don't know if we.
Yeah, JoJo's grave concern. Family hug. Welcome, JoJo. Thank you. Thank you.
I recognize that username, but maybe it's from chat.
It's grave concerns, Chloe, welcome. Family hug to you. Family hug. Trishy.
Circa 76.
Family hug to you.
She's young.
All right, that's it. And then Kim, per usual, sent us a sweet $25. Yeah, that's in. I think judge pretty much allowed everything in that the state was seeking.
I
So-
think do what you will.
So that body cam, which is where the Aaron Spencer statements, that's coming in. And there were a few other things that they were trying to get in.
I think that.
And I know that they denied one of the things that the judge apparently said on the bench was that this case has nothing to do with SA. So she's not allowing them to put their expert on with respect to.
I
the
think
effect
that's
on the
actually
child.
helpful to the defense. I think they were going down a road they didn't need to go personally.
Yeah,
we'll get to it when we're on a.
Yeah,
Spencer
we'll get
Live.
to it. We'll get to it. Different case. So that's what's up with that. So I do want to go back and watch this trial. I think we're kind of waiting.
Yeah, we'll
I think
think about it.
I mean, you don't have
a little more than you can chew.
you don't have
So
to
I'm
do
gonna
it with
try
me.
to. I'm gonna try to help you.
Yeah. I mean, but the nice thing about a trial that's already taken place is we can do it quickly, you know. And I think it's pretty interesting.
It
I
is
think it's
definitely
pretty-
interesting. I
pretty
mean, I
interesting
honestly would
case.
like to watch it too.
And I actually want to have a better understanding of just what a shit show that trial was. I think it's impossible to fully understand just how bad that trial was
without
watching it. So I plan on doing it. You know, and like we can skip through all the bullshit, like on every witness, like every cop witness that comes up, we just whip past all their experience and all their other bullshit. You know, we can zip through foundational witnesses, you know, just try to, so like we can make it quick, we can consolidate it.
All right,
So
well, everybody better have an amazing New Year's. Celebrate, have fun, be safe. Thank you for joining us for this. And we'll see you on the new year.
yeah, and to our mods, we love you, we adore you, we thank you. We hope that you guys have an amazing new year as well. And we're excited about 2026, all kinds of amazing things coming down the pike, hopefully. And we're excited about it. So we're excited to share it with all you guys. And then to you guys who we love so very much,
Who brought us
thank
to
you.
60,000 and over.
Yes, we're gonna have a 60K party out right after the new year. Lieutenant Sully, or no, wait, what? I can never remember. It's hilarious. Whatever. Oh, Lieutenant Tully's. What is it? It's a funny.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
They sent me a ton of games because I was asking about games. Like I want to be able to play games with all of us. Yeah, for sure, DB. I'm excited about it, and hopefully, I'm going to be having Dana and Dr. Katie on right after the new year as well. I think I was kind of hoping that they were going to ask that the gag just to make sure the gag was done, but he didn't ask it.
Did you say give Trishy
I did.
Oh,
I did.
okay. Well, welcome, Trishy.
All right. So all right, you guys, we adore you. Right after the new year, look for a members only, Patreon only little party where we're gonna hang out, celebrate 60, and then I'll make it available after the fact, of course. And I'm hoping that we can play some games. I'm desperately trying to figure out games that we can play where everybody in chat can participate. Because Allie was like,
we could have like 5
people had
on.
some ideas. People had some ideas. So I'm going to look through them. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Because Allie was like, we could bring 5 people on at a time, blah, 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 blah. So, all right, we'll figure it all out. What is your rush, dude? You're really trying to push me off the live. You haven't even been on the live. And I feel like you're really prodding me. Just let me say my goodbyes and then we'll be off. Man. All right, you guys. We love you. We adore you. Happy New Year to all of you, because without you, I'm just an old man
sitting around talking to his wife.
Boo!